Part 2, Chapter 9, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 9, Captured. But few prisoners were taken that winter. The Yankees had learned caution and kept their men within the confines of camp. Still, by close watching, a group would be darted upon and gobbled up and sent within our lines. It would seem at first sight almost impossible for one man to convey several prisoners alone through a dangerous country and by circuitous routes over 50 odd miles, making sundry stops on the way, and finally delivering them at their destination to the provost guard. Yet it was done frequently, and but few escaped. A cavalryman would receive the prisoners confided to his care, as a charge which he was to transfer to the proper authorities, receiving as voucher the receipt of the provost marshal at Orange Courthouse. Consequently, he omitted no precaution and never relaxed his vigilance. He would travel all day with the prisoners in advance, the halters of the horses tied together to prevent any scatter or break for liberty. Certainly there was a chance of running afoul of some Yankee scouting party, when of course the scout abandoned his prisoners and lost no time in saving himself. But if luck befriended him, and he met none other than a scout like himself, he would stop at some farmhouse, where the whole party would get supper and sit chatting amicably by the fireside. Should the scout think that he could trust one of his men, or all of them, he would place him or them on parole not to attempt escape on the route. But if he found them hard cases, he kept a close watch at all times. All this is very well, it may be said, but how can one soldier guard three all day and all night without relief, and not only for one day and night, but oftentimes for 3 days in succession? The manner of it was simplicity itself. When the hour for retiring arrived, the prisoners were compelled to disrobe and assume the very same garb which Adam wore before Mrs. Eve came along to worry him about his tailor's bills. They were then placed 2 or 3 in a bed, which was always on the top room of the house, and in which they were tucked in by the trooper as carefully as a mother arranges the covering around the form of her sick child. This done, he would depart to his own rest, carrying with him every vestige of their clothes and even their shoes. Then locking the door after him, he would lie on a pallet outside and sleep with his pistol in his hand. Of course the prisoners might escape if it so pleased them. There was nothing to prevent them from tearing up the sheets, making a rope, and sliding to the ground, for the slumbers of the guard were profound. But then they would have been obliged to wander all unclothed through a country unknown to them, traversed by Rebel scouts, and in the midst too of a bitterly hostile population, wherein the hand of not only every man but every woman and child would have turned against them. Recapture could hardly have been avoided, and death by some cowardly bushwhacker was possible, so that the risk was very great. None but a man of coolest nerve and intrepidity would think of giving it a trial. Among the thousands of prisoners sent by scouts to the provost marshal, I never heard of but 3 or 4 who ever succeeded in escaping. On the morning of the 16th of January, 1864, I mounted my horse and started on a scouting expedition all by myself. My object was to lie by the Federal cavalry camp near Warrenton and capture a good horse at all hazards. I had a mount, but the steed was in a pitiable condition, and nothing but months of perfect rest and full feeding could bring him up again. I was riding along unsuspicious of danger, quietly pursuing a side road which led into the Warrenton Turnpike, about 2 miles from Fauquier Springs, when I saw through the scattered trees, not 100 yards away, a scouting party of Union cavalry wending its way leisurely along the pike. My only chance, I thought, was to dismount and slip off unperceived. And if I could reach that little stone church over yonder, I might hide and get away. They might not even chance to look that way. So I slipped quietly down and started for the little edifice. The bluecoats were going slowly along the road, all unconscious of their foe. Had I been near thick pine woods, I would have been perfectly secure, but it was an open oak grove, through which pursuing cavalry could speed at a gallop. The church was on my left, and I was doing my best to reach it, darting stealthily from tree to tree as rapidly as possible. Everything went well. The Federals had almost disappeared, and in a minute I would be safe. I neared the church door and was about to enter. A second and I would have been inside, when I dropped to the ground as if shot. A Federal cavalryman had left the ranks and was cantering toward the church. He stopped within 50 yards of me, where there was a stream flowing. He started to water his horse, and I watched him with straining eyes, saw him give his steed the bridle, and taking a pipe from his saddle pocket, charge and proceed to light it. I watched the curling smoke float above his head. The horse finished drinking, and he gathered the reins preparatory to riding off. I drew a long breath of relief, but it was too soon, for just then my confounded infernal horse gave a long, loud neigh. The suddenness of the shock upon the young bluejacket almost made him drop from his saddle, but only for a moment. Looking earnestly in the direction from which the sound proceeded, he saw my horse fully accoutred. Giving a long halloo, he advanced slowly. He had passed beyond without discovering me, but his shout had been heard and a score of comrades came flying toward him. In a second I rushed through the open door of the church. It was a small, common edifice, such as one often sees in the country, a plain, square building with no attempt at adornment. It had been ravaged and nothing remained but the pulpit. There was no place which could serve for concealment, but in the corner was a ladder leading to the loft. Up this I went without a word, pulling it after me, and then I sat there in the dark with beating heart to wait developments. I had not long to wait. In half a minute the church was thronged with dismounted troopers. "He's not here," said a number of voices. "I tell you he is. I saw him enter," replied a positive voice. "Then where is he?" chorused several. "There," exclaimed one of the number excitedly, "up that hole yonder, look." Then was heard the clicking of many revolvers. By a kind of mesmeric instinct I felt that a score of eyes were gazing into that black cavity. "Shoot up," suggested one. "Let's burn the damned old thing down," proposed another voice. "Smoke him out." It was not a pleasant conversation to listen to. It might have been more soothing, to say the least, though I could not deny that it was both racy and edifying. I realized for the first time how a coon feels when a ramrod is inserted down the crevice and screwed into his hide; realized also the anguish of a rabbit's soul just on the eve of being smoked out of its hollow. I did not know what to do. It seemed Hobson's choice, whether to be burned or suffocated, and ended by cursing under my breath with might and main the wretched old brute who could find no other time for displaying his hideous music but when my fate was hanging trembling in the balance. Oh, confound him! 1,000 times confound him! Confound that infernal bellows of a throat, that locomotive steam whistle of a voice, that anatomy of pent-up sounds, that staring, ribbed dynamite of pure cussedness! Meantime a babel of voices was going on below. "Silence!" exclaimed an authoritative voice, whose tones came ringing out clear and loud above the din. Then followed, "I say up there." No response. "You had better answer. If you do not, we will burn the place. We know you are there. Do you surrender?" "Yes," came the reply. "Then throw down your arms to me." And the pistols in response went tumbling through the hole. "Now come down yourself." In a minute I was standing in the midst of my new found foes, about 50 of them, with an officer. All had their pistols out. My captors were Company F, 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry. "Who are you?" "Black Horse Cavalryman," I hastily answered. "What are you doing here?" "On a scout. I ran into you unexpectedly, and as my horse was broken down I took to my heels and thought myself safe enough." "No," spoke up a trooper standing near with a broad grin upon his face. "I saw your spurs disappearing through the door." "Bad luck to you," was the reply. "Is this the way you stop good Christians going to church to say their prayers?" "Mount him on his horse and bring him along," ordered the officer. And so the old, detestable animal was pulled forward and I was in the saddle once again. Then with an escort I made what looked like a triumphant entry into Warrenton. The prisoners were conducted before the provost marshal, a very little man with a big head filled so full of self-conceit as to leave no room for anything else. Of common sense he seemed to be deficient. He frowned as Mars was supposed to do. He strode up and down the tent like Achilles on hearing of the death of Patroclus, and interrogated his culprit in a voice he was doing his best to render solemn and stern. He assured me I was a guerrilla and deserved to be shot, and would be too if he had his way. We reminded him that for every scout captured there were 10 of his side, and there was such a thing known in war as retaliation. He broke into a storm of invective, the purport of which was that every Rebel found with arms ought to be hanged as high as Haman. He was told that Mrs. Leslie's receipt for cooking a hare would suit his case. First catch your hare. The little fellow, like the "little pot soon hot," fairly frothed with rage, and too angry for speech, motioned the sentry to take us to the guardhouse. As we were hurried off, the sentinel said, "I am glad you treated the little cuss so, for our soldiers hate him worse than poison. He was nothing nohow but a barkeeper before the war." The next day the prisoners were put on the cars and sent to Brandy Station, where I was placed in what was known as the bull pen, an enclosure of about 4 acres of bare ground around which the tread of the sentry never ceased. It was bitter cold. Keen northwest winds rushed hurling across the wide bare plains of Brandy, with no forests to break the force of the blast. It swept on with a dirge and a wail, chilling and congealing all within its path. We had no blankets and were exposed to the rigor of the weather. No overcoats, no shelter, no fire, and the situation seemed desperate. Moreover, in this pen were confined all the riffraff and criminals of the Union Army. Deserters, soldiers confined for murder, waiting the court martial which was to try them, thieves, bounty jumpers. In short, it was an assemblage of rascality which could have been found nowhere else outside of the state prison, and hardly there, so untamed and defiant. All during the first night we prisoners saved ourselves from freezing only by walking up and down incessantly, and but for the kindness of the soft-hearted guards, giving us at intervals cups of hot coffee, we could not have borne the suffering and exposure. Such awful curses, profanity, and thieves' Latin among the prisoners were probably never heard before by untutored ears. The prisoners would have been fearfully maltreated had not Jack, a huge Irishman awaiting trial for stabbing and killing the sergeant of his company, proved a benefactor in our hour of need. By his prestige as a desperate, reckless fellow he had gained a great mastery over the lower, meaner ruffians, and though he might not restrain the full current of curses hurled at us, an evil to which we soon became used, and which we did not mind so long as we could remain unharmed, the brutes were afraid to proceed to overt acts. Jack had the rations of the Rebels well cooked. He let them cower over his fire, and shared with them at night his little shelter tent. All around us were the great hosts in their 1,000 tents and cabins, some decidedly tasteful, which filled the immense plain as far as the eye could reach. On a bright, clear evening the outlook would have been exhilarating to anyone but a wretched captive. The air was filled with the sound of martial music of the brass bands, and the inspiriting blare of the bugles, all sweet sounds. The full, well-groomed cavalry horses champed their bits, and the refrain of many camp songs came to the listening ear. Later on the lights appeared, and the wall tents of the officers were illumined by many candles. And from what the guards told me, I knew the wine was flowing, cigars were burning, and the exciting game of draw poker was in progress. The colonel, the major, and captain were as comfortable and more contented than they would have been at home. I saw the interior of an officer's tent with plank flooring carpeted, a hot blazing stove, a thorough camp equipage, books and magazines scattered around in profusion. A box just opened, full of delicacies, showed that his friends had not forgotten him. And, oh shades of Bacchus! A whole line of bottles, ranged around the corner of the room, stood like the sentinels around our slushy bullpen. The warriors of Sardanapalus never lived more luxuriously. The private soldiers too in their winter quarters were more than comfortable. They were well housed and comfortably clad. With warm underclothing and uniform, a thick overcoat with a capacious cape, and an oilcloth poncho for wet weather, and 2 great woolly blankets, he could bid defiance to every north wind which blows. A patent stove warmed his tent or cabin, and novels and newspapers served to while away the tedium of camp, or, as was generally the case, a well-worn pack of cards was on the table. His rations were so abundant he could not use them. Hardtack, flour, real coffee, sugar, rice, hominy, beans, pork and beef hung around in the mess tent, and ambulances were delivering boxes and parcels every hour, containing every luxury from friends and presents from the Sanitary Commission. Billy Yank was comfortable in body and stuffed to the throat with the good things of life. Certainly 50% of the men were better clothed, better paid, and better fed than they were at home. Besides this, his duties were generally light, especially during 6 months of the year. He was elevated to the position of a hero. Every daily paper gave him tribute, and the illustrated pictorials flattered his self-love. Truly, Mr. William Yank, the defender of the Union, the savior of his country, was a fortunate individual with a mind at rest, for he well knew that if he lived, his future well-being would be the study of a rich and prosperous nation. And Johnny Reb, his erring brother on the other side. Let us visit his camp this biting weather and see how he is getting on. Enter at random any officer's hut. A flame in a rough fireplace lights up the rather dark interior. The officer's sword hanging from a nail offers the only decoration visible. An armful of pine needles serves for floor carpet, a rough pine bench to sit on, and a couch of pine poles on which to spread the threadbare blanket serves as a resting place by night. Add to this a primitive table of a pile of cracker boxes and that is all. A dirty, greasy cotton bag, yclept a haversack, is suspended over the fireplace, containing his daily rations, which consist of a piece of rancid fat meat and a double handful of half-ground meal. As is his quarters, so are his soldiers, for all fare alike. Johnny's clothing is ragged despite the loving attempt at tailor's art to make tear and gap meet. Not half of them have an overcoat, and not 1 in 5 a whole pair of socks. His solitary blanket serves him as a coat by day and covering by night, and as this nondescript figure paces his beat, his very bowels yearn for loving words from home, and above all for a good square meal. Outside are the erstwhile war steeds, so thin and attenuated that they lean in their weakness against the trees, whose bark they have gnawed off in their hunger. A most unsoldierly-like camp, with no music except the fife, drum, and bugle, the manipulator of the former having scarcely enough wind in his bony anatomy to fill his instrument. As for the drummer, he could have used his fleshless fist to beat his sheepskin with. Stroll over this encampment on a day when the snow is 2 feet deep on a level, and see Johnny Reb in his poverty. A more cheerless, woebegone, deplorable picture could not be found in the broad limits of the land. Who can say that the men who bore these harrowing hardships uncomplainingly were not actuated by an ennobling principle? 5 or 6 of the 4th Virginia Cavalry were brought into the pen and lodged with their comrades. Captured as they had been at their homes in Fauquier County, it was a bitter change from cheerful, happy firesides to those barren acres of desolate earth. Their friends, though sad to relate, were glad to welcome them, and Jack extended his wing over each. For 1 whole week while we remained there, he saved us all from being frozen or kicked to death. He had a soft spot in his heart for poor humanity, even though he had been handy with his knife. All that we knew or cared to know was that he stood by those miserable, shivering, cowering prisoners to the last, and shook their hands with a hearty grasp as he told them goodbye. "Take care of yourselves, boys," were his parting words, "and may no harm come to you at all, at all." The squad of prisoners, numbering some 20, were placed on the cars and sent to Washington. Arriving there, we were marched along the street, attracting much attention on the route, and followed by a crowd. Up Maryland Avenue, thence to Pennsylvania Avenue, from which we turned off toward the left, and approached a solid, square-looking building, standing on the corner, and there we halted. Sentinels were pacing the pavement in front. The windows were barred with iron, through which there glowered and glared scores of faces, while from the open door a cry went up from the inmates: "Fresh fish! Fresh fish!" The building was the old Capitol Prison; its lodgers were Rebel prisoners, and the new arrivals were the individuals introduced to its walls as "fish." In a few moments we were ushered into the presence of Colonel Wood. Our names, companies, and regiments were taken. We were then thoroughly searched, as if it were customary for private soldiers to carry their gold watches, diamonds, breastpins, and bonds into battle. It is needless to say that nothing worth having came of that inquiry; not a cent was found in those pockets. We were next placed in our different quarters, and no sooner had the door closed than we were surrounded by a crowd of prisoners eagerly asking the latest news from Dixie. For hours the new arrivals were engaged in answering inquiries of the interested, each of whom had 100 questions to ask, and not until late that evening did we get a chance to retire and give our weary jaws a rest. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 10 The First Escape. The old Capitol Prison was in antebellum days a fine, large, solid structure of granite, situated back of the new capital of the nation. It was used as a rendezvous for the captured, who there remained until its apartments overflowed, when the garnered Rebel material was discharged into the various entrenched camps for prisoners, such as Point Lookout, Elmira, and other forts. The rooms were large, well ventilated, very comfortably heated by open grates at each end, and never seemed to want occupants. Around the sides of the room were bunks, each room accommodating as many as 60 prisoners. The dining room was a large, low apartment, with a table running its entire length. The fare was ample and wholesome, much better indeed than Dixie could afford to give her troops. Those who had friends North lived luxuriously, for all boxes and bundles were promptly delivered to the ones whose names they bore, while visitors were allowed to see the inmates of the prison once a week in the colonel's office. Each man was left to follow at will the devices of his fancy, provided of course his wishes did not include a saunter up the avenue or a stroll into the park just across the way. So, barring the restraints of captivity, the prisoners had nothing of which to complain. Yet it was not a hopeful outlook that the future gave. That all exchange of prisoners was ended was patent to all. The tone of the Northern papers showed that it would be the policy of their government, as a war measure, not to exchange. It was a bitter thing to look forward to, that of being caged like so many wild beasts, compelled to remain passive while the great struggle was going on around. Neither to suffer with comrades the reverses of war, nor enjoy the fruits of future triumphs; never more to feel the color tingling in the cheek at the sound of the bugle, nor know the mad enthusiasm of the charging line; to realize with a deep sinking of the heart that while the prisoner's name is not scratched from the rolls, his place is filled as is that of the dead comrade; to know that the hour of a commonwealth's greatest peril is at hand, and that in her defense one arm is idle which fain would strike a blow. For Northerner or Southerner, the dragging out of a prison life was grievous enough to bear. It is not hard to understand that, and many held death a preferable fate. So communing, I determined to attempt an escape at all hazards, and at once set my brains to work to discover if possible the ways and means of accomplishing that purpose. The prison was closely guarded, with a sentinel at each door. Every passage and the pavement outside was patrolled day and night. No one was allowed to be in the passage except the officer of the day. No prisoner was permitted to leave the room without being accompanied by a sentry. They were all marched to meals in line and rigorously guarded the while. Every evening they were sent to the open yard for exercise, but the enclosure was surrounded by a high wall, on the top of which sentinels paced with loaded muskets, watching everything that took place below. There was absolutely no chance then to slip away by any of these avenues of escape, and so I finally determined that the only practical method was to file asunder the window bars and drop into the street, running the risk of being shot by the guard beneath. I immediately commenced to work out my plan, the only one which presented the faintest chance of success, and yet it was full of difficulty. The bars were of forged iron at least an inch and a half in diameter, and as they were about 6 inches apart, it would be necessary to file two before space enough could be obtained to admit the egress of a body. There were no tools to begin with. Then, too, the work would have to be performed unperceived by the 60 men who inhabited the room, for in every one of these apartments was placed a spy, generally some recreant, traitorous Southern soldier whose business it was to watch and report attempts of the kind to the authorities. As a matter of course, all concerned in such plots were severely punished. Then again, if those obstacles should have been successfully overcome, there still remained the need of escaping the observation of 4 sentries patrolling the pavement beneath, who had orders to shoot without halting any Rebel prisoner seen outside the building. Yet my mind had become only more determined to accomplish the task. Jack Shepherd, I reasoned, had taken French leave of Newgate with 50 times these odds, and Baron Trenck had twice escaped from the iron prison of Gatz, when the whole garrison had orders from the stern Frederick to watch him with sleepless eyes. So taking heart, I commenced by abstracting from the supper table that night, despite the watchfulness of the guards, 2 of the knives, which I hacked one against the other so as to make respectable saws. Then I retired early and slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, at which hour I rose and gazed around. It was just the time when slumber most weighs down the weary eyelids and sleep resembles death. The whole room was as silent as the graveyard, while from the open grates there smoldered the coal fires like dull yet watchful eyes, which only deepened the gloom of the surrounding shadows. Cautiously the work was commenced. The knives were thickly covered with grease, which deadened the sound. Below paced the sentinel, all unconscious of the work going on so close to him. The window was on the first floor, and when he walked in front of it the sawing ceased. When he passed, it recommenced. 2 hours' hard work and the iron bar was about a quarter through. Then the dawning of day brought the task to an end. Filling the crevice with grease and soot to hide all traces, I betook myself to my couch, or rather plank. In a week's time, by hard and unremitting labor, and with many narrow escapes from detection, the task was accomplished. The 2 iron bars were ready to fall apart, held up as it were by a thread, needing only a violent wrench to loosen them, and the way was clear. I only waited a dark night to make the trial. The morning of the day arrived at last which I determined should either be my last in prison or my last on earth. A bitter cold, dark day, with thick clouds sweeping over the sky and the wind blowing a hurricane. Slowly enough the hours went, the hours indeed of the final day in prison. But not as I had planned. The commandant entered the room and ordered all the prisoners to be ready to start immediately after an early dinner for Point Lookout. They say nothing is wasted in this world, but I felt that those long hours of night work was an exception. My patient labors useless. Well, the wild dream of liberty was over, and the first impulse was to bow to an unrelenting destiny and struggle no more. Climbing into my bunk, I thought over the situation. Upon one thing I made up my mind, that death was preferable to a long, unknown and lingering captivity at Point Lookout. I had heard appalling tales of this prison, of the negro sentinels. Ah, that was where it touched me, those negro guards. The humiliation and degradation of being under charge of those black men nerved me to a degree of resistance which was ready to brave 1,000 deaths rather than submit. I had a citizen's suit sent me by friends in Alexandria, Virginia, and I determined to wear it over my uniform. In the afternoon the crowd of prisoners, some 400 in all, were formed into ranks on the street fronting the prison, the line extending a couple of squares. They were to walk 4 abreast, with guards on either side at intervals of about 8 feet apart. Orders were then read forbidding the men to move or slip out of place under penalty of being bayoneted on the spot. Everything being in readiness, the long column commenced its journey. Not having any music to march by, the Rebels determined to improvise some for themselves. In a little while Dixie, that forbidden tune, was ringing out loud and clear on the loyal air, shouted lustily from 400 throats. That unwonted strain filled the streets, causing many hearts to throb with wild excitement. Windows were lifted, doors thrown open, and in an instant the thoroughfares were thronged by curious citizens, who listened wonderingly to the air as dear to Rebel hearts as the dire refrain of "Ca Ira" to the Jacobins of Faubourg Saint Antoine. The guards, however, soon stopped our music. I did not join in the strain. I was far too highly wrought up. None but the tenor of the grand opera sings when he is about to play a game of which annihilation is the forfeit. My idea was to jump into the first open door and make my way through the house and out at the back door. No poor hunted fox hard pressed by hounds ever looked more eagerly for a hole or opening through which to dive. But in vain my eyes searched every quarter; the doors were either closed or blocked by people watching the procession. I was becoming desperate. Then the thought struck me to strike the guard and make a rush. But that was impracticable, for even had I succeeded in escaping the guard, the people who lined the pavement as spectators would have stopped me, and one bayonet thrust ended the matter. By this time the column, moving steadily on, was nearing the wharf. If anything was to be done at all it must be done then. I was on the pavement; groups of people stood close to the houses to allow the line to pass. There were 3 citizens within 2 or 3 steps of me. Wheeling suddenly by the moving guard, who brought down his musket, I pulled myself together and exclaimed in a tone of assumed indignation: "These damned Rebels will run over me." The guard half halted, but my citizen's dress met his eyes, and besides, the guard behind him was treading on his heels, so he kept on, and I was free, but not safe. The citizens saw the ruse, but very disloyal they must have been, for they did not betray me; they only grew pale and hurried away, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. It was worse than having to stand a shelling from a battery of guns. To remain there watching the long line which passed, see the familiar faces of comrades, who, true as steel, uttered no exclamation of surprise, only the significant flash of the eye showing a full appreciation of the situation. It was a strange experience for a Confederate soldier to be walking there unmolested amid the surging crowd of the avenue, jostling against the blue coats, who never deigned so much as a glance; and for an hour or 2 I sauntered up and down the street or lingered in the lobbies of the hotels, enjoying the novelty of the surroundings and feeling as independent as a successful sutler. As the evening wore away, the necessity of making some plans for the future became more and more apparent. The first idea which came to me was to select a horse from the scores that were hitched along the avenue, and make a bold rush for Virginia. But second thoughts showed the futility of such an attempt. The city was encircled by a cordon of guards, and without money or passport, detection and arrest would prove certain. So I concluded that the wisest and only possible way was to apply for money to a man whom I knew to be a Southern sympathizer, then go to Baltimore, and making a detour, cross the Potomac high up in Maryland. A few squares and I stood before the entrance to the dwelling of this gentleman, Mr. William Selden, my uncle in law, who was marshal of the district under Buchanan, and a strong Southern sympathizer, and whose eldest son, John Selden, was a famous soldier in Lee's army. A hurried knock and I was admitted into the parlor. Both the master and mistress appeared, and my tale was no sooner told than I was taken in their arms and into their hearts. A hot dinner was placed before me, a valise of clothing given me, and a roll of greenbacks stuffed into my pockets. Then, with a cigar in my mouth, I sat back in a hack with the most insouciant air it was possible to assume, and was driven to the Baltimore and Ohio depot. I could not help reflecting on the ups and downs of a soldier's life. This time yesterday I was eating from a tin plate a loaf of dry bread, drinking coffee from a battered tin cup, surrounded by a crew of ragged men, and those confounded guards watching every mouthful. And now, well, I felt that life was amply worth the living. Reaching the depot, I watched my chance, and as a sudden rush was made, I managed to slip by the guard at the door, whose duty it was to demand passports. Soon the whistle sounded, the bell rang, the conductor shouted "All aboard," the train gave a sudden jerk, then the telegraph poles danced by as if engaged in a mad, wild reel. A couple hours later found me seated at Barnum's hotel table. I called for champagne, drank under breath a number of disloyal toasts, and paid the waiter with the air of a prince. Later on I went to the theater. The Taming of the Shrew was the attraction, with Seymour in the leading role. It was the first Shakespearean play I had seen for years. Then I went to a fashionable downtown restaurant and made the money fly. Nor is it needful to add I did not sleep on the hard planks of the bunks that night, though as I sank into the yielding, soft bed I had to pinch myself to be convinced that it was no dream. It may have been the unaccustomed luxury of the feather bed, or excitement, or both combined. I could not sleep. I felt exactly as did Christopher Sly the tinker, when he went to sleep on the alehouse floor, and found himself when he awoke on a silken curtained couch, and he exclaimed, "What, would you make me mad? Ask Marion Hackett, the fat alewife of Wincot, if she knows me not." And again I thought of Christopher Sly's words, "This is an excellent piece of work. Would 'twere well ended." A good breakfast, then I strolled down to the depot to make inquiries, determined to leave the next morning for Frederick City and cross the Potomac near that point. I would have liked to remain longer, but the money was nearly gone. In truth, after paying hotel bills and my passage on the cars to Frederick City, not a ragged 5-cent stamp would be left to recall the dismal story of boyish thoughtlessness. The next morning I walked to the depot and found to my dismay that I was too late. The cars had left a half hour before, and there was no other train that day. Here I was alone in a strange city, knowing no soul, and without money. My whole fortune consisted of $1.50. Count it as I would, it made no more. Turn my pockets inside out as I might, no vagrant note was found lurking in the folds. Call myself an addle-pated fool as often as I pleased, and repent as sorely as the prodigal son, it did no good. So I wandered up and down Baltimore Street all that day, spending the last of my little store for dinner. Then I felt like Jonah after he had been swallowed by the whale, that there was plenty of room to move about in, but that the future was confoundedly uncertain. As the evening drew near I was at my wits' end. Stop the first citizen and tell him my piteous tale, trusting to luck in striking a secessionist instead of a Unionist? The risk was too great, and might lead to my being handed to the first convenient policeman, and then Fort McHenry was not very far off. But something had to be done. The night was drawing near, the wind was sweeping around the corners and up and down the thoroughfares with a chilling touch. The lamps were being lighted in one home after another, while the warm glow of the household fires shone with mocking brightness before my longing eyes. Intensely Southern as were the mass of Baltimoreans, how many doors would have opened by magic could they have known. At last I reached the point where some risk had to be run, for it was impossible to wander through the streets all night. I determined to go where the largest mansions were found, ring the bell of the most imposing dwelling, ask to see the owner of the house, tell him who I was and what I wanted, and then if I perceived his sympathies were not forthcoming, to trust to my heels for safety and make another trial. The first attempt daunted my hopes utterly. Going up a wide flight of marble steps, I timidly rang the doorbell and waited the result. The door was opened by a stately old servant. "Is the master in?" "Yes, sir. Walk in the parlor." "No, tell him I would like to speak to him at the door." Away hied the man, and in a few seconds an elderly gentleman came and peered out distrustfully. "What do you want?" he inquired through the half open door. "Why, sir," stammered I, not knowing what to say, "I want to know whether your sympathies are on the side of the North or the South." "That is none of your business," was the curt rejoinder, and the door was slammed in my face, then locked and bolted, leaving me staring like a fool into space. I relinquished this plan as a decidedly unsatisfactory one, and went wandering down the street disconsolately, when suddenly I sprang forward and accosted a gentleman who happened to be standing within a doorway. "I think, sir, I have met you in Richmond." He quickly replied, "You came by flag of truce, did you not?" "I would like to have a few moments' conversation with you," I said. "For what?" "Just to ask if your sympathies are with the South." "Undoubtedly. But what are your reasons for asking?" "Simply because I am an escaped prisoner from the old Capital, who has no money nor friends, and know not where to turn or what to do. If you are a Unionist, I ask you not to betray me." The gentleman answered not a word, but beckoned me to follow him into the house, carefully shutting the door as he ushered me into the parlor. Then, motioning to a seat, he asked to be told the facts of the case, which soon convinced him of the truth of the appeal. He called in his wife and sisters, who listened breathlessly to the recital of my adventures and gave me a warm and cordial reception. Not only this, but a notice was sent out to some friends and kindred spirits, and soon the room was filled with disloyal ladies, who kept the new found Rebel talking till long past midnight. It was worth all the suffering, I thought, when such charming women smiled upon me. It was the dream of the soldier realized at last. The host, Mr. McGee, was at one time in the Army of Northern Virginia, but his health utterly failing him, he was discharged and returned home. It was a strange coincidence, our meeting, and I determined to hold full faith hereafter in my luck. A purse sufficient to meet all exigencies was made up by the company. That night, as I sank to sleep on downy feathers, it was with the happy belief that all hardships were over, and that soon enough my feet would tread the soil of old Virginia. Could I have seen with prophetic eye through what I would be called upon to pass ere I should see my comrades and home again, sleep would have been banished from my eyelids. Ignorance was indeed bliss that night. After an early breakfast I was driven in a private carriage to the depot. I carried $66 in greenbacks in my pockets. With no feigned gratitude, I parted from the friend who had fed and sheltered me and sent me on my way rejoicing, and that too at his own great risk. Had he been deceived or betrayed, he must have suffered for his charity by an extended incarceration in some military prison. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 11, Crossing the Potomac on a Raft. A short ride, and I reached Washington Station, from which place I took horse cars for Frederick City, 5 miles distant. When nearly there an infantryman entered, notebook in hand. At first I mistook him for a baggage agent, but instead of wanting to check my trunk, his object was to check me if he could. He noted the name of every passenger, who they were, how long they intended to stay, their destination, their business, etc. Now if I had told the truth, I would have been marched off in the twinkling of an eye. Even the embryo father of his country would have prevaricated in a case like this. So I assured him that I had been born in Frederick City, raised there, lived there all my life, and had never left there except in this instance, when I had run over to Baltimore to see the sights, and was just returning. "Where is your pass?" "Oh, I left it at home. Everybody knows me here." "Then report at the provost marshal's immediately on your arrival," was the curt rejoinder. Now I had a constitutional and natural antipathy to that particular class of officers, and would rather charge a battery any day than be interrogated by them or be asked to grant the little request with which so many poor privates found it impossible to comply: "Show your passports." Hence I told him that if he would examine the provost's books he would discover my name already registered. This seemed to satisfy him, for he answered, "All right," took down my name and passed on to the next passenger. A devilish close shave, I thought. Reaching the town, I proceeded to the hotel and registered a fictitious name, giving my residence as Hagerstown, Maryland, and after a hearty dinner went down the street to buy several little articles which I desired to carry back South. The most important purchase was a pair of spurs, for which I hoped to have pressing need before the night ended. In the evening I called upon 2 Southern sympathizers whose name had been given me in Baltimore, and whose patriotism was cheap, resembling those very low-priced prints warranted fast, yet which never wash without fading. They were afraid to talk, declined even to give advice as to the best way to cross the Potomac, and actually refused to furnish any information with regard to the routes and roads to the fords. I unbosomed my mind, and used no measured terms or epithets either, then left, thinking an honest foe better than a cowardly sympathizer. In the evening I walked the streets for hours, having concluded the safest thing would be to mount the first army horse I could find and strike for some upper ford in the river, but there were no such horses to be seen. The property of citizens I respected too much to touch, though a year later I would have been less conscientious in such an emergency. In wretchedly low spirits I left town. It was about 10 o'clock and very dark. I had intended crossing the river at Wright's Ford, which a negro had informed me was the nearest crossing place, but in the obscurity of the night I lost the way and wandered only God knows where. For hours through swamps, woods, fields and meadows I stumbled, falling into deep holes, scrambling out as best I could, feeling my way out of forests, and forcing a path through briars until I was nearly dead from exhaustion. My clothes were torn, face scratched, hands bleeding. Finally, after having struggled and strayed nearly all night, I struck a road, and following it up came to a small house, whose owner I roused by a sturdy knocking at the door. He soon appeared, light in hand. I had my tale cut and dried and informed him I had an uncle on the other side of the Potomac who was expected to die, and it was of the utmost importance I should get across the river at once. He directed me to follow the road running near the house for about 12 miles farther on, to a large brick edifice called Greenleaf's Mill, the owner of which could put me in a way to cross. It was still dark and very hard to keep the road, but soon day broke, the sun rose, and I pushed forward with vigor. The owner of Greenleaf's Mill proved to be a good friend indeed to the cause. He gave its needy representative a good hot breakfast, and let me sleep undisturbed in the house all the long day until 5 o'clock in the evening. Then after a hearty supper his guests stood ready to follow out the enterprise. The miller was afraid to give any advice, for he said if trouble should come he did not want to think it would be attributable to counsel of his. He declared he could not believe my story, since United States detectives had been lately roaming through that immediate section, passing themselves off as escaped Rebel prisoners, appealing to the sympathies of the people and using every cunning device to make them commit themselves. If successful, their beguiled victims were immediately arrested, and either forced to take the oath of allegiance or suffer a long imprisonment. Consequently, all entreaties could only induce the cautious miller to give his departing guests the name of but one secessionist who lived 4 miles farther on. I commenced walking, and in an hour reached the designated house. The owner was absent, but his wife civilly invited me in. She was evidently suspicious and thought her visitor exactly what he was not. Her husband, she said, had gone to a horse race and would not be back for hours. They were honest, industrious people, she informed me, and good Union folks too, she took the trouble to add. The worthy woman tried her best to carry out the role, and made her bright, interesting little daughter of some 12 summers sing for the edification of the supposed detective, "Just Before the Battle, Mother," and "The Star-Spangled Banner." Finding the hostess and her husband were Irish, I revealed my secret, but the revelation had only the effect of adding "Hail Columbia" and "We'll hang Jeff Davis to a sour apple tree" to the already loyal repertoire. So the time passed listening to these patriotic ditties and other Union sentiments, when sure enough, about 10 o'clock, the husband returned from the race, singing in the joy of his heart "The Sprig of Shamrock," and if the truth must be told, as tight as a brick. His wife introduced the stranger as a Confederate soldier escaped from Washington, at the same time, by sundry winks and signs, trying to make him understand it were well to be on his guard. But a wink is no better than a nod to a blind horse. Whatever acumen the lord of her bosom was apt to evince in general, verily he had none then which liquor had not deadened, for all his natural feelings bubbled up. Grasping the hands of his guest with real Hibernian warmth, he bade me welcome, and more than welcome, nay, the whole house was mine. He loved the gray, bedad. He had a son in the 12th Virginia Cavalry, as fine a sprig of a boy as ever breathed the breath of life, and he did not care a darn who knew it. This frank avowal thoroughly frightened the more politic wife, who began to make hurried and nervous excuses, declaring he was drunk and did not know what he was talking about. But her smaller half broke in impetuously upon this caution with the remark that the pride of his life was that his only boy was a Rebel and in the Southern army, and he'd be there himself, bedad, if he wasn't so old. This assertion left the wife not a single plank to stand upon, and she did what a woman generally does under such circumstances, burst into tears. We hastened to assure her that her alarm was groundless, that we would be as loath to meet a Yankee detective at this moment as we would His Satanic Majesty himself. I showed my gray jacket, and by a little reasoning convinced her that so far from being the loyal spy she thought, I was an honest Rebel soldier whose sole desire was to get over the river with all possible speed. The tears were dried, the songs renewed, but this time they were "Dixie" and "The Bonnie Blue Flag," sung to by the same innocent lips which but an hour ago caroled "Immaculate Union" ones. This only proves, however, that circumstances alter cases, and that women are born actresses and can rise to the level of all emergencies. The jovial host opened several bottles of homemade wine and insisted on drinking toasts illustrative of his feelings, and that, too, so continuously that midnight found me still passing what Mr. Swiveller would call the rosy. On retiring to rest he brought me an ancient sword of the size, shape, and general appearance of a scythe blade, which hung up over the bed, so in case of a morning foray the old war relic might prove handy. It was a terrible weapon according to our host, and had committed great execution in the hands of his grandfather in the great Irish Rebellion of '98. With it near, no one would dare attack, and before harm could come to me it would be necessary to cross over his dead body. And then he bade me good night, or rather good morning, and retired. After a few hours' sleep and a hearty meal I was ready for anything. A neighbor had dropped in, who heard the story and gave in return the benefit of his advice. There was a certain negro, living not far away on the banks, who would ferry me over the river for $10, and it would be as well and safest to avail myself of his services. Not content with showing so much kindness, the true-hearted entertainer insisted on going a part of the way and pointing out the different fords. We went first to the aqueduct on the Monocacy Creek, but found it heavily guarded. No persons were allowed to pass save those with passports from the provost. Nothing now remained but to wade across the run, so making a detour of a mile or so, I rolled up my pants to attempt it. "So soon as you get across," said the Irish friend, "go to the village near by called Slicksville, and buy 10 yards of rope and a hatchet, and if you can't find the darky with a squint in his eye to row you over, build a raft and paddle across in that way." Shaking him warmly by the hand, I started to cross the creek, which emptied into the river at right angles. The water was at freezing point and about 4 feet deep. It was necessary to wade nearly 100 yards to gain the opposite shore. I emerged blue and numbed with cold. As I turned to take a parting look, there stood the kind-hearted fellow waving his handkerchief in a last token of farewell. A noble heart beat in that man's bosom. On my way to Slicksville I met a farmer, who informed me that he had just left the village and that there were 2 detectives in the place. Knowing that certain capture would ensue should I venture near, I branched off the road leading there, and striking the towpath of the canal, walked heedlessly along, not knowing what next to do or where to go. The canal was parallel with the river, in fact on its very brink, but it had been constructed on the crest of the hill, while the river rushed along at the bottom some 70 feet below. Keeping on, I came across an abandoned canal boat which lay in the dry bed of the stately old ditch, whose waters had been turned off since the beginning of the war. The craft had been deserted, of course, and by a happy inspiration the idea flashed across my mind that out of the idle timbers a raft might be constructed upon which to cross the river. Before starting to work I scouted around to find if there were any enemies near. I learned that the nearest picket was at Monocacy about a mile below, where there was a blockhouse garrisoned by a command called Scott's 900, who, if the citizens of the vicinity were to be believed, was as arrant a set of thieves as ever plundered a hen roost or stole linen from a hedge. About 5 o'clock that cold evening, February 17th, 1864, I commenced constructing the raft. The canal boat had been moored at the time it had been abandoned, and fastened to stakes driven down in either bank, by 2 large ropes, one at the bow and the other at the stern. The ropes were the very things that were needed, but then I had no knife with which to cut them. However, I was not to be deterred by such a trifle as that, even if I had been obliged to emulate the example of the rats and gnaw them in 2. Yes, though they had been cables 3 inches in diameter, I was bound to have those ropes at all costs. So I hunted around and found a treasure in a piece of an old rusty iron hoop, which being broken in sections and sharpened on a stone made a knife that answered every purpose. With it both lines were cut, and with cold stiffened fingers I set to work to unravel them. This consumed about an hour, and then I found myself in possession of 6 small-inch ropes about 15 feet long, or nearly 30 yards altogether, more than enough to bind the largest raft. It was night when this work was done. It was stinging cold and I had neither overcoat nor blanket. The next step was to construct a bridge from the boat to the towpath, which was accomplished by placing in the bottom of the canal, about 6 feet apart, 2 high stools or wooden horses, as they are called, on the boat, on which rested planks and beams. Thus was formed an easy transit from the craft to the path, obviating the necessity of jumping down to the bed of the canal and then climbing up the bank every time a move was made from one to the other. The bridge having been finished, I concluded from very weariness to postpone further operations until morning. So descending into the deserted cabin, a little close hole about the size of a big dry goods box, and groping about in the dark to find some place in which to sleep, I finally climbed into a bunk. There I encountered an old mattress about as soft and pliable as sheet iron, and a quantity of rags which might have been a quilt or coverlid before the flood. The smell of it! Phew! It took the breath away. I jumped out in a hurry and went on deck. There the bitter icy wind was sweeping, and I had either to freeze or return to yon combination of foul odors which would have done credit to a patent phosphate fertilizing factory on a hot summer day. I chose the latter, went back and laid down on the mattress, and got under the filthy rags, and with hands clasped tightly over my face, thought of damask roses and the spices of Araby. At the dawn of day I awoke, and going out on deck breathed the pure air once more. I commenced work with a will. Tearing the large wooden covers off the apertures in the deck and carrying them across the improvised bridge to the bank, they were pitched down the steep slope to the river edge. A quantity of loose planks were laying around, as well as nails, so that by forenoon there was a large pile of lumber collected. Several times during the morning I came within an ace of being caught. Once I was just about to hammer out some nails from a piece of timber on the shore, when by a sort of uncontrollable impulse I stopped and crept up the bank. On reaching the top I had hardly time to conceal myself before half a dozen bluecoats passed along the towpath, so close indeed that I could have touched them with outstretched hand. About 10 o'clock the raft was finished which was to bear me across the water, fortune as dear to me as Caesar's to himself and country. I determined to start at once. Grasping the improvised paddle I was about to maffle off, when several citizens riding by on the towpath above saw me, and jumping from their horses pulled the raft back. I indignantly asked what was meant. One of the citizens replied that the canal boat belonged to him, and he wanted to know who I was, where I was going, and by what right I proposed helping myself to his lumber. It was useless to attempt to deceive him. Caught flagrant delicto, so I made a virtue of necessity, owned the truth, and asked for help. "No, sir," he said, "I am a loyal man. I cannot help you, but I won't betray you. My advice is that you go to the nearest garrison, give yourself up, and take the oath of allegiance." My only reply was a bitter curse, which could not have been mistaken as otherwise than a most emphatic denial. "Well, anyhow," he resumed, "I cannot let this raft go. There's fully $25 worth of timber here." "Well," said I, "if you set the liberty and happiness of a fellow man against the sum of $25, there is nothing more to be said. I never overrated myself, but I hoped that I could bring more than that sum. Here is your $25, every cent I have in the world. Take it, but I am going to cross the river tonight if I have to swim." This seemed to touch his companions, who demurred against his accepting the money, so he refused the proffer and said with further generosity, "You may have the plank, but if you try to cross the river before dark you will be killed to a certainty, for as soon as you reach the middle of the stream you will be in musket range of our soldiers and they will pick you off as they would a wild duck floating on the water." This struck me as being a solemn fact, and fortunate indeed it was that he had come up on the moment of departure and prevented the maddest step that could have been taken. "You can try it if you are bent upon it, but take my advice and don't make the attempt until dark," still urged the owner of the raft as the party remounted and rowed off. There were yet several hours of light, so after a mental consultation I thought I had better lie low even though I was fighting hungry. I went within the cabin and fastened the door, intending to get some sleep, but in a short time was aroused by some one trying to effect an entrance. I was on my feet in a second, and as quick as thought had squeezed through the stern window, about 12 inches square, but then I was thin, very thin, and climbed the bank. I then found the intruder was a young country fellow, a coarse-looking rustic, who being gifted with an inquiring mind, was on a voyage of discovery. Leaving him to pursue his investigations undisturbed, I walked leisurely up the path, intending to return when his labors were ended and his departure taken. I had not proceeded far when, hearing a noise in the rear, I looked and beheld two Yankee cavalrymen riding down the path at a gallop. "The game is up," I thought. But no, they approached with a rush, with no thought of drawing rein. We cheered them as they passed, for they were only trying their horses in a little private scrub race. Surely, thought I, after so many narrow escapes and providential interposition, my efforts must be crowned with success. I fell to discussing the chances for and against my ultimate good fortune. I thought of the French philosopher who, being in a maze of doubt regarding the immortality of the soul, and wandering in a labyrinth of speculation, determined to solve the question by a method altogether unique in ethics. He prepared to throw a stone at a tree. "If I strike, I believe; if I miss, I'm eternally a skeptic." So he fired away, struck, and had an easy conscience and a firm faith ever afterwards. This determined me to try my fortune by the same novel yet decisive mode for consolation. My faith was below par then. The chances against success were heavy, the danger close, so I chose a tree and selected a stone. If I strike that tree, I will some day reach Virginia safe and sound. If I miss it, then either captivity or death will be my portion. Taking off my jacket and looking straight at the trunk of the lordly oak some 20 paces off, I drew back with every muscle braced and stood ready to cast the die. Surely little David, when he put the pebble in the sling to hurl at big Goliath, never felt more acutely or eagerly the momentous results depending upon the flight of the stone. The rock sailed through the air, and the tree was struck plumb in the center. As apparently trivial, childish as this act was, it instilled in my mind a profound conviction of ultimate success. A confidence so firm that even in the darkest hour and amid all scenes, surrounded by lines of steel, environed by massive walls of granite, my faith remained staunch and firm. By constant brooding upon the subject I felt as would the warriors of ancient Greece had they heard the decrees of fate pronounced by the oracle itself. Many, many times, when suffering the pangs of hunger and cold, when ill-treated and trodden upon, when life itself became a thing of no value, when despair stood ready to counsel apathetic submission to an apparently irresistible destiny, did the memory of that tree test come back, and nerve the almost helpless heart to stern endurance and greater efforts. It was superstition, yes, but a superstition whose faith was as strong as that of religions, a superstition whose power was potent for all good. At last the sun went down and the gray shades of evening fell upon the scene, dimming all views, merging all objects and colors into one dull, opaque mass. Untying the raft, I stepped in and shoved off. It was about 10 feet square and bore the burden well. It progressed swimmingly until it reached the current 20 yards from shore. The river, about 200 yards wide at this point, was running like a mill race. The water foamed and bubbled, speeding down with a seething rush and roar. The current caught the broad, unwielding craft and sported with it at its own wild pleasure, spun it around and round despite my frantic efforts to guide it. It shot suddenly forward, then became entangled in a whirlpool and twirled like a top. I battled wildly to guide its course, but it was no use. The waters were having their own way and were making a high old jest of it. The swift, tumultuous current tossed the raft as if it were the merest chip, dashed it here and there like a bubble on the surface. Wet with perspiration and with aching muscles I strove more and more to stem the tide and at least shape its course to the opposite shore. All in vain. The utmost endeavors only caused it to revolve in a circle, while all the time the planks, borne on the bosom of the current, had been impelled swiftly down the fast flowing river. In the meantime the violence of the eddying stream had commenced to dash the raft to pieces. Several large timbers becoming loosened and detached, floated away, and in a few minutes the whole thing would go to wreck. Not far off were the lights of the blockhouse at Monocacy, toward which the fast crumbling raft was hurrying with frightful velocity. In 5 minutes, if the boards could hold together so long, it would be caught under the arches of the bridge below. Such paddling was never witnessed on the Potomac, and it was only by intense physical exertion that I succeeded in returning to the shore which had just been left, and not 1 minute too soon. Jumping on shore I gave the cursed old concern a spiteful kick, which caused it to shoot far out into the stream. It dashed down the river and disappeared in the gloom. In far deeper gloom I walked back to the canal boat, too miserable to speak, and sat for some time incapable even of thinking. After all I had gone through, it was hard, very hard, to wind up at the same point from which I started, only worse off. Tragedy and comedy are inseparably linked together, and as woebegone as I was, I thought of a story I had heard and burst into hysterical laughter. Dick Martin told it to me one night in camp and said it was frozen truth. It was down in the northern neck in Virginia the summer before the war. A neighbor had an old razorback sow, which used to raise a plentiful lot of pigs every year, and when these young porkers were large enough to follow her, she would break in his cornfield, despite fence or stone wall. If she could not squeeze through a panel of the fence, she would root a hole in the wall, and once in, would play havoc with the growing crop. There was one particular spot in the stone wall through which she was accustomed to make her entrance and her exit. Often would the farmer fill up the aperture, only to find that the hog with her long snout had mined her way through on the very next day. He stood this until, as Mark Twain would say, it became monotonous, so he sought a hollow log in the shape of a U, with which he stopped the hole, both ends opening, of course, on the highway. It was a very warm day that I chanced to be traveling along the road and rested for a moment under the shade of a large tree near by. In the few minutes I saw a tall, gaunt female swine with a whole brood of pigs, making her way with divers grunts of satisfaction toward the cornfield, advancing, as if she had not a second to lose, to her special aperture. In she went as if it were an accustomed runway, her whole family at her heels. In the shortest space of time she emerged, but instead of finding herself among the succulent corn stalks, she had struck the dusty turnpike. If ever a hog was puzzled, she was. However, after giving her head a wise shake, she essayed the trip again, and once more reappeared on the same side of the fence. The old sow was posed and staggered, for nice as her brains would have been in a frying pan, they were not equal to the situation. Her little eyes blinked, her little rat tail wiggled, and she grunted her perplexity to her noisy offspring. Making a detour and taking the bearings so as to be sure she was right this time, she confidently made her third trial. She passed in at the hollow log and came out as she had entered. But no sooner had she emerged the third time, with the same result, than casting a horrified look around, she gave a frightened squeal and set off down the road as if the devil were after her. And so I felt like that old sow. I had gone into the hole, yonder was the cornfield I had hoped to reach, and I found myself just where I started. Nearly frozen, half starved, wholly demoralized, I sat there on the tow path, wondering what in this world of sorrows I was to do next. I must go to some house, get something to eat and some sleep, then pick the flint and try again. It was a dim, misty night. A sudden wind had risen, filling the sky with floating clouds and chilling the blood of any half-clothed unfortunate who walked the earth. I kept on and had hardly gone 2 miles when suddenly there came the quick, sharp challenge, "Halt!" In the dim light a squad of men could be seen, and the glint of the musket barrel showed who they were. I felt like Samson when the Philistines got him the second time. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 12 Recaptured. There were 5 soldiers who demanded a surrender, and each had his musket leveled, the hammer drawn back, his finger upon the trigger. Striking a match, the Federals surveyed their trophy, felt my pockets for arms, and ordered me to come along. According to a preconcerted plan, I tried the countryman's dodge, and told them that I only lived a mile through the woods, begged the soldiers to go home with me, promising them something to drink if they would come. It would not work. The Yankees had evidently more than a suspicion who their captive was, and had no idea of giving me a chance to escape through the woods. So with 2 on each side, and the 5th leading the way, the party kept down the towpath toward the canal boat. On the way, they informed me that they were a part of the garrison at the Point of Rocks, that a citizen had given information at the post to the effect that a large party was building a raft, intending to cross to the Virginia side, which they had been sent to apprehend. Reaching the canal boat, the soldiers made a close examination, of course finding nobody. Then, continuing their investigations, they went down the bank. At the very point where I had started with the raft was a skiff with 2 paddles. Oh, if I had only waited 2 hours! Oh, the monumentous weight of an if! Some Virginians, across the way, had evidently seen the worker on the raft, and conjecturing at once who it was, had come in a boat to the rescue, and were probably looking for me then, as the party pounced upon the skiff, the sides and the bottom of which were soon stove in by the butt end of the muskets in the hands of the enemy. So in addition to the woes of prisoners, came the keen regret that friends would suffer in trying to give aid. But there was little time for either sorrow or regret. The sergeant gave the order to march, and in an hour the party arrived at its destination, Point of Rocks, a station on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Seeing there was no further use in concealment, I acknowledged to the sergeant my real identity. He took me to the adjutant, a fine, gentlemanly looking fellow, who merely asked if I had papers of any kind, and upon being answered in the negative, courteously declined the proffered offer to submit the contents of my pockets to inspection. He invited me to sit down, and for half an hour conversed very pleasantly upon the topics of the day, asking many questions about the South, the morale of the army, the state of the commissariat, in all of which he seemed much interested. At last the guard returned, and I was taken into one of the unoccupied rooms of the depot, where a half dozen meal sacks were given in lieu of blankets, and a sentinel placed in the room. I fully intended trying to get away that night, and could easily have done so, for there was but one guard, who would probably fall asleep. Then escape to the woods could be effected before any alarm would be made. I went to sleep with the determination to waken somewhere about midnight, but was so broken down by hard work, exposure and excitement that I did not open my eyes until late in the morning. Performing a hasty toilet, I went to breakfast with the guard, eating and chatting sociably together. The rations drawn by a private soldier in the Federal army made one Reb open his eyes. How happy and contented our comrades across the way would be if they could live like the rank and file of this Yankee host. Breakfast consisted of loaf bread, hot biscuit, coffee with plenty of sugar, fried ham, cold beef, hardtack, and molasses. This the guard averred was his regular breakfast rations. For dinner, he declared, beans, rice, and hominy were issued, and that he had never bought a cent's worth of food since he had been in the garrison. When I told him how the soldiers of the South fared, officers and men, he said if his government fed him so, he would desert the first opportunity. After breakfast I was taken before the commandant of the post, a big, brawny, red-faced fellow, who first tried to scare me into fits by his scowling face and bullying tones. Then, seeing that a boy who had been trained in the school of danger was not apt to quake in his shoes and become frightened because a moon-faced officer put on a sour face and howled, he ordered his satellites to treat me as a spy instead of a regular soldier in the Confederate army. He searched me, but I saved the money by slipping the rolls into my mouth, a suggestion for which I had to thank my friend the guard of the night before. He whispered the hint to me in parting, and so I was enabled to save $10. It was ever thus, Billy Yank helping Johnny Reb. The examination was of the strictest kind. Pockets were turned inside out, clothes shaken, boots removed, and stockings too, while the colonel stood by, as if he expected to discover treasonable documents which would consign the youth before him to the gallows, and while putting an end to him, reflect undying credit on himself. Visions, no doubt, of the capture of Andre and the appropriation by Congress from the United States Treasury to fill the pockets and swell the fame of the brave captor, flashed across his mind. And yet, as old Tony Weller said of matrimony, it was a pity to go through so much to get so little. For the most rigorous scrutiny failed to discover anything except an old Richmond passport, which only served to establish the identity of myself. This puffed up individual was the colonel of the First Maryland Union Regiment, but he could hardly have been a native of that proud old state. The lieutenant colonel, who had lost his arm in battle, was a gallant and unmistakable gentleman, who treated his Southern prisoner with marked courtesy. So also was the adjutant. Save these two, all the officers of the First Regiment with whom I came in contact were rather a rough set of men. After the search was ended I was subjected to a pumping process, which brought up one point of information to a barrel of lies. I recounted truly my escape, but everything as regarded the strength and condition of the army, of course, as a soldier, I did not answer. I was then dismissed and sent back to the depot to await the first train to Harper's Ferry. At 11 in the morning the cars stopped. I was put on board and in an hour disembarked at the ferry, and was immediately taken before the provost marshal and subjected to another examination, in which, despite all protest, pockets and boots underwent another severe scrutiny, it is needless to say, with the same barren results. Then I was placed in the garrison guardhouse, a horrible place, worse by far than a jail. This prison was cold, dreary, and filthy beyond belief. Originally it had been a part of the old Armory building, burnt during the first year of the war. Nothing but the walls had been left standing. These had been roofed over and converted into a decent shelter so far as the rain was concerned, but afforded no protection against the biting blasts of winter. There were 3 large rooms connected by doorways which had no doors, but instead stood a sentinel with loaded musket to prevent going from one apartment to another, save those who had the authority to pass. The room upon the left was for the use of the officer of the day. That in the center was for Rebel prisoners, while in the one on the right were confined Yankees held in durance for a gamut of crimes, running from desertion to murder. The newly arrived prisoner was placed by mistake in this den of lions. My citizen's suit covering the uniform was doubtless the cause of the error. In a few seconds, in fact, as soon as the guard had disappeared from the door, I was attacked by the Yankees, and a lively fight ensued. Of course it was all one way, and would have ended seriously, but fortunately the officer of the day, hearing the racket and fearing that murder was being committed, rushed in, and striking right and left with his sword, soon quieted the tumult. I was but a boy in years, slight in form, and was carried out from my encounter with a room full of savage roughs, with eyes bunged, nose bleeding, and clothes torn. Whereupon the officer declared that I myself had raised the row, in fact was dangerous and must be handcuffed, and handcuffed I was. Honor to the man who conceived the kindly thought, due honor to his bravery. It had been the fable over again of the lamb muddying the stream. But all honor to the officer's charge, his keen perception of the situation, and his prompt measures to preserve the garrison. I was then placed among my own people in the center room, only 6 all told, picked up here and there at different times. For a couple of weeks I remained just about as happy as disembodied spirits confined in the chambers of Dante's Inferno. The food was insufficient, our treatment cruel and inhumane in the extreme. The guards were accustomed to strike and kick the men in their charge on the slightest provocation. Of course they were not Americans. The true Anglo Saxon race has but little of the tyrant or bully in it. They were Dutch, but few speaking any English at all, though the regiment was known as the 93rd Pennsylvania. There was not a prisoner there who did not bear, either upon his face or his person, some legible scar or wound made by those Dutchmen. Because I would not give one of the guards my briarwood, I was knocked senseless and my head cut open by a brick which the Dutchman picked up and threw so quickly that I did not have time to dodge. I will carry the scar of that ignoble wound to my dying day. Another was struck on the chest by the butt of a musket, which resulted in a hemorrhage. A third suffered from a bayonet thrust through his leg, while a fourth felt his nose grow almost to the size of a turnip, rendered thus corpulent by the stroke of a fist. All this without the shadow of a cause. There was absolutely no authority to whom one could appeal, for the officer who had temporary charge of the prisoners was a captain in the 93rd, by whose orders 4 out of 6 captured soldiers were handcuffed. There could be no appeal to him. It was hard to become accustomed to those iron bracelets, and it would be a long time before the wearer learned to use his hands. Both must be moved at the same time. The right must follow the left, or else a sharp jerk would further wound the lacerated flesh. Even in deepest sleep, dreams were tinctured by iron fetters, and the wearer wakened 20 times a night. But custom soon became a habit, and after the first week they could be worn as unconsciously as the maiden sports her golden bracelet. The Yankee prisoners next door made day and night resonant with songs and howls. At least 20 fights in the 12 hours were averaged, only checked by the officers rushing in and hammering away with their swords at every head, while the sentinel stood and watched the fun with a grin of satisfaction on his dull, beery face. How the Northern prisoners learned to hate the Dutchmen! They reviled them, they cursed them, they denounced them in all the choice terms drawn from a large and unique collection of Billingsgate, and they mimicked their broken English until the said Dutchmen were beside themselves with rage. Those prisoners were a rough set. Half of them were born in the gutter, reared in the streets, and had served a term in Bridewell or jail. They gravitated as naturally to prison as a sailor just landed from a long cruise goes to a gin shop. They passed their time in all sorts of cruel practical jokes. One circumstance will serve for illustration, happening as it did under the eye of the Rebels who could attest its truth. A guard was standing in the doorway dividing the center and west rooms, in which were confined the prisoners of both North and South. He was a big, savage Hessian, some 40 years old, whose ponderous fist was ever ready to strike, whose mouth was always filled with tobacco juice, ready to squirt on the prisoners of either side, on their faces, their hands, their persons, it made no difference to the barbarian. He was very fond of smoking, and owned a real German pipe, the bowl of which was china, fully 6 inches in length, and held a handful of tobacco. It had a flexible gutta percha tube, and when the amber mouthpiece was clasped between the teeth, the top of the long bowl came to within a few inches of his eyes. One morning he was smoking at his usual post, when the officer of the day called him hastily into the guardroom. Leaning his musket across the doorway, he laid his pipe upon a cracker box which stood near by, and hurried out. He was gone only a minute, but even in that time, as quick as thought, his pipe had been seized and manipulated in some mysterious manner, and hastily returned to the same place before he was ready to resume his smoke. He took it up. The prisoners on the Rebel side knew that something had been done, for they had seen the Yankee snatch the pipe and slyly slip it back. But the guard had brutally struck several of their number, so they considered it no business of theirs to give the word of warning. The pipe did not seem to draw, though the Dutchman worked at it until he grew purple in the face. Then he examined it. The fire had gone out. Drawing a match from his pocket, he lit the tobacco and puffed away very contentedly. There were 100 pairs of eyes watching him with breathless eagerness, waiting some denouement. It came soon enough. A flash of fire darted from the bowl of the pipe and enveloped his face. The hair and beard were in a flame in a second, while the white smoke spread like a little cloud through the room and drifted upward toward the rafters. The strong man, one moment standing erect, the next was rolling over the floor in agony, lading the air with horrible shrieks and screams. Guards and officers rushed in. The odor of burned hair was filling the room with a nauseating stench. A surgeon was sent for. Meanwhile the man was mad with pain, requiring a half dozen men to hold him in his frenzied struggles. The doctor arrived and on examining the patient disclosed to view a face the sight of which was sickening in the extreme. One side was blistered black, the left eye had been at the moment directly over the bowl of the pipe and looked only like a black piece of cork. In his torture the soldier, in broken English, prayed to be killed. Indeed, his cries were so loud and fearful that they brought scores of soldiers around the building, who had heard the shrieks of the man half a mile away. "Who did this?" sternly demanded the commandant, going into the room. Nobody knew anything about it. In fact, there were no witnesses to point out even so much as a surmise, for the afflicted man was incoherent and could answer no questions. Only this much was known. Someone had nearly filled the bowl with gunpowder, and a small quantity of tobacco on top. A few whiffs burnt the tobacco and ignited the powder with the result just related. The catastrophe had a good effect upon the Dutch soldiers, who were a scary set at best. It made them more circumspect, while those on guard thereafter kept their eyes open and their hands to themselves. At last, one morning, to the joy of all, the prisoners learned that the 93rd Pennsylvania would leave the next day and another regiment take its place. The treatment meted out to them by these foreign ruffians had so embittered them that each Rebel hoped from the bottom of his heart they would leave their bones on some Virginia battlefield. Sure enough, the next morning those bullying Hessians marched away, followed by the hisses and hootings of both Yankee and Rebel prisoners, who only wished that every parting curse could have been a good-sized brickbat. Our men were overjoyed to find that the place of the 93rd was to be filled by the 14th New Hampshire, who had guarded the old Capitol prison. The former charges of Lieutenant Webster renewed their acquaintance with him with pleasure, for he was as jovial and good-hearted a fellow as ever lived. He had all handcuffs off in an hour after his arrival. Glorious, sunny-tempered Webster! My heart warms at the recollection of his genial voice, warm glances, and many kindnesses. He improved the situation in every way. But all this time the subject of escape had never left the mind of at least one man who had once succeeded in eluding the vigilance of the Washington guards. I brooded, plotted, and planned, but there was absolutely no chance at Harper's Ferry on which to build a hope. Even if I could succeed in getting out of the building, the river ran on one side, the precipitous mountain a few feet off hedged in the other, while on the right and left were two bridges guarded strongly by day and night. It was a cage within a cage. If one was forced, the other would certainly hold. Yet I, who dreamed of liberty every moment, determined to make the attempt whenever and wherever an opportunity should occur, except at this one place. Rebel prisoners were brought in nearly every day, singly and in twos and threes, mostly Mosby's men, captured on scouts. On the 22nd of February, 1864, a small squad arrived, all Marylanders, caught in trying to run the blockade to Baltimore, and on the 29th 17 more, belonging to Mosby's battalion, were captured, and the one Rebel room of the prison was crowded in consequence. Of course, the new acquisitions made it more pleasant for those already garnered. But there were getting too many, evidently, for the comfort of the authorities, and on the principle that a man when his pockets overflow will carry his treasure to bank, orders were given to start on the morrow for Camp Chase in Ohio. The Rebels filled one car and had a pleasant ride to Wheeling, West Virginia, where they were stopped for the night. The guard room was in delightful contrast to the one just vacated, being immense in size, well heated, light, airy, and scrupulously neat, with pillows and mattresses. The food was well cooked and very palatable. But even amid these comforts, the stern realities of war made themselves felt. On every side could be seen the Northern prisoners, fettered with ball and chain, and in such numbers that when they walked about over the floor dragging the iron balls, it sounded altogether like the mutterings of a thunderstorm. Many were the devices used by the unfortunates to lighten the burdens of the heavy ball, the most common consisting of a little wagon in which the heavy shot could be rolled about from place to place, just as a schoolboy loves to trundle about mimic burdens in miniature carts. Here was some tangible proof of the strict discipline of the Union Army and the treatment accorded the Yankee private, of whom one had been wearing the ball and chain for 6 months with the prospect of 6 more, because of a personal difficulty with his sergeant whom he had struck. Another lay in his bunk with his leg swollen to an enormous size, but the irons were not removed. Some were ill, but still wore the fetters. All this would not have been tolerated in our Army of Northern Virginia. Each new arrival had to be initiated by being tossed in a blanket, just as the goat herds threw poor Sancho Panza in the inn yard. There was no use in resisting. A dozen willing hands seized the victim, placed him in a large thick blanket, some 12 feet square, as many as could wedge in would grasp the edges, and then, with united effort, the body would be sent 20 feet into the air, only to fall and rise again. The fun of the thing consisted in the struggles and absurd gyrations of the tossed as he would fly through space. Indeed, it was irresistibly ludicrous. Sometimes they would catch an old stager, who would be like a lump and not move a muscle, who would rise like a log and fall like a stone. There would be no fun in tossing him, and his speedy release would be an assured thing. Indeed, the game to him was rather pleasant than otherwise, the only inconvenience being the fear that the elastic cloth giving way he might drop upon the hard floor. But this rarely happened, and the initiation having been gone through with, he might be sure of future peace. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 13, The Second Escape. The prisoners spent the following day in the Wheeling prison, and had strong hopes that this would be their future home, for with the exception of Fort Warren, it was the most comfortable place of confinement in America. Some few prisoners would have been well content to spend the remainder of the war there, but no sooner had each man selected his bunk, chosen his comrade, and made those little arrangements looking to a protracted stay, than orders were received to leave in half an hour. There seemed no rest for the weary in that delectable region, so the men fell into line and marched to the depot. The cars were not forthcoming, however, consequently the prisoners were conducted back, with orders to be ready to start next morning before day. "Where are we going?" asked one of the number of the officer in charge. "Camp Chase," he answered curtly, as he turned away. Camp Chase! The words sounded like a knell to all who heard them. We had listened recently to fearful accounts of this prison, tales of dreadful cold, insufficient rations, and the awful death rate among the prisoners, all of which were much exaggerated doubtless in the telling, but which filled the mind with horror. Camp Chase! The boding words chased sleep from the eyes that night, for neither the princely Clarence nor the noble Buckingham felt more aversion or gloomy forebodings in going to the Tower than did those doomed for that Ohio Hades. Julian Robinson of Mosby's battalion and myself lay quietly in whispered consultation. We felt certain that the best and last chance was to escape en route, for once in that fortified place we knew by hearsay that the opportunities of getting away were 1 in a million. Among the many thousands confined there, not more than a score had succeeded in the attempt to escape. No further exchange of prisoners could take place, it was said, and who knew, the war might last for years yet. Better to be killed at once than to linger out a life of torture and die 1,000 deaths in that lengthened imprisonment. So we made up our minds that in 24 hours we would be free in our physical bodies if possible, in spirit if fortune so willed it. The best plan was to play the same game which I had played so successfully in Washington, only this time, instead of a citizen's suit, I determined to wear the Yankee uniform. Both of us had several changes of underclothing, and also a few dollars which we had held and concealed as a miser does his hoard. The money was destined to come into practical use, for before the journey commenced We traded the stock in hand for a blue overcoat and Yankee cap apiece. Of course the Federal prisoners knew what we wanted with them, but the little flame of patriotism which had once burned in their hearts had been utterly quenched by confinement, so they readily made the bargain; nay, they even gave the names of several Southern sympathizers living in Wheeling, to whom it might be well to apply in case we succeeded in taking French leave. At 3 o'clock, before dawn, the prisoners were roused by the guards. A breakfast of hot coffee, bread and meat was ready for us. We were then formed into ranks of twos and marched down the street. In the confusion of starting, Robinson and myself became separated, the former being in the front and I in the rear of the column. In all there were about 45 prisoners in the squad, and their route lay through the principal street. In 15 minutes' walk the line had reached the Suspension Bridge, a magnificent iron structure thrown across the Ohio River, on the other side of which was the village called Bridgeport. There we were to take the cars to Columbus, where the prison was situated. We slipped on our overcoats along the route. It was bitterly cold, the north wind sweeping in boisterous gusts down the river and whistling in wild refrain through the iron bars of the bridge, hanging so loftily in the air that it seemed to swing like a rope in the roaring blast. Beneath, 200 feet, so distant that it made the head swim to watch it, ran the river, its bosom filled with huge blocks of floating ice, whose hard crackling and grinding sounded above the dash of the wind. It was then light; the day had dawned, but the sun had not yet risen. The bridge was several yards wide. After traveling the main roadway a short distance, the column deflected and took the part partitioned off for foot passengers, which was about 4 feet wide. We had traversed about 9/10 of the distance, and a dozen steps would bring us to the end of the bridge, where not 50 feet away was the depot. I was walking with Bob Ballinger, an Alexandrian of Mosby's Rangers, a tall, slab-sided fellow who stumbled along as if half asleep, his chin sunk on his breast and his old slouch hat pulled over his eyes. Now was the time, and if Robinson's nerve had failed I would have to look out for myself. As I glanced forward I saw a blue-coated figure cross the line at the head of the column, and in a few paces more I saw my comrade leaning against the handrail and heard him mock and jibe the prisoners as they passed. I pulled myself together. The head of the column was across the bridge. I threw my old slouch hat on the ground and replaced it with a neat Yankee cap, and stepped right by the guard, uttering the same exclamation I had used in my escape in Washington, with exactly the same result. The guard was bewildered, and half checked his pace forward and involuntarily brought his gun down from his shoulder, but he could not stop without having a scene, and he was not sure, and the natural attitude of the bluecoat decided the mental conflict in his mind, so he reshouldered his gun and stalked on. Bob Ballinger, after the war was over, said he did not see me vanish, nor were either Robinson or myself missed until some minutes after, when the Rebel squad was turned over to the Ohio Provost Guard, who told off each name as the men stepped aside, and we were missed. A fine disturbance followed. Every one of our guards stoutly maintained that they brought the whole detachment over just as they were delivered to them. Thinking that we must have been left in the prison at Wheeling, 2 guards were sent back after us. In a few seconds I was at Robinson's side. We uttered no words, but the pressure of our hands and the glance of our eyes told the tale, though our lips were mute, for we were too happy to speak. We were in a very tight place, and the first question was no idle one. What should we do? It meant certain capture to stay on the bridge. We knew our absence would be noticed, for the roll was bound to be called at the cars, and if our absence was not discovered, the guard would soon be returning to the prison. We could not go on to Bridgeport, for that would be like running into the foe. We could not jump off into the water; that would be certain death. And how could we return to Wheeling when on the other side of the bridge walked a sentinel who would arrest us on sight? The truth was, the only possible course of action was to get back to Wheeling, guard or no guard, so after a little discussion we decided upon a course of action. We would write a pass, and if the sentinel refused to let us go on, we were to seize him and throw him headlong into the river. It was no time to stop then; we were playing for high stakes. If one enemy's life stood between us and liberty, it would have to go. "I will offer him the pass," said Robinson. "You stand behind him, and if he declines to recognize it I will clap my hand over his mouth, you grasp his legs and pitch him suddenly over the parapet." So I took a piece of paper and wrote with a lead pencil the following: "Wheeling, West Virginia, February 24th, 1864. Privates Robert and James Smith, Company H, 4th Union West Virginia Cavalry, have permission to cross over to Bridgeport, Ohio, and return on the morning of the 25th. James Eccles. Approved, J. C. Benton, Colonel commanding." With this document we walked toward the guard, hoping and trusting that he was an ignorant gawk who would not have sense enough to discover the imposition. As we came within 10 feet of him he halted us. He was a cavalryman, a tall, fine looking fellow with flashing black eyes. He had his sabre drawn and was slowly pacing the bridge, whistling a lively stave. "Halt! You cannot go by without a pass." "Here is one," answered Robinson, moving to one side and leaning carelessly against the railing. The trooper came up, took the paper and was reading it, while I selected my position behind him. We could hear the beating of our own hearts, as with nerves tensioned and muscles steeled we waited his decision. Surely many men go through life little knowing the perils all unseen which lurk so near. Many a man stands unconsciously even while the grim spectre Death opens wide his arms to enfold the victim, while he himself, it may be, never knows his hazard. "Oh," said the cavalryman, "this paper is not of any account." I gave a quick look. There was no sign of a human being within sight or call. Only we three stood alone on the bridge, and the dying cry would not be heard. The sands of that soldier's life were nearly run, the threads of his woof nearly spun. Surely some good angel guarded him in that his moment of supreme danger. A second later and all would have been over, when he added, "I know you boys have run the blockade over there, but you can slip by if you choose." And then he resumed his march and his tune, which came near being left unfinished. Once in Wheeling we called at the house of a Southern sympathizer, and scared that worthy out of his senses. Nor did we get a cent. However, he supplied us freely with advice to leave the city at once, which plan we immediately proceeded to put into execution. On our way through the streets we were recognized by some Yankees who had acted as guards in the prison, but who were fortunately unarmed. A lively race ensued, but as it was so early in the morning there were none in the streets to cry "Stop, thief," and aid in the chase. There were only two pursuers, one a short fat little fellow who dropped out of the race early in the game, but the other a tall, long legged Yankee who could get over a square in a few strides of his 7-leagued boots, kept on to the outskirts of the city, and did not give over the run until his prey stopped and seized each a rock, when his patriotism, which had rendered his heels so lively, suddenly oozed out and we were left in peace. Then we made a spurt and did not rest until we had put several miles between us and the dirty, smoke-grimed city of Wheeling. Our intention was to make a detour, strike the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, down which we proposed to travel, trusting to fortune to steal rides and be helped along by our own and others' wits, and so make our way into Virginia. I had relations living in Cumberland, Maryland, who, if we could reach them safely, would certainly help us all in their power. In fact, the railroad was the only route we could take, for the country was one succession of mountain ranges, over which it was simply impossible to make one's way in the dead of winter. Both of us thought we knew what good walking meant, having had practice as foot cavalry, and also imagined we had experience in roads, but those hills proved we were novices after all. It was only about 14 miles to the point which we wished to strike, but it required 8 hours of constant toil to make it. Up one mountain, down another, wading streams, forcing bushes and laurel brakes, until our strength was well nigh gone. Late in the evening we reached the railroad track, and did not stop until nearly 10 o'clock, when we halted at a small cottage on the side of the road about a half mile from the depot, and applied for something to eat. The owner, a young man, politely invited us in and supplied us with a most comfortable supper. We repeated to him the varnished tale, that we belonged to the Union Army, had just returned from home in Preston County, West Virginia, and were en route to Washington, and had been left by the cars, having gone up the valley to obtain something to eat, and had not returned in time. He heard us so far without interruption, when a smile broke over his face and he replied courteously, "Boys, you need not attempt to deceive me. You are escaped Southern prisoners. I heard about you in Wheeling today, and knew you as soon as I set eyes upon you." This knocked us flat, and we confessed the truth and begged him not to betray us, telling him of all our sufferings and disappointments, until his sympathies became thoroughly enlisted. He replied that he was a Union man, but he would not divulge our secret to anyone. Thanking him, which was all that we could do, we retired to rest, utterly worn out with excitement and fatigue. A good night's sleep and a hearty meal made us feel as bright as a new dollar. We were much surprised when our host told us that in the next room was a sick brother, a Federal soldier belonging to the First Union West Virginia Infantry, home on a furlough. He had heard the conversation of the preceding night, but sent word that he would not abuse the rights of hospitality and have us arrested, as he could easily have done by sending a notice to the guard at the depot but a short distance up the track. He said further that we had better make good use of the time, as the guards along the roads would be on the lookout for the two escaped prisoners. We thanked him for his generous hospitality and showed our full appreciation of that high honor which forbade his taking advantage of a foe who had broken his bread and eaten his salt. We made a note of his name and regiment, asking that if the fortunes of war should ever throw him a prisoner into the hands of the Rebels, to write and let us know, and we would pledge ourselves to go to General Lee in person in his behalf. He complied, giving the name of John Rudkins, Company I, 1st West Virginia Union Infantry. A cordial pressure of the hand and we took our departure. Tramping steadily along all day, we made very good time, passing several depots and stations on the route, some garrisoned. We were not molested, however, for we had traded off the blue overcoats and caps for suits of butternut in the most dilapidated condition, reminding one of the odd fellow in the nursery tales, rags and tatters, tatters and rags. En route we encountered many Irish laborers at work on the track, and in every instance found their sympathies were with the South. There were three reasons for this. One was, that in their opinion the situation of the South was analogous to that of Ireland. Another, that the Southern States were more Catholic than the North and had received the recognition and sympathy of the Pope, while above all the feelings of the warm-hearted sons of Erin were always on the side of the underdog in the fight. Consequently, we Rebels soon learned that whenever we met an Irishman, we had met a friend. With the citizens we had, on the contrary, to be very cautious in act and guarded in conversation, generally representing ourselves as Rebel prisoners released from Camp Chase after taking the oath of allegiance, to which we were obliged to subscribe in order to save our lives. Fortunately our appearance, so gaunt, haggard and thin, corroborated our statements and no one doubted our words. After a steady tramp all day along the track, we stopped for the night at a small house near the railroad. The inmates, who were very ignorant, accepted all yarns as gospel. Upon inquiry we found that we had walked just 24 miles that day. After a good breakfast, paid for in thanks, of which we had an inexhaustible supply, we continued our tramp. It was a bright, sunny day. The scenery along the route was superb. The mountains, rising grandly, hovered in their pride thousands of feet above the clear, limpid streams at their base. Brooks came dancing here and there down the jagged steeps, tossing into the flowing river a shower of pearls. Looming up, like giant sentinels keeping unsleeping watch, were the beetling, overhanging crags of the Alleghanies. The white clouds floated over their topmost peaks, half concealing, half revealing them. On the height of the grade the view was entrancing, and the eye could take in at one glance the whole effect, the sun touching the clouds and painting them in gorgeous tints beyond all earthly coloring, the background of peak on peak stretching in the distance. Ever and anon came the great iron steed, toiling up the precipitous track with its long winding burden, panting as it curved in and out upon its course, gaining as if with fiery throes the steep ascent. As it reached the crest it startled the echoes with its scream, and shaking its dusty head plunged down the iron slope, spurning the dull earth with flying heels and beating out in the twilight air a stream of flaky fire. The sun sank below the mountains, and we quickened our steps with the sudden reminder that we had eaten nothing since morning, and that it was time to drop sentiment and attend to fact. But mile after mile was traversed, and still no light gleamed through the window, no sound of civilized life broke upon our ears. About midnight we were completely broken down, so, choosing a secluded spot in the forest and striking a match, soon had a glorious fire. Collecting an armful of leaves as a substitute for a bed, we were in a moment oblivious to all human woes. An ample dinner given by a good Samaritan brought us up wonderfully next day, and we made good time, not stopping even to talk with the Irish section hands working along the track. No one took much notice of the two ragged individuals walking down the road. Who could have recognized a gay cavalier or company darling of Mosby's battalion, Julian Robinson, the lady's pet, the maiden's love, in that tatterdemalion limping along the railroad in the wild Cheat River region? I was in no better plight, and so, collectively, we formed a tableau at which the children stared and the dogs barked. To vary the monotony of the journey, we were accustomed to stop and talk with every one we met, who, as characteristic of the people, were inordinately curious and invariably asked three questions, viz: "What are your names? Where do you come from? Where are you going?" To each was improvised a different answer to suit the emergency, and certainly none could have traced us by our names, for the only ones we ever avoided taking were the ones our sponsors gave us. The second interrogation was usually responded to by the information that we were paroled prisoners from Camp Chase. "Look here, gentlemen," said Robinson, as a group of countrymen gathered around the stove in a little country store, after having listened to a frightful account of the horrors of Camp Chase, drawn from hearsay more than from imagination. "Look at me. When I was first carried into that infernal prison I weighed fully 200 pounds, and look at me now. Why, I would not tip the scales at 97." "Dang my buttons!" exclaimed a listener, with open eyes looking at the slim body of the speaker. "'Pears as if you had died and come to life again." "Good God! I'd as lief be killed at once as be sent there," remarked another with sincerity in his tones. "If they are Rebels, they oughtn't be treated as if they was dogs," growled an old, rough-faced Unionist. So they clubbed together, and we took up a collection amounting to $1.75, which sent us on our way rejoicing. We were in an enemy's country, and the first principle of military strategy teaches in that case to forage on the foe. Several days' walking brought us to Farmington, a pretty place on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Here we stopped at the house of Mr. Freeman, a devoted Southerner, who gave all assistance in his power. At this point all of our plans, which had worked so well, were changed. It had been our intention to keep straight along the track of the railroad, and secure in our disguise, not leave it until we should be in Virginia. But Mr. Freeman explained that it would be impracticable to reach Cumberland even by walking, as there would be several bridges to pass which could not be flanked. To cross on foot would result in certain detection and capture, for all these bridges were garrisoned, and no one was permitted to pass without having first been subjected to a rigorous examination. Should a particle of suspicion attach to the words or actions of any one, he was at once arrested and sent to the provost marshal, to either clear or criminate himself. "The only plan open for you," continued the host, "is to take the regular train to Cumberland, and from there make your way across the country south. Leave the track, by all means, if you do not wish to be discovered to a certainty." "But we have no money," we urged. "I will give you $10, which will be sufficient to take you to Cumberland," replied our kind friend. "After that you will have no further trouble." The next night we went on several miles, and took the train at Lymington Station for Cumberland. The whistle sounded and we were soon bowling along at the rate of 40 miles an hour. We had frequent cause to congratulate ourselves that kindly fate had sent us to the house of Mr. Freeman, for at every bridge we passed were sentinels at both ends, besides squads of home guards, who were constantly patrolling the road and arresting all suspicious persons. This was in consequence, so the conductor of the train told us, of several attempts lately made by Southern citizens to burn the railroad bridges, thus severing for a time communication between points on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. At midnight the train stopped. "Cumberland!" sang out the brakeman as the cars reached the platform. The weather during the last 2 or 3 hours had taken a sudden turn. A strong northwest wind had brought an icy blast which chilled everything and whirled the blinding snowflakes in a wild dance through the air. It was as dark as pitch. Yes, it was a wild night. The wind was increasing in fury every minute, sending the drifting, maddening snow flying through the streets. The weather was fearful for us, who had not so much as a blanket or overcoat, nothing but those rags over our gray jackets, which seemed to give fluttering entrance to the cold rather than to keep it out. The streets were choked by the flying mists that were whisked by the gale into every nook and cranny, and almost froze the marrow in our bones. The very lamps flared and flickered, and the congealing frost deadened their gleam and made them look like waning, waving torches. A bitter night for the poor soldier on picket, who stands with his back to the blast, a cruel night for the sailor hanging to the shrouds as he reefs the sails, a cursed night indeed for all outcasts or unfortunates. We had the name of a relation, a noted Southerner, who had supplied us with clothes and money at Harper's Ferry. After knocking up several housekeepers at different houses, for it was midnight, and alarming their families, we found the object of our search. We were ushered into the parlor, ablaze with light and brightened by gleaming anthracite. The curtains were closely drawn, the red velvet of chairs and sofas offered enticing, bewildering welcome to our stiffened, all but frozen forms, which sank into the depths of their loving embrace. Pictures, mirrors and books formed a home scene which the eyes of the wanderers had not beheld for many a sad day. Over all gleamed the red flames of the firelight, casting bright tintings into every corner, reflecting itself in the many polished surfaces and filling the air with a glowing heat which pervaded every sense. A greater contrast to the howling tempest without could not be imagined. The host entered. We told him the piteous story of our past hardships. He really seemed touched, for he was a warm-hearted man, whose every sympathy was with the cause of the struggling South. But just then his mother-in-law appeared upon the scene. Across her face shone no tender light of compassion. She heard our story of suffering without change of attitude or the blinking of an eyelid, and then we finished and waited. The vanquished warrior in the gladiatorial arena met with more pity, watching for the uplifted finger of the Roman patricians. As well might one of the old noblesse beg mercy at the hands of the tribune of the sections. It was the same old story, asking bread and receiving a stone. She informed us that her son-in-law had taken the oath of allegiance, and to help us was to break his word, and he would be ruined. Fortunately for us there was a noble, true heart in the house, an angel of mercy indeed, and as we were passing from the brightness to our death, all that sweet grace of tender womanhood found vent. As we reached the door, the young wife came to us with tears running down her fair cheeks, and pressed into my hand a roll of money, saying it was all she had. Then we stepped across the threshold into the darkness. The snow struck blindly in our faces, the storm was at its height, but the little act had put sunshine into our hearts and hope into our souls. After a hurried consultation, we decided to get into the country at once, for Cumberland was a dangerous place in which to linger. Nothing but the severity of the storm kept the guards from patrolling the streets. We struck for the open without delay and at haphazard. It was so dark that we could not see each other, so hand in hand we followed a street which led out of town. At last we came to a high hill. We reached the top and stumbled on, not knowing where we were. Oh, it was cold! Down that hill with the snow up to our knees, up a mountain, where we groped until the summit was reached, then down again until a clearing was entered, and the end, we felt, was not far off. Our limbs were inert, bodies numbed, while the stupor of death was upon us. At last we ran against a small house, and feeling carefully around discovered a door. We knocked and waited. No sound, no light flickered through the windows at the summons. We kicked harder, still no sign of life was vouchsafed. Getting desperate, we tried the door. It yielded, and we passed in. Striking a match and looking around, we saw that the tenement was unfinished. The plasterer had just commenced his work upon the walls. With hardly enough life left to make exertion of any kind, by mere strength of will, we collected planks and sticks and built a fire and sat cowering over the flames in fitful slumber until daybreak. End of chapter 13. Part 2, chapters 14 and 15 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 14, Captured Again. The next morning the storm had ceased. The sun shone coldly upon the white expanse. Looking cautiously out of the window, we saw there no need to fear detection, for the shanty stood isolated in the middle of a big field. It was a wonderful stroke of luck which had turned our wandering steps to that spot, when for a mile around was a desolate waste. "It is because you struck that tree," said Robinson. "I've never lost heart yet. If you had missed it when you tried your fortune on the canal boat, I would have despaired long before this." But what was to be done now? I wish to heaven that men had been born without stomachs. We could get along very well if we did not have to run the risk of detection by hunting for food. I'd be hanged if a soldier's life isn't for all the world like that greedy boy in the Tanglewood Tales. Victuals and drink, were the only things of which he could think. In truth, the day was half done. We had burnt up all the loose timber in the house. A roaring fire went up the new chimney, and so it was warm enough, but there was no cupboard even for old Mother Hubbard to look for a bone. Another council of war was held, in which it was decided that the idea of crossing the Alleghanies on foot was altogether out of the question, and then there was the Potomac to be gotten over before danger could be overcome. After my experience at Monocacy, it was not probable that we would try a raft again. We had money and would take the night train to Duffield Station, in Virginia, or if that should prove impracticable, try Sir John's Run in West Virginia and strike for Winchester. We sat patiently waiting for night. The wood had all given out. Next the carpenter's sawhorse fed the fire, then the flames devoured the window frames, and as the fiery element sank into a mass of glowing embers, we looked around for more fuel, but there was none. We were not going to freeze as well as starve, so we jerked and pulled down the stair steps, which furnished wood enough for the fire. Soon the night came on. The sky had clouded, boding another snowstorm not far off. In the loyal city of Cumberland, some 2 miles away, began to twinkle lights one after another. The hours now dragged by with leaden heels, while we anxiously waited for midnight. Minutes seemed hours, days, as we sat there over the dying coals, for we were afraid to let the fire blaze at night, lest it should serve as a beacon to guide some inquisitive people in our direction. We presented a picture of absolute misery. All things must come to an end at last, and even this comfortless, dreary day was numbered finally among the things that were. When the midnight stroke smote the air, it found us safely hidden under the platform at the depot. The train was behind time, so creeping out like a couple of rats bent on obtaining refreshment, we hied away in the friendly darkness to a restaurant near by, and ate as if we were bent on committing suicide. About 1 o'clock the rumble of the approaching train warned us to be ready. Getting on the off side of the track, we managed to elude the guard, whose attention was drawn by those entering from the platform in the regular way. In the short time it took us to duck in through the open door, we saw that the snow had commenced, and the platform, but freshly swept, was covered an inch deep. It had been so cold outside, and was so warm and comfortable within. The motion of the cars was so soothing, that in spite of all determination, in defiance of a most resolute will not to go to sleep, the drowsy god slowly wove his spell. The form of the passenger in front began to change shape. The swing lamps danced a jig. 1,000 fancies flitted through the brain. The lulling sound of the rolling train became fainter and fainter, and sleep at last claimed us for his own. Our dreams were rudely broken. "Station!" sang out the conductor, putting his head in at the door, and then out again, slamming the door after him, as conductors are wont to do to prevent puzzled passengers from asking questions. Thus, suddenly startled, we did not catch the name, but thought it sounded like that of our destination, so with brains in a whirl and only half awake we jumped from the train. We were in the midst of a Yankee camp. The sight woke us fully, and so startled us that every faculty was roused in a moment. We looked around. There were the cabins, in the dim light, looking like marble in their pure covering of snow, but not a soul was to be seen, not a sentinel posted, not a lookout placed. Everything was buried in profound slumber. It did not take long to get away from that place, and we soon reached the mountains and commenced our journey. Where we were or at what station we had gotten out we did not know. In dense ignorance we groped along, the driving sleet cutting our faces like the sting of whips. Blindly we moved on, for there were no roads nor paths. The night and the snow hid everything which could be served to guide. With the gait and the action of men without sight, we moved up an acclivity and down another, falling headlong, sometimes slipping off slippery rocks. At last we became lost in the compact laurel brakes, that were as dense as a swamp or morass of weeds, and as navigable as the Cretan labyrinth which puzzled Theseus with all the gods to aid him. We lost all idea of direction, plunging onward, gliding, slipping, pulling ourselves up the sides of perpendicular chasms by the branches of the laurel which covered them, then moving onward with involuntary velocity and falling at the imminent risk of breaking our necks. Fording ice-cold streams, undergoing in short, superhuman exertions, with aching heads and shortened breath, until we felt it was useless to struggle against an adverse fate, and that it would be better to lie down and let the snow cover us. Our hands were bleeding, our rags were torn, and the snow rested upon the bare skin. It was intensely dark in those thickets. Men had often been lost in their depths in broad daylight and never been found. In the night it was appalling, groping as it were in a dungeon or a vast coal mine. The snow had filled up and hidden all hollows, into which, blindly staggering, we would plunge at every other step, sometimes ankle deep only, and then again up to our waists. Not a sound broke the dead stillness but the crunch of our feet upon the snow. The brains of both seemed at last to give way, and fancy played wild tricks. Imaginary lights gleamed amid the dense foliage. Sweet music lulled the senses into perfect rest. Voices shouted to us. Then, as soon as we moved, the overtaxed muscles would bring a throb of physical pain, the illusions would vanish, and the same sullen silence reigned supreme. We both felt that we were straining our powers to the utmost, and that the endurance of man had a limit. "One more effort," said Robinson, "but one more. Don't let's give up, for you know fate has told us that we are bound to escape. You struck the tree, remember that, old fellow, so cheer up and make one more trial." The trial was made in vain. The same toiling ascent, the same dangerous descent, the same tangled, almost impenetrable thicket. Hope died out at last. The faith which had remained through all our days of hardship now folded her wings and left us. Desperation and despair usurped her place. There was nothing now to hope for in life. I managed to scratch a match on my knife blade, and by its fitful light we looked into each other's faces. Pale faces they were, too. "Let's make a fire and sleep here," proposed Robinson. We tried to kindle one but could not. The frozen fingers would hardly hold a match, and there was no wood, only the green laurel sticks and leaves, which would not burn. The matches gave out, the last one glimmered on a look of despair in the eyes of each, and then darkness. "I have seen the last of you, old comrade," said Robinson, as he laid himself down to die. Death, at times, loses its terrors. The fearful unknown is not thought of, or if remembered, it is as Veraud, the leader of the Girondists, recalled it. "In a few moments I shall know the great secret. All that has been shrouded from hidden eyes is to be made plain at last." So feel many men close within the great shadow. No more doubt, no more mystery. The profound secret which has filled mad houses with ravings, which invoked the scholarly genius of Locke, which stopped from self-slaughter the hand of the thinker Hamlet, which occupied the mighty mind of Shakespeare, which filled the great intellect of Voltaire with wondering awe, which overthrew the reason of Swedenborg, and set at naught all human speculations, all human understanding. All will be as clear as the sun in heaven to those who have eyes, as distinct as the sound of the tempest to those who have ears. To the soldier who loves danger and braves death, the King of Terrors has lost his sovereignty. Familiarity has bred contempt, and so when His Majesty does approach in any guise, he is received as a matter of course, and taken by the hand with no fearful shrinking or dread. Azrael passes over the camp very often in his final flight, and his form is too well known to be greeted with dismay and outcry when he stops before the door of some tent and beckons the chosen one. It is the most dreamy, contented feeling in the world to yield to the stupor of cold preceding death. No pain is felt, all that is past, and only a supreme, immeasurable repose overtakes the numbed nerves and quiets them like unto a narcotic. The great future of eternity is thought of with wondering inquisitiveness, but no fear. It is like a little child going to sleep on a journey and wondering where it will wake on the morrow. Ideal thoughts and speculations flit through the brain as to who will find the body, what they will say, how they will act, where the grave will be, if anyone will grieve very much, who most will miss the absent form as the days go by. But with all there is no concern felt, nothing but lapsing peace, and finally unconsciousness. So we, comrades in death as in life, lay with dazed senses and let the time pass on, dying from exhaustion and cold. Suddenly Robinson sprang up. "My God!" he exclaimed, "I hear a dog barking." It was true. There was no hallucination nor delirium this time. Clear and distinct came the loud yelp of a house dog not a quarter of a mile away. We were effectually roused, and got on our feet with difficulty, stumbling toward the sound. It never failed us, and more dead than alive we reached the house, a small shanty standing on the side of the road. With barely strength enough to knock, Robinson fell in a dead faint on the threshold as the door was opened by its owner. Together we pulled him inside. In the warmth and comfort Robinson opened his eyes and sat up. The owner of the house was an Irishman, and as all of that nationality had invariably been our friends, we imagined that in this case it would be the same, and naturally told the truth. He did not seem surprised, and merely said that we were safe under his care. He then called up his two daughters, who were sleeping in the next room, and told them to prepare a bed for the guests. In a short time they came in, fine-looking, winsome girls they were, and ushered us into a chamber. From the warmth of the couch we shrewdly suspected that it was the identical bed so lately vacated by the two young Irish lassies. "Well," exclaimed Robinson, nestling down into the soft depths, "this excels all the kindness we have yet received, getting out of their own warm bed to give it to us. I hope the Lord will bless such generous hearts." That morning was the 3rd of March, 1864, and the early hours had merged into high noon when we were awakened by a rapping upon the door and a voice bidding us get up. When we entered the adjoining room, there was a nice breakfast smoking hot upon the table, and the manner in which those edibles were demolished made those girls stare. "Where is your father?" we asked. "Oh, he is only gone to a neighbor's, and left word that you should not leave until his return," was the immediate rejoinder. We sat by the fire and chatted, telling them of our own sunny home, when in walked the gallant Irishman, our noble host, accompanied by a stranger, and both were armed to the teeth. "You are our prisoners," curtly said the Irishman. Two wearied, exhausted boys, more like the incarnation of famine than anything else, so weak that they could hardly walk, and with unhesitating trust and childlike confidence had told their woeful tale, who had thrown themselves upon the generosity of their host, who had rested beneath his roof, and were even then sitting upon the most sacred spot on earth, the family hearthstone, had been betrayed and given over to their enemies. Prisoners again, and so near home too. It was cruel luck. The house of this man was only 2 miles from Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. "What is your name?" asked Robinson. "What's that to you?" roughly rejoined the man. "I only wanted to remember it in my prayers, that's all," was the answer. But the devoted patriot refused to give it. "Give up," he said, "and come on." We rose, drew on our shoes, and prepared to depart. "Where are you going to take us?" I asked, addressing the Irishman, who was standing sullenly apart. "To Sir John's Run, and deliver you to the garrison there." "One moment, sir," cried Robinson, his wan, pallid face lighted by eyes which flashed in the intensity of his anger. "You are an Irishman. It seems incredible, for through all our long pilgrimage and wretched wanderings we have never met one who failed to give us words of kindly comfort, and cheered our hearts by sympathy, and we have met many. This was why we trusted you. Among all that noble hearted race, North or South, I know of no man who would not die before he would do what you have done." The Irishman drew his hat over his eyes and slunk back. The two girls, during the tirade, had stood side by side on the hearth, very pale and silent. As we turned to go I faced them and said, "I had thought that in the presence of a woman I could feel safe, and yet you have beguiled and betrayed us as basely as your father has done. One hint, one word from you, and we could have put miles between us and that man. It would have been a greater kindness had you let us die last night outside your door." The women looked at us with white, startled faces, but replied not a word, and as we left the house I gave a last look backward. The door was wide open, and I saw the younger girl with her head on the table, crying as if her heart would break. Chapter 15. Sir John's Run. With our hospitable host leading, and the tall mountaineer bringing up the rear, we started for the nearest Federal garrison, a station on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, about 3 miles distant. It was a clear, frosty morning, and the whole landscape, clad in 2 feet of snow, gleamed like the iridescent opal in the first blush of the rising sun. We passed through a watering place known as Berkeley Springs, and the memory of the many mountain and other summer resorts I had often visited in the past stood out in sharp contrast to my first visit to this pleasure resort. No stage coaches with mettlesome horses and blaring horn, no welcoming landlord, no obsequious, grinning darkies to show the way. As Mr. Toots would say, quite the contrary. We passed through the place without meeting a soul, and inside of an hour reached the station and were delivered to the officer of the day. The Irishman told him the events which led to our capture, and that we were escaped Rebel prisoners. As he turned to go, Robinson made him a low bow, and said that if Harry Gilmore or Mosby ever heard of last night's proceedings they would hang him from the lintels of his own doorpost. I ironically bade him good bye, and told him that I regretted having no money with me to pay him for his most kind entertainment. He scowled and went his way, and we were then placed in the guardhouse, a habitation, by the way, with which we had become strangely familiar of late. The station of Sir John's Run is of peculiar topography. It is situated on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, about 20 miles west of Martinsburg. The place is of contracted proportions, being sandwiched between the Potomac River and the Alleghany Mountains, which run parallel about 40 yards apart. In the narrow plateau between the mountains and the river ran the railroad close under the beetling cliffs which rise abruptly. On one side of the railroad, and scattered along the banks of the stream, were the huts and tents of the garrison, which having been detailed to guard the post had gone into winter quarters. The guardhouse in which we were confined was situated directly on the steep bank of the river, which flowed swiftly by, some 20 feet below. The chimney was built close to the bank, while the entrance laced the railroad track. This structure consisted of old railroad ties placed upright in the form of a circle and roofed over with canvas. The door was merely a flap of the same material, which hung over the entrance in folds. The chimney was about 10 feet high and very broad, and was constructed roughly of stones of all sizes cemented with dried mud. The only occupant hitherto was an Englishman, who had been arrested on suspicion, but awaited a speedy release as there had been nothing found to criminate him. All day we remained in the guardhouse. Sitting by a blazing fire, and surrounded by officers and men who asked questions without number. This command of the 15th Union West Virginia Infantry was the finest body of men we had ever seen in the Yankee Army, men of superb physique, with that neat, proud, self-reliant air which bespeaks the true soldier. They were veterans of many a hard-fought field, and were of course kind and friendly to fallen foes, as brave men ever are. We were neither searched nor subjected to any indignity, and all that day received many little tokens of good will from the boys in blue. We appreciated the day of rest and the ample meals. The overwrought nerves grew quiet, the strained muscles relaxed, and the mind became alert, and hope, so lately dead, rose like a hardy plant that blooms all the brighter for having lain dormant. That night, as we sat smoking our last pipe before turning into the bunk, which was built for two but accommodated three by a tight squeeze, we made our plans, all indefinite though they were. As yet we were in profound ignorance as to our ultimate fate, but trusted that we might be unconditionally released. If not, then we would stand the hazard of the die again. At present, what both needed was a long rest and plenty of food, both of which could be had for the taking. But unless something untoward should prevent, we resolved to strike for freedom again before another 24 hours should have rolled by. As we sat listening to the murmuring of the water, how we wished that the great partisan leader Mosby would swoop down like a hawk in a barnyard and liberate us. And, well, if the truth must be told, hang the damned Irishman from the lintels of his own door. The next morning we felt refreshed and began to examine our surroundings and see what were our chances of escape. One glance was enough to show that an attempt to leave that room would be almost like tempting death. The guard house was about the size of any small apartment, say 18 feet across. It had no windows and only one entrance, in front of which, on the inside, stood a sentinel night and day, who watched every motion of the prisoners in his charge and could hear every word spoken. Any attempt to force a way past him would be sheer madness, as a single outcry would bring the sergeant and the entire guard to his assistance. The walls were of solid oak sleepers, the floor of plank, which precluded any idea of cutting or tunneling a way out, ever had it been possible to evade the guard. The chimney was wide enough to climb, provided of course no one would disturb us in the attempt, and provided also that the fire was out. But how in the name of mischief could we start on such an undertaking with that confounded guard staring at us? And then it was not altogether just such a death as a soldier would prefer, being shot or bayoneted while in a hole, like a possum, even supposing that the smoke would not suffocate the victims. Oh, if men only had wings and could fly, or were able to burrow underground like a mole. The guard informed us after breakfast that a Southern woman lived right across from the depot, about 75 yards away, and we decided after a few words to apply to her. It would impress the minds of the officers that we had no idea of escaping and had settled down into a state of complete resignation. The short time of trial hardly warranted the demand upon her charity, but we addressed her a note, which the corporal of the guard kindly undertook to deliver. In a short time he returned with 5 thick, warm counterpanes and a message from Mrs. Shepherd asking if we wanted anything to eat. For the first time since the beginning of the war this question received a negative answer, for rations were superabundant. In the evening the kind, gentle lady came to see us, escorted by the colonel commanding, and it was then that we betrayed ourselves, gave ourselves completely away. It had been easy to keep up our assumed characters with the Yankees and play the buffoon before then, but in the presence of a lady it was a different matter. Habit was too strong, old manners came back. We bowed as we were wont to do, and did our best to entertain the honored visitor whose innate kindness had made her our welcome guest. Unlike the good little boy in the story book, we lost everything but being polite, for the colonel saw at once that we were not what we had represented ourselves to be. So he promptly, then and there, taxed us with the deception and offered to let us go free if we would agree to take the oath of allegiance, a proposition we as promptly declined. Mrs. Shepherd informed us that she had a son in the 12th Virginia Cavalry of Rosser's Laurel Brigade, and asked us, in taking leave, to call upon her for anything we might wish. Now that our true characters were known, it needed no prophet to foretell the result. We would be sent to Camp Chase on the morrow's train, and then if we did escape at some remote point, we would have all the fearful journey over again. Such a proceeding was not to be thought of, so whatever was to be done must be done at once. If successful, the distance to the Southern lines was short, and safety sure. Should we fail, we would fall doing our best. Once more we rattled the dice. Once more we paused before the cast was thrown. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 16, The Third Escape. The sun sank below the mountain tops, the last time, perhaps, for us, who in silence watched it going down, but speculations were idle, so we reasoned and proceeded to make ready. Two plans were open, both desperate in their chances and almost hopeless in their risks. One was to make a bold rush upon the guard, overpower, bind and gag him, then walk out unmolested. Each thereafter to shift for himself. But this was almost certain death, for a single articulate cry, nay, the very movements of a subdued struggle with the guard, would give the alarm and all would be over. Even supposing such an attack might in the one chance of 1,000 succeed, in such a bright moonlight night, how could we pass sentries and scale the mountains unperceived? It seemed only too sure that we would be shot down. The other plan was to climb the chimney, drop down in the water, and either swim across the river or run along the bank, then cross the railroad and strike up the mountain side. This arrangement was almost as rash and hopeless as the other, for the sentinel inside would surely see the attempt, and either put his gun within the fireplace and pull the trigger, or else step outside and give warning, when sundry bullets would be ready to tap the first emerging head. As it was with Tutchin when Jeffreys, during the bloody assize, gave him the choice of deaths, so it was with us. To rest supine, yield to fate, drag out a lingering life in prison, was to us only another form of slow, torturing death. Hence we decided on the latter program as offering, not a surer means of escape, but one a little less certain of defeat. When evening came on, the sentinels placed on duty at 6 were relieved and others put in their places. It was a clear, cold night, with the northwest wind rendering the cold only more searching and bitter. The blast would often push its way down the low chimney, bringing with it clouds of smoke which filled the room, got into our eyes, and made indistinct for a while every object in the apartment. We coughed and wiped away the tears. The sentinel, more fortunate, could thrust his head outside the entrance to drink in a breath of fresh air and cool his smarting eyes. As he did this, mysterious notes, written stealthily, passed between us concerning the enterprise rapidly drawing near. 10 o'clock, and again the guard was relieved. The tall, slab-sided fellow, who stood erect and vigilant inside the door, was replaced by a young soldier, apparently not over 16 years of age. The fire was burning brightly, but Robinson had piled on an armful of green wood, which for a time effectually quenched the flames and sent a dense volume of smoke rolling up the chimney and half shrouding the room in darkness. A counter current of air blew down the chimney, and for some minutes the room was as dim as if lit by a torch which shone through a fog. The Englishman, at a sign of entreaty, well disposed to help, approached the youthful guard and engaged him in conversation. It had been settled that Robinson should take the first and better chance for life in the essay. I whispered eagerly, "Now, keep cool, don't lose presence of mind. Jump up, I will hide you." For one instant he sat motionless as if turned to stone, then his massive jaw closed with sudden resolution. One quick glance, there stood the guard with his back to him, talking to the Englishman, who was facing the hearth, and then my comrade sprang up the chimney. I seized a blanket and holding it before the fire as if warming it, effectually screened the movement from view. He mounted rapidly, coolly and deliberately. No awkward step of foot or touch of hand sent the stones rattling down. No hasty action betrayed his absence. As if to fix the fire, I knelt and looked up, perceiving only through the aperture the twinkling stars. His cast of the die had been thrown and he had won. Why should the other fail? Just then a heavy blow was struck against the outside of the house, so sharp and sudden that the young guard put his head out to see from whence the noise came. Years later, when we two old comrades in misfortune met, Robinson solved the mystery. He threw a heavy stone that had fallen from the top of the chimney noiselessly upon the snow, to draw the attention of the guard and afford his fellow prisoner a chance. A parting compliment, too, to give certain sign that he was free. The time was at hand, to flinch was cowardice. Outside, the sound of voices growing louder, then retreating as if in pursuit, Robinson's flight had been detected. In less time than it takes to tell, for from first to last it had all seemed only the work of a few moments, while yet the guard was gazing into the night, eager in his youthful, unrestrained curiosity to learn the cause of the confusion, while yet the fire was bursting into flames, I jumped into the midst of the blaze and smoke and sought exit up the chimney. I have been in some warm places in my life's experience, but that was the hottest of all. The flames set fire to my jacket, and my legs seemed as if they were in a fiery furnace. But for the pair of corduroy trousers in which they were encased, trousers which shriveled and crackled but did not ignite, the consequence might have been a first-class cremation. There was now but one idea in my mind: to get out of the fast-climbing flames and the painful heat. All other dangers were for the time forgotten. Decorous climbing had become a hasty scramble, which sent the soot into my eyes and stones and mortar down the chimney. There was no effort at secrecy in the desperate struggle to reach the top, only a mad effort to escape burning, to draw into the lungs a breath of fresh air, then let come what might. Luckily, the chimney was built of large and small stones, so that the crevices between furnished good foothold. In a few seconds I was at the summit, drawing in the sweet, pure air, the coldness of which was as refreshing as the drop of cold water would have been to the parched tongue of Dives. But only for a second did I linger. My clothes were on fire, and with one jump I sprang headlong into the river, knocking off in the act some of the large rocks which rimmed the top, and which went tumbling down with little noise into the fire below. Altogether, the novel ascent could not have consumed more than half a minute, but it seemed hours. It was indeed a sudden change from the blazing, contracted hollow of stones and soot into the wide, freezing river. Ugh! How congealing it was! I started to swim across, but was too numbed and the current too strong. This same strong current did me a good turn, however, when, inertly trusting to its guidance, it bore me on its bosom rapidly and noiselessly amid the floating ice some 50 yards downstream and out of reach of the immediate danger of being shot. I struggled then to the bank and climbed up, life now depending upon my losing no second in placing space between me and my enemies, so I ran along the shore for about 70 yards, taking tremendous leaps as I went. I then sank down to gain breath. After a few deep respirations, I crawled on hands and knees across the railroad, and lying down flat, rested there another short while before attempting the steep mountainside, which I climbed as I had never climbed before. Stinging cold as it was, the perspiration ran in streams down my face and body, but I neither paused nor looked around until nearly halfway up, and then behind a large rock I rested again to take breath. The scene below was plainly understood and proved most interesting. The whole garrison was evidently swarming around the guardhouse like so many fireflies upon a summer night. Many had lanterns and were trying to strike a trail, and it was quite apparent that the camp was fully roused and in earnest in its search. So secure did I feel in my elevation that I was tempted to give vent to a long, joyful shout, but prudently repressed it, remembering the old saw, "Never whistle until you are out of the woods." I kept on, soon reaching the top of the mountain, which was only one of the range lying between the river and the coveted destination. But luck was all in my favor now, since it was a clear, cloudless night and the blaze of the northern lights made the earth clear as day, a guide and beacon suspended so faithfully in the heavens that there need be no mistake about the route. Since the world began has the faithful star hung out its pilot signal for all wanderers on the earth's face, but no Arab on the pathless desert, no Indian on the trackless plain, no early voyager across the seas ever hailed it with more gratitude than I, for whom its steady rays meant safety and liberty. There was no danger of getting lost in the mountain wilds, when glittering above the tree tops, clear and bright, the North Star pointed the way straight home. Turning my back upon it I kept on due south, looking neither to the right nor to the left, and though every mountainside which I descended was sure to have a stream of water at its foot, I would plunge in and make my way across. Issuing from the water chilled and numb, a few moments of violent exertion would restore circulation and bring back a comfortable glow. There were 4 of these creeks on the route, and in the valley a broad stream obstructed all progress, but I easily swam it, and at last, guided by the lone star, level country was reached. The snow was about 2 feet deep on average, but frozen so hard on top as to bear a man's weight. Hence the intervening miles were skimmed over at a rapid rate, and after an hour's walk a broad turnpike was reached which ran south, and this I henceforth kept. The cold was so intense, the wind so wintry, that my clothes were as stiff as sheets of iron, and I had need to keep on at a swinging trot to prevent freezing. The measured motion calmed the nerves and cleared my brain, and speeding along in a dog trot, I reflected coolly upon the incidents of the last few hours, marveling greatly that the guard had never turned his head to see, that he had not fired into the chimney after the first falling stone had betrayed the mode of exit. Surely the jump into the river must have been heard, and it would have been easy to have shot me. It must be presumed that they were all taken by surprise and that some moments were consumed in calling out the guard, moments precious to a man speeding for his life. Then again the sentry inside doubtless lost all presence of mind, as some men are wont to do in emergencies, for he had only to step out, wait for his prisoner to come forth from the chimney, when he could have shot him. Perhaps the Englishman gave advice in keeping with his sympathies to the startled man, as inexperienced as his years were few, or in some manner baffled search for those who had enlisted his friendship. These conjectures and theories remain such to this day, for no light has ever been thrown upon the incident. Not a soul did I encounter throughout the long tramp, though I traveled until the rising sun warned me of the necessity for concealment. Safety was far too near and dear to risk jeopardizing it by recklessness. Once early in the night I neared the sleeping camp of the enemy, upon whose beaten tramp a sentinel paced to and fro, his musket gleaming in the moonlight. But I stooped upon the snow, and with my knife hollowed out a place upon which I could place my feet without fear that the crunching of the snow under my tread would betray me, working laboriously and slowly until the danger was past and I could make up for the delay by greater speed. On the left of the road and some distance away I came upon an old deserted sawmill half hidden by trees and bushes, affording a good refuge for the day. Burrowing down into the sawdust, which made a warm sort of lair, I slept till the sun went down, when again I proceeded in a trot all night, meeting no one on the route. I was terribly hungry, having fasted 36 hours, but I chewed away on a stick, resolved to run no more risk in asking for food unless I felt certain of the people. Just as day was breaking I saw a large barn across a field, and I determined to lie concealed in it for another day. On reaching the barn I climbed into the haymow, and making a hole deep down I covered myself carefully, and in an instant was sound asleep. I was awakened by someone standing directly upon me pitching the hay to the cattle. It was impossible to sleep again, when hunger was so intense that a gnawing acute pain made every other feeling subservient. At last, rendered desperate, I followed in the wake of the farmhand, to whose house a few steps brought us. I was kindly received and a breakfast prepared, which could hardly have come amiss after so long a fast. The family were Virginians, with every feeling enlisted in the Southern cause. They informed me upon inquiry that I had made 35 miles the first night and 33 the second, and that only a dozen miles were between me and Winchester. Sleeping all day, I continued my journey, flanking the town, and in 2 more nights' traveling, not going further into particulars, reached Confederate pickets at Woodstock and was safe at last. The stone thrown upon the banks of the Potomac was guided by the hand of destiny, and the prediction, though born of superstition, did not betray the faith that cherished it. I will close this chapter by narrating an anecdote of General Lee, which shows his tact and kindness of heart and tells plainly why the rank and file of the Army of Northern Virginia idolized him. While I was a prisoner at Harper's Ferry I met 2 men, dressed in citizens' clothes, who had been taken up by the bluecoats near the ferry and charged with being spies. They were handcuffed and had been in prison some months. They said that they belonged to White's battalion of cavalry and gave their names, and made me promise if I escaped I would see General Jeb Stuart, state their condition, and get him to demand that they should be treated as prisoners of war. As soon as I reached the cavalry camp I went to headquarters to fulfill my pledge. Stuart was seated in a large wall tent, surrounded by his staff and some military visitors high in rank. They were having a jovial time, and twice I essayed to get past the guard who stood at the entrance of the marquee, but was repulsed each time. Stuart's eye fell upon me, and I saw that he did not like it. The third time, my patience being exhausted, I made a final effort, pushed by the sentinel, and stood in General Stuart's presence. He was narrating an anecdote, and became furious at being interrupted by such a looking fellow as I, for there had been no time to change my unmilitary attire for a respectable uniform, and in thundering tones he ordered the guard to take me outside the camp. The sentinel obeyed, and I was ignominiously escorted beyond its boundaries. After all I had undergone, such treatment infuriated me, and to be arrested like a camp follower was too much. The next day I made a bee line for the commanding general's quarters near Orange Court House. A few tents on a hill, with the battle flag, the staff of which stuck in the ground, showed where the leader of our army rested. An infantry guard walked lazily along his beat, but said nothing as I passed him. An orderly stood near, and I asked him if General Lee was in. He said that he was, and I requested him to tell the general that one of his private soldiers wanted to see him. He returned instantly with the summons to come in. I found General Lee sitting by a table covered with papers. He saluted me gravely, but did not recognize me until I mentioned my name and explained the cause of my ragged condition. I then told him of my visit to General Stuart and its object, and how bitter and unjust my treatment had been. Then I broke down. The general heard me through, and then assured me that General Stuart would never knowingly have treated any of his old soldiers in that manner. Then he told me to say to my colonel that I must have 30 days' furlough to recover from the effort of my long wanderings. General Lee was always accessible. The humblest private found in him a kind and gentle friend, and it is no wonder they followed him with absolute confidence and unbounded love. It is needless to add that I soon found my way to the camp of the Black Horse. I told Colonel Randolph of General Lee's request, and the next day I was in Richmond. End of chapter 16. Part 2, chapters 17 and 18 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 17. A Little Repose. No greater pleasure is known to the soldier than the warm welcome extended him after a long absence by his comrades. Men in the army learn to cultivate feelings of esprit de corps beyond the understanding of a civilian. Neither the temptations of business, the struggles of life which make men selfish and false, nor the rivalry of politics find lodgment in a soldier's breast. Cut off as he is from all the allurements of the world, the charm of social life, the fascination of money-making, all the endearing joys of home, he has to look for happiness in the kindness and good will of his comrades. Their joys and sorrows are his. He learns to look upon them as brothers. There is no sacrifice that he will not make for them, no trouble that he will not cheerfully take. Fellowship becomes almost a religion, none the less strong perhaps because it is the only one that some of them know. I speak of a fact well known at this time. The Freemasonry and camaraderie was much stronger among the privates than among the officers of Lee's army. The wealth and intelligence was, as a general thing, in the ranks. To the thoroughbred blood infused into the line was due the staunchness and bottom of Lee's men. Great suffering in a common cause endear men to one another. The officers above the rank of captain knew but little of the hardships of war from personal experience. They had their black cooks, who were out foraging all the time, and they filled their masters' bellies if there was fish or fowl to be had. The regimental wagons carried the officers' clothes, and they were never half naked, lousy, or dirty. They never had to sleep upon the bare ground, nor carry 40 rounds of cartridges strapped around their galed hips. The officers were never unshod, nor felt the torture of stone bruise. But the private of Lee's miserables, will history ever do him justice? Mad with hunger, faint with thirst, shivering in the cold blasts of winter, or suffering on a midsummer forced march such anguish that it would have driven a dog mad. Yes, he endured and suffered in a way that in olden times would have made him a canonized saint. Is it any wonder that the soldiery had the strongest affection for one another? There was no command in the army where this feeling of friendship was more ardent than among the gentlemen of the Black Horse Cavalry. Their pride in their organization, the perils they had incurred together, the varied experiences of good times had bound them together with links stronger than steel. Several changes had taken place in the Black Horse during the past 3 months that, so far as the company was concerned, were very unfortunate. The principal change was that they lost their loved, their trusted captain who had been promoted to the colonelcy of the regiment. As was remarked before, Captain Randolph was a born soldier. A braver man never lived. He seemed absolutely fearless, and in times of danger was as cool as an iceberg. He was a fair sample of the bow sabre that Stuart reared and inflamed with his own fiery ardor. Like Ashby, he was no strict disciplinarian, but ruled his men through kindness. At the same time his military traits made him just such a leader as daring men love to follow through thick and thin. It was with unmeasured sorrow that his troopers parted from him, while he felt most genuine regret on leaving the company which, under his leadership, had acquired world-wide renown. He was succeeded by Lieutenant Alexander Payne, who before the war was a village attorney. Utterly deficient in military qualifications, under his leadership the morale of the Black Horse steadily declined. The rations of the soldiers were now more adequate. The commissariat seemed to be supplied by fits and starts, and as the winter ended and the opening spring gave promise of an early campaign, the army received abundant supplies, on the same principle perhaps that hogs and chickens are fattened before they are killed. A pound of flour and a pound of meat, with occasional rations of rice, sugar, and beans, were sufficient to make the soldier both plump and happy. At no time during the war was the army in such superb condition as in the spring of '64. They had become veterans, who had learned to have perfect confidence in themselves; at the same time they clung with firm faith to full assurance of ultimate success. There was not a private soldier in the Army of Northern Virginia who did not believe that the coming year would find the South victorious. Each man stood ready and determined, so far as his own endeavors were concerned, to make one grand effort toward ending the matter at once. The depleted ranks were filled with conscripts, who soon caught the ways of their comrades and felt animated by the same bright hopes and fears. Never since the beginning of the war had the soldiers in the ranks ever, for a moment, despaired of the final triumph of their cause, regarding the Confederacy as a fact which only needed blood and time. But this spring they were unusually jubilant. Only one more grand campaign, they thought, said, and wrote. Only one more great, united struggle, and then a glorious peace. So they laughed lightly around the campfires over old stories, and spoke assuredly of the future which held in store a grand reward for all they had suffered. What bright visions they had of the coming time of which they dreamed, when the loved Confederacy should reach from the Susquehanna to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And the South! What a wonderful country it was destined to be! Fruitful as the exuberant and teeming Egypt, and as fair in the sight as the Eden of old. The planter would find that the vast fields of cotton, rice, sugar, and tobacco shipped in free trade to the marts of the commercial nations would pour the luxuries of the old world at his feet. The seaboard state of Florida, with the finest ship timber on earth, would build for the navies of Europe. Mines now slumbering, undeveloped, would open up to the light vast stores of wealth of which its people had no conception. Virginia, where runs her chain of glorious mountains, could supply a world with her buried iron. In Kentucky and Missouri, the gardens of the Confederacy, the wavering fields of grain, ripening beneath a generous Southern sun, would alone fill the nation's storehouses. Though the North and South would stand as separate and divided as if invisible walls of adamant intervened, separate in peace as in war, separate in tradition and counsel, there yet would flow the mighty Mississippi the length of the two domains, bearing on her bosom freighted ships which, sailing to and fro like messengers of peace, would heal the scars of war and carry wealth and prosperity in their wake. Manufactories would spring up, calling for skilled artisans from abroad. Immigrants would gather from all regions of the earth, and in the unnumbered, unclaimed acres of Southern States and Territories find free homes and full protection. Slaves would be gradually emancipated, until the last one, in the course of time, would stand in the land of his adoption a free man. And the Rebel soldiers who had come unscathed from the fiery baptism of a country's liberty, what reward and honor might not be theirs? Their places would be in the midst of happy homes, held in grateful esteem by proud and admiring countrymen. And what would the South do for Lee? A king, perhaps. In this wise the soldier built his castles in the air and dreamed of a future of boundless comfort and glorious ease. In Richmond the confidence was almost as high as when Lee's army started upon the Pennsylvania campaign. Even the doubting ones, who had begun to despair after the reverses of July, plucked up fresh courage as they witnessed the spirit and confidence of the men in the Army of Northern Virginia, and saw how calmly they stood, prepared for the tremendous assault. Accustomed to the horrors of war, no longer shuddering at the suffering in the hospitals or the constant presence of hearses in her streets, having grown as familiar with the sound of the Dead March as of Dixie, Richmond had, during the winter, doffed her somber garb of woe and come out in all the glad witchery of her beauty and charm. The city was filled with furloughed officers and soldiers, and starvation parties, water soirees, and dry bread balls followed one another in bewildering succession. There was but little effort of style at these entertainments. Officers wore their uniforms, with the addition of paper collars, while the ladies spent a world of energy and expediency in renovating a wardrobe of several years' standing. An old silk which had been turned and washed and turned was considered a bonanza still to its fortunate possessor, and with varied adornments of bright ribbons and crisp muslin bodies they did good service. Occasionally a lucky member of this gay throng would receive an underground supply of raiment, all in newest Northern cut and fashion, which caused as much excitement in the female community as a wedding, and raked up lively envy in the heart of every woman not too old to peer at them through spectacles. A great demand for finery sprang up, and offered inducements to blockade runners without number. It would amuse a modern belle to run over a list comprising the wardrobe of girls of that period, who yet managed to look fair and bewitching. They were generous, too, in the urgency of the times. One bridal veil trailed up the church aisle on the brow of many a bride. One pair of satin slippers went the round of intimate friends. A pair of kid gloves were nursed as tenderly as an infant, but it is needless to pursue the subject further. With $10 about the value of 10 cents in currency, it will readily be seen that new clothes were not drugs in the market, and whereas it would take an armful of notes to buy even a calico dress, new calicos were not plentiful. Hoarded gold pieces and silver specie found their way out steadily to meet the demands, and after these were gone there remained but woman's wit and ingenuity. They made their own shoes, they wove their own hats, and in the country they spun their own dresses, knit their own stockings, drank rye coffee, ate sorghum and corn bread, and made use of every device under the sun to feed and clothe themselves, the while praying for the Confederacy. In Richmond the dancing went on for all that, 6 nights in the week, and sometimes as many as 3 parties a night. No matter if one of yesterday's festive crowd was a corpse next door, the insatiate dancers had no time to pause or think, or care. Death had been far too common in Richmond for such mock sentiment. Why, could you not look from your windows and see hearses passing every hour? Oftener with no carriage following the hearse, proclaiming that the dead man was a soldier for whom nobody cared. What mattered it? Time was fleeting and youth comes but once. Men and women were not heartless, only hardened. Such old croakers as the Richmond Examiner, which found fault with the world in general, would lift up voices against it and say that merriment at such a time reminded one of the dancing of maniacs on board a doomed and sinking ship. But who cared to read such mutterings of coming storm? General Jeb Stuart once said to a roomful of ardent dancers who had held high carnival all night, "Dance away, young ladies. Half of these young men will be dead or wounded next week." April, that month of fickle temper, had come. The grass was green, the buds beginning to burst into flowers and leaves, and the air was laden with the perfume born of the season. The skies were blackening with heavy war clouds rising from the horizon, and none could tell exactly at what spot the tempest would burst. All furloughs were revoked and orders issued for soldiers to join their commands at once. So with many a tender parting the boys in gray started for the tented field, ready for the issue again. Many a Troilus looked into his Cressida's eyes for the last time, many a Penelope was doomed to spin her web in silence, waiting for the absent Argonaut. Grant's guns were soon to be heard booming, and then, God, what a mustering of gray jackets there would be. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. On. The fishing shore under orders, a squad of the Black Horse, which had been enjoying the attractions of the Rebel capital, returned to camp. We reached our destination one raw, blustering evening, when the scene was not calculated to enliven the spirits of those fresh from the charms and comforts of the winter city, its anthracite fires, its blockade cigars, and its fairest daughters. The Black Horse were camped in open woods in Culpeper County. There was not a tent in the whole command. The men sat round their poor fires, for a cold, piercing wind had sprung up, and with swirling smoke nearly blinding them, tried to keep warm. The horses, tied to stakes and limbs of trees, stood shivering, with drooping heads and hair turned the wrong way as the keen blast whistled over them, whinnying plaintively whenever they perceived their masters sauntering by or caught sight of them around the fire. A cavalry horse soon acquires a keenness of smell and vision not excelled by a dog, and can pick out his owner from among 1,000. The nights were as bad as the days. 2 weeks of luxury will spoil the hardiest soldier for a short time. Curling ourselves in blankets, with a protruding root of a tree for a pillow, it was only broken rest which came to us, only a kind of doze, which is often more disagreeable than utter wakefulness. A bright idea struck General Wickham, brigade commander of the cavalry, and when a military idea got into his head without a surgical operation, it was generally a very good one indeed. It was to eke out rations by supplies of fresh fish from the Rappahannock River. Owing to the absence of all nets for 2 years, its waters were full of fish, from the savory shad, the catfish with a mouth like a prima donna, the eel as slippery as a lawyer, down to the little sunfish. Anything savoring of novelty or adventure was eagerly hailed by the men, so there were plenty of volunteers. It was a joyous crowd that found themselves on the fishing detail, and they set out without delay for the shore near Port Royal. The commissary, long life to him, fearing that exposure to the air and water would ruin the health, issued a plentiful allowance of North Carolina whiskey to the happy few, which, it is needless to say, was not wasted. 3 weeks were spent on the shore. There was an old seine full of holes, or rather full of rents and fissures, with which the fishers cast, with faith like Peter's, for the denizens of the deep. But whether it was because the men were unskilled, or whether the fish had not sense enough to stay quiet after they had been caught, will never be satisfactorily explained. Certes, the catches would have made no man rich in the plenteous piping days of peace. Our detail got enough to fill their own stomachs, which was about all. It was a glorious life, plenty to eat, we attended to that, you may be sure, and the work was not severe. The visions of shad bakes and fish fries indulged in by the whole cavalry division must have been ecstatic, for in 3 days after the fishing had begun there came rumbling down the road a train of empty wagons half a mile long, intended for the loading of the fish which were supposed to be waiting to be carried back. The wagon master rode up to Sergeant Reed, who commanded the party, and the following colloquy ensued: "Well, Sergeant, what luck?" "Tolerable," was the careless answer. "How did the seine work?" "Tolerably." "Well, Sergeant," said the impatient wagon master, "I reckon we had better load up now, for I've got to get back to camp before morning. By the way, where's the fish?" "In the river." "Look here," said the irate master, "I'm tired of this fooling. I came after the fish, and I am bound to have them." "All right," said the sergeant, "you shall. I say, one of you boys go down the bank and bring the barrel here. Make haste, for the wagon master is in a hurry." The barrel was brought and found to contain 6 herrings, 1 snapping turtle, 2 shad, and 1 eel. "Here," said the sergeant, "are all the fish on hand. You are welcome to them." "Is this all?" asked the wagon master in blank dismay, for he had been cherishing certain piscatorial hopes of his own, and was at that moment, as he leaned over the barrel, undergoing a few personal disappointments. "Are those all?" "Every one," responded the sergeant. "Well, if these are all, I'll be damned if it is not a lazy and a greedy set you have here. After this the quartermaster had better send a wheelbarrow instead of a division train, that's all." "You needn't get mad about it," soothingly put in one of the detail. "Mad? It's enough to make a saint swear." "It isn't our fault. We can't catch fish if there are none in the river," said Bolivar Ward. "It is your fault," said the master in a towering rage. "I'm going to let General Fitz Lee know it's the laziest crowd that ever lived. I could get more fish in a minute, with a pail, than the whole confounded tribe of you have with a half-mile seine." Our whiskey rations were stopped after this, but it needed no stimulant to increase the appetite of any man there. The consumption of fish would have astonished an alderman. It was no uncommon thing for a soldier to eat 2 shad at one meal, while one of the Black Horse, Bolivar Ward, who loved the good things of life, could get outside of a dozen shad a day. These gastronomic feats were kept up as long as the party remained upon the shore, but no ill effects from the immense consumption were ever recorded. After the first week our detail moved several miles farther down the river and found a fine landing. Near by was an old mansion, deserted by its owner, which we took possession of and located our camp permanently. We made about 3 hauls a day and then rested from our labors until the morrow. Sometimes we effected a big haul, but oftener we didn't. However, that was the fault of the fish, not ours. Our consciences were clear and our stomachs full. Occasionally we sent a wagon load of shad and perch to camp, which probably graced the officers' messes, while the catfish, suckers, and eels were doled out to the privates. Some of the musically inclined succeeded in obtaining a violin and a banjo, and any belated wayfarer passing that way at night and peeping in through the cracks of that old building would doubtless have been as much surprised as Tam O'Shanter when he beheld the revel of the warlocks and witches at Allen Kirk. The blazing firelight generally fell upon a group of soldiers dancing like mad and shouting at the top of their lungs. The fantastic shadows from the firelight made as weird a scene as one would care to see. As the weather became warmer, the fish were more plentiful and the nets grew heavier. It was not such very hard work either. All that we had to do was to sit upon the bank and watch the proceedings, for the ubiquitous African made his appearance. They came in all stages, anywhere from the hoary headed patriarch to the bow legged darky of 10 summers, and would do all the work for the privilege of filling their baskets. It was a stirring spectacle at night, the flashing of the torches, the singing darkies, as they pulled in the net hand over hand. The scene was like a Rembrandt, half in shade and half in light. It is no wonder that the men forgot about war and its dreadful realities, that they kept along the peaceful pursuit without a thought of what the future might hold in store. Everything seemed so calm on the banks of the lower Rappahannock. The carol of birds filled the air, the river rose and fell as placidly and regularly as the breath of a sleeping child. Not a vessel of any kind shadowed or rippled its surface. Not even the crack of a random picket shot was heard, and even the bugle was silent. Those halcyon days were as a short time in paradise to the veteran Rebels. Our sybaritic life was broken only too soon. One sweet evening, the 1st of May, just as the men were preparing the usual supper of stewed terrapin and baked shad, a courier dashed up to the house and delivered a dispatch to the sergeant. It was an order from Brigadier General Wickham, commanding us to break up the party immediately and return to camp. Furthermore, we were to conceal the same in some safe place. "Get your horses, boys, as soon as possible," said Reid. "The dance has begun." A plaintive sigh and murmured words, plain to the ears of all, they came from Bolivar Ward. Quoth he, "Oh, hard it is to give up my dozen shad a day, not to mention stewed terrapin and fried perch, for 2 crackers and a piece of rancid meat." "Don't fret, man," answered Dick Martin. "You could not possibly have left more than 6 in the river, and these knew all about you and left for foreign parts this morning." There was little time for regrets. The seine had to be carried to the house of a citizen a mile away, the horses groomed and fed, arms and accoutrements to be put in order, so that it was near midnight when the troopers started for camp, which was not reached until the next day. Then it was found to be deserted, the brigade having just marched to the front. The men followed, and as they came in sight stopped to shake hands all round. Strong were the friendships which the past 3 weeks had cemented, and sadder still would have been the farewells could they have looked into the future. For of the 18 cavalrymen constituting the fishing detail, 11 were killed before 3 months were over. Only one of the 18 got through the fearful campaign of '64 unhurt. The game's afoot. A jovial day, my masters, only it was not Henry Quatry who made the cry to his plumed, steel-clad noblemen, but men afoot, and men booted and spurred, whose incentive was conscience, whose love was their land, whose stake was freedom. The eyes of all Christendom were turned upon this feast of swords, the gathering of the eagles to their prey. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 19 The Battle of the Wilderness. Again, in the spring of 1864, the 2 great hosts confronted each other. The Northern army was led by a man whose name had ever been synonymous with victory. Wherever his banner had been spread to the breeze, the eagle had perched upon it. Thus Grant held the faith of the soldiers and the people. The Rebel army was commanded by the same great captain who had been at its head since the Battle of Seven Pines, and whom the men adored. Both armies had unquestioning faith in the justice of their cause, and both felt certain of success. The United States Government had made unparalleled preparations for the contest with a view to overwhelming, by enormous weight, the proportionately small force opposed. General Grant then commenced his operations on the 2nd of May, 1864, by what is known as the Overland Campaign. The Army of the Potomac might well hope to end the struggle in one campaign, for never had it been in such splendid condition as regards efficiency, morale, and numbers. Hooker had declared a year before that he commanded the finest army on the planet, but even his magnificent hosts could not compare with the legions of Grant. The official returns of the Army of the Potomac on the 1st of May, 1864, show present for duty 120,380 men of all arms, not counting the Ninth Corps, which joined Grant in May, and which numbered 20,780, nor Butler, with 18,680 more, in all 149,340, with which to capture Richmond. The Rebel army was brimful of fight, and though outnumbered by 3 to 1 almost, stood in their tracks awaiting the shock with no misgivings as to the result. General Lee's total infantry force at the beginning of the campaign was 50,403, to which add the cavalry force, 8,727, and the artillery corps, 4,854, as given in the same returns, and we have a total present of all arms of 63,984, in round numbers 64,000 men. Besides the Grand Army of the Potomac, Butler, with the corps of Gilmore and W. T. Smith, were to establish themselves in an entrenched position near City Point and operate against Richmond, or invest the city from the south side, or be in a position to effect a junction with Grant coming down from the north. Richmond was to be threatened westward also by General Sigel, who was to form his forces into 2 columns, the one of 10,000 strong, under General Crook, to move for the Kanawha and operate against the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad, the other, 7,000, under Sigel in person, to menace Lee from the direction of the Shenandoah Valley. And lastly, Sheridan, with 10,000 cavalry, was to get in Lee's rear and take Richmond by a dash. Grant's plans were carefully matured and every contingency provided for. The Northern government realized that if this great aggregation of forces failed to win, then the doctrine of an indivisible Union was a failure. General Grant believed that the Army of the Potomac had not been fought for all it was worth, and he determined to move straight against his adversary, and by virtue of his superior numbers, fight him day by day until he simply wore him out. His watchword was, advance, attack, and overwhelm the enemy whenever and wherever found. He announced that he intended to fight it out on this line if it took all summer. There was no science, no strategy attempted. Grant evidently realized that to try outmaneuvering such a consummate soldier as Lee on his own ground would be absurd. Although one of the greatest generals of all times, Grant will never be considered a master of the art of warfare. He came perilously near an irretrievable defeat at Shiloh, and his first campaign against Vicksburg was a failure. But Grant never lost his head, and his tenacity of purpose was phenomenal. His mettle was soon to be severely tried, for his work was cut out for him when he entered the Wilderness. Lee adopted the same tactics that won him the victory over Hooker. He threw Longstreet's corps full upon the enemy, hoping to overwhelm their left wing, and, but for the wounding of Longstreet, might have succeeded. 3 days of fighting ensued, and Grant, finding that he could make nothing by a front attack, started a series of flank movements, and then it was that Lee, who stood strictly on the defensive, followed Johnston's tactics in his defense of Atlanta. Lee's army was in the very pink of condition. It was probably as fine a fighting machine as the world ever saw, and the men had implicit confidence in their leader as well as in themselves. They had learned how to rush, how to retreat, and how to hang on to an important point by their eyelids. No sooner would a line be formed when the enemy was near than every man was busy throwing up a little mound for protection. "I ain't grudged nary a cupful of earth I done throwed on this here pile," said a Piney Woods Georgian during a pause in a fire so severe that it had leveled a forest oak. Give Johnny Reb his bayonet and a tin cup, and he would do his work quicker than a professional sapper and miner could with pick and spade. It was these improvised defenses that Grant stormed in the slashes of Spotsylvania, and the withering fire that came from the depths of the woods was bewildering to the Federal officers. Often they would sweep the front with musket and grape before an attack, until it seemed as if the ground had been scraped by a patent harrow and no living creature was left. Then the columns would plunge confidently forward into the green depths, only to be met with a storm of lead that caused many a gallant soldier to take the measure of an unmade grave. Behind these foot-high mounds the Rebel infantry felt safe, and they could shoot accurately, for when a man is lying down he aims his best, for his gun barrel naturally follows the conformation of the ground. A soldier firing when erect invariably shoots too high, and every veteran infantryman knows how loath he was to charge when he knew the enemy was lying prone on the earth. By a wise foresight Lee ordered the musket cartridges to contain 3 buckshot in addition to the ball, and the hail of buckshot through the tangled bushes was like driving leaden rain. Grant, perceiving that he could not force his way in a direct line, now tried a maneuver, and swung his army to the left, aiming to seize Spotsylvania Court House and thus interpose his forces between Lee and Richmond. This step was foiled by Fitz Lee's cavalry, which held their ground for 2 days of desperate fighting, enabling Lee to hurry up his infantry and plant his army across Grant's line of march. By this movement Lee was able to hold the Army of the Potomac in check for 12 days, causing them within that time a loss of 40,000 men. The Rebel loss was not 1/3 so great, for they fought generally on the defensive, behind rifle pits. On the evening of the 5th of May, Grant's line of battle, from some misconception of orders, was fatally defective. Burnside, who was designated to support the Federal right wing, remained several miles in the rear, and the Federal flank was in the air. General Gordon, on the extreme left flank of the Rebel army, discovered this fact through his scouts and verified it by a personal examination. He instantly formed a plan to roll up Grant's army as Jackson did at Chancellorsville. General Gordon, in his book, declared that he could have wrecked Grant's army, but when he laid the providential opening for a decisive stroke before General Early, that Confederate marplot refused his sanction. General Gordon, in his book, Reminiscences of the Civil War, says: "General Early, in his book, states that General Ewell agreed with him as to the impolicy of making the morning flank attack which I so earnestly urged. Alas! he did, and in the light of revelations subsequently made by Union officers, no intelligent military critic, I think, will fail to sympathize with my lament, which was even more bitter than at Gettysburg, over the irreparable loss of Jackson. But for my firm faith in God's providence and in his control of the destinies of this republic, I should be tempted to imitate the confident exclamation made to the Master by Mary and Martha when they met him after the death of Lazarus: 'Hadst thou been here, our brother had not died.' Calmly reviewing the indisputable facts which made the situation at Gettysburg and in the Wilderness strikingly similar, and considering them from a purely military and worldly standpoint, I should utter my profoundest convictions were I to say, had Jackson been there, the Confederacy had not died. Had he been at Gettysburg when a part of that Second Corps, which his genius had made famous, had already broken through the protecting forces and was squarely on the Union right, which was melting away like a sandbank struck by a mountain torrent, when the whole Union battle line that was in view was breaking to the rear, when those flanking Confederates in their unobstructed rush were embarrassed only by the number of prisoners, had Jackson been there then, instead of commanding a halt, his only order would have been, 'Forward, men, forward!' as he majestically rode in their midst, intensifying their flaming enthusiasm at every step of the advance. Or had he been in the Wilderness on that fateful 6th of May, when that same right flank of the Union army was so strangely exposed and was inviting the assault of that same portion of his old corps, words descriptive of the situation and of the plan of attack could not have been uttered fast enough for his impatient spirit. Jackson's genius was keener scented in its hunt for an enemy's flank than the most royally bred setter's nose in search of the hiding covey. The fleetest tongue could not have narrated the facts connected with Sedgwick's position before Jackson's unerring judgment would have grasped the whole situation, his dilating eye would have flashed, and his laconic order, 'Move at once, sir,' would have been given with an emphasis prophetic of the energy with which he would have seized upon every advantage offered by the situation. But Providence had willed otherwise. Jackson was dead and Gettysburg was lost. He was not now in the Wilderness, and the greatest opportunity ever presented to Lee's army was permitted to pass. General Lee in person was on the extreme right wing, and with Longstreet's full corps he determined to attack and try to roll up their left flank and get in their rear. The Orange Plank Road was the only thoroughfare in the vicinity. There were blind roads and cattle tracks that wound in and out in bewildering confusion, through scrub pine, wild plum, and black jack sapling, the undergrowth so dense that one could not see 10 feet ahead. Many of the officers advanced by the aid of the compass, for all sense of direction was lost when once in the jungle. The line under Longstreet made its way slowly and ran plumb upon Grant's left wing and swept everything before it. General Humphreys, of the Federal Army, states in his book that the onslaught was so sudden and fierce that the Federal lines and reserves were in inextricable confusion, but that the Rebel attack unexpectedly and inexplicably halted. The cause of this fatal halt was the wounding of Longstreet, who fell from his horse at the moment of victory, and as was the case of General Albert Sidney Johnston at Shiloh, stopped the impetus of the charge and lost the fruits of the well-planned advance. The cavalry of the North outnumbered that of the South by 2 to 1. It was better mounted, better armed, for it had the Spencer and Henry repeating rifles and Army muzzle-loading carbines. Its horses had abundant feed and were in good condition, while the poor Rebel animals were forced to rely half the time upon what pasture they could get on the halts, and most of them, before the campaign was half over, were wretchedly emaciated. But these same horses were blooded, and would run until they fell, and the riders were like their horses, so in the sweet evenings of May, when the vivid green of the young leaves almost hid the white and red of the blossoms, there in the dim recesses of the Virginia forests the war squadrons mustered, and the steeds literally sniffed the battle from afar, standing with dilated eye and erect ear as the blare of the bugle sounded through the woods and the monotony voice of the cannon was borne in the distant mutterings. Our detail from the regiment found the 4th Virginia Cavalry in position near Spotsylvania Court House. Everything evidenced to the experienced eye that a battle was imminent. In the road near by, ordnance wagons were pushed to the front. Ambulance horses were hitched ready to rush to the scene of action as soon as the first gun should sound. Orderlies and couriers as well as staff officers were going at a gallop. The stragglers, thinking it full time to disappear, were using every ruse to drop out of column, dismounting and busily examining their horses' feet, feigning that the girth of the saddle was broken, and lining the road on the way to the rear. The colonel's black cook was spurring by on his mule, more intent on getting a safe place than his master's dinner. During a halt, while the men were wiping the perspiration from their faces, a sudden ripple ran down the line. "Give way!" came the cry. "Here comes Major Breathitt of Stuart's Horse Artillery." And soon the rapid hoof strokes of the horses and jingling of the equipments were heard, and as the artillery passed along the road with the boy major at its head, the sunburnt troopers arose to a man and saluted him with the wild Rebel yell. It was a tribute that the oldest general in the army would have been proud to receive, and I see again the gallant boy's face flushed to a deeper red as he lifted his cap and rode with bared head through the lines. The mantle of the lamented Pelham, the greatest light artillerist of America, had fallen on Jim Breathitt, the young Marylander. He was about 23 years old, but like a boy of 18. He was muscular and athletic, with a fine head well set on his square shoulders. He was not what the ladies would term a handsome fellow, but his character was shown in his dark gray eyes, which flashed and gleamed in a very striking way when he was roused. His voice was rich and rare, being low and deep. General Munford, who knew him best, wrote of him: "A more dashing, gallant, generous-hearted Confederate soldier never drew a saber or fired a cannon. He was recklessly brave himself, and ever ready to lead his batteries where the few artillery officers would be willing to risk their guns, and then he would turn over his guns to the next officer under him and dash and lead the cavalry in a charge. While he would take these personal risks and would stand by his guns or his wounded men to the last extremity, he would never give up a man dead or alive if there was any possible way of carrying his body out of the reach of the enemy. He loved to hear the roar of artillery and to witness the flashing of the guns. He was a splendid artillerist, and would frequently run to a gun and adjust it and sight it himself when it was not doing the work he expected of it. But while he slashed and dashed in and out of a battle, he was as generous as he was brave, and having been a doctor before the war, he often ministered to the men who a short time before had stood up before his guns and fallen in the fight he had led against them. The Black Horse Cavalry was dismounted in a strip of woods a short distance from Todd's Tavern, and lay flat upon the ground behind a fence awaiting an attack. Between them and the wood half a mile away intervened a large field. Across this broad stretch the bullets of the Yankee skirmishers came sailing, giving warning of their errand by a little puff of smoke issuing from the woods and floating upwards until lost in air. The situation had its charm, for the missiles did not come in profusion, but yet often and close enough to make the position exciting and string the nerves to a tight tension. As the little rift of smoke would rise across the way, a dozen carbines would reply and ring out their stirring chorus. This was returned and the firing increased, but it was all excitement and little danger. Few were hit, and as the sun declined, bringing out all those fresh pure airs and sweet odors which seemed to have been dormant all day in the forest, every soldier saw that there would be no real work at that time. It was amusing to watch some of the new soldiers as the bullets came singing over their heads. They changed color and flattened themselves to the earth, not daring to look up. Others became hysterical, danger affecting them like a strong stimulant. They would laugh wildly, idiotically, or give a half smothered scream as a bullet split the top rail of the fence behind which they were cowering. Their relief must have been great when at dusk the enemy ceased firing and stopped damaging the trees. During the fusillade the regiment lost only 10 men wounded, and judging from the rapid firing of the enemy, much lead must have been wasted in placing those 10 Rebels hors de combat. Well, they were rich enough not to grudge it, neither did the safe and sound body of any Rebel there, so in that respect things were equal. The campaign was all planned that night by the privates around the campfire, and really some shrewd guesses were made with regard to unfolding events. The troopers were disposed to grumble and curse the luck which compelled them to fight dismounted. It was an innovation which had crept in lately upon their old custom, and one which they did not like. This fighting on foot was making infantrymen of them, they said, and furthermore it was dangerous. Much more deadly, in fact, than a rattling charge or dashing rush. Those who had gotten transfers from the infantry to the cavalry, in the belief that this latter branch of the service was comparatively safe, now discovered what a sad mistake they had made. They found that the cavalry was called upon to do double service. It was no longer to be used only as eyes for the army, but as the mailed hand also, which was to strike. They were to fight upon horseback when they met horsemen, and on foot when they met infantrymen. Consequently, the disgust of those timid foot soldiers who had joined the cavalry because a dead man with spurs on could not be found, was laughable in the extreme. Instead of being ensconced in a safe place, with plenty of booty and plunder, the cavalry, during the 4th year of the war, had become the most exposed branch of the service, whose ratio of loss was higher than that of any other. It was to be hard riding, brushes, skirmishes, combats, and battles all the time during the campaign, with a constant dropping of names from the rolls, which went to make up a fearful aggregate. The cavalryman could soon hold up his head proudly as he pointed to a list of the dead, and continued to listen to the eloquent silence which answered the roll call of the sergeant, a silence which told the tale but too well. The 6th of May was an unusually hot day for that time of year. The men were soon in the saddle, and then began a series of maneuvers which puzzled the brain of every soldier there. They rode like the drunken sailor, up and down and all around, and raised a dust in which it was almost impossible to breathe. "Where are we going?" was on the lips of every trooper, but none could answer. Each one thought there would be tough fighting on the morrow, for the Yankees were on hand, and evidently it was not the intention of Fitz Lee to retreat. But there they were, like a darky, delivering invitations to a rustic blowout. The 4th did not halt until about noon, and then the troopers, opening their dusty haversacks, ate their rations of fat raw meat and crackers. Soon the bugle rang and the column was put in motion. From the right came the angry boom of the guns, but as yet the small arms were silent. Crossing a field in that direction, the Black Horse dismounted and were placed as support to a section of Stuart's horse artillery that was replying to a Yankee battery about 600 yards distant, and who were hurling their iron missiles with wonderful accuracy right into what seemed to be an onlooker the midst of the Rebel battery. For the cavalrymen, securely placed in a ravine, it was a grand sight to watch the evolutions. It was Breathed's light battery, the crack guns of the Army of Northern Virginia, and the way they were handled by the men was a spectacle calculated to stir the most sluggish blood and make it run like quicksilver through the veins. The cannoneers were stripped to the waist, displaying their brawny arms and hairy chests. They swung the guns around as if steel and brass had lost their weight and were the playthings of the hour. In loading, the men would throw themselves unconsciously into attitudes and magnificent poses which, could a sculptor have caught, would have made his fame. The swelling muscles came out like whipcords, denoting the hidden force of the frame. Every position was an exponent of the strength of manhood in its rich youth, while each figure was thrown into bold relief against the flashes of fire which darted from the muzzles of the guns. The shells of the enemy burst all around, but by a wonderful chance did not explode in the midst of the battery, which formed, as it were, the hub of the wheel rimmed round with fire. The rim was a cordon of danger to cross, yet when once crossed there was safety to be found within. Many soldiers, especially old artillerymen, often observed this strange fact: a torrent of hail falling through the air, plowing and tearing the earth to the right and left, in front and in rear, filling the air at a distance either way with bursting fragments, yet not hurting a man. In this instance no one was wounded nor was any injury done, except the killing of a horse and the shattering of a caisson in the rear. The batteries moved off and the smoke soon drifted away. Back to the horses and a quick remounting of cavalrymen was but the work of a moment. The walk was increased to a trot, and in half an hour we drew rein in the vicinity of Todd's Tavern, near the position held in the morning. A long halt followed. The dust was stifling. The troopers sat in their saddles with one leg thrown across the pommel, fanning themselves with their hats, wiping their faces, and draining their canteens of the last drop. There was no sound of fighting, only couriers sweeping by on foam-flecked horses showed that movements of moment were on the eve of execution. Of course, every man had his opinion of what was going to happen just there and then, but no two agreed on anything, except that it was a confoundedly hot afternoon, and that they would give a year of existence for a huge gourd of pure cold water drawn fresh from the well. The horses stood with drooping heads, as if they were like the tall grass in the fields, wilting beneath the rays of the sun. About 2 o'clock the voice of Colonel Randolph sounded in the stillness. "Fourth, attention! Prepare to dismount. Number 4, hold horses. Dismount!" Every 3 out of the file of 4 sprang to the ground, committing to the lucky 4th man the charge of the horses of his file. Sabres were unbuckled, revolvers unstrapped, and hung upon the pommels of the saddles, leaving each trooper armed with his carbine, for this dismounting meant fighting on foot as infantry. Drawing off from the road the line was dressed and the order given, and slowly the line started through the woods. The cavalry was comparatively new to this work and did not take to it naturally. Out of the saddle was out of its element. But animated with the desire to do and dare everything, the men made the best of the unfamiliar situation when the time for action arrived. They moved timidly along at first, and evidently felt insecure. This was but natural, for 3 years of their lives had been spent in the saddle. They had learned confidence in handling revolvers, and would charge any odds upon horseback, but on foot, with weapons unfamiliar, it was too much to expect the stolidity and steadiness of veteran infantrymen. The line of advance was like Hogarth's line of beauty, all curves. Neither did the officers understand any better than their soldiers how to align the ranks. Still it was a superb body of men who meant mischief, and they kept along pretty well. On our way we passed a regiment of dismounted men, who seemed utterly demoralized and ready to strike for their horses at the slightest provocation. A bursting shell had made them as nervous as old women. When the end of the field was reached, the ball opened and a rattling volley poured into the Confederate line. A battery on the left also paid it its respectful attention. This was quite too much for some of the troopers, who broke and retreated to the rear, but the majority answered with a ringing cheer and increased the pace to a run, loading and firing carbines as they went. As they were in the woods there was but little damage done to either side. The noise of the attack and the cheering induced the foe to retreat, when the men, overcome by excitement, lay like dogs on a trail and all organization of the Fourth ceased for a time. The Black Horse, having in its ranks many old infantrymen, managed better, keeping the company intact and in line. Breaking through the woods they struck a blind road, which they followed through a meadow. Here a battery sighted them and sent off a few solid shot by way of greeting. But the men were moving too rapidly to stop, pushing steadily on to a covert of woods in their front. "If I cannot ride a horse," said one of the dismounted troopers as he skimmed over the ground, "I can at least hide behind a tree, and in one way or another see this fight." So he kept up with the line. It was a line which would have made Hardee or Upton want to commit suicide, and it surged along like an irregular, long league roller, which comes thundering and tossing upon the reef. The patter of bullets was now heard as they struck the trunks and branches of the trees, cutting off tiny twigs, scattering the bark, or embedding themselves in the wood. A short rest was here given to enable the men to recover breath. In 5 minutes the advance was resumed for about a half mile, the few skirmishers in the front retreating. At last a road running through the woods was reached, when a fierce volley came pouring into the face of the troop. Then each man, selecting a tree for himself, used it as a breastwork and returned the discharge by a hot scattering fire, the combatants being less than 50 yards apart. For about 15 minutes in the depths of the woods this close combat was carried on with small loss, as both parties were fighting under cover, the trees intercepting the missiles. Each side was armed with breech loading and repeating rifles, and every man pulled trigger as rapidly as he was able, consequently there was a shower of lead coming and going. A Federal officer upon a horse, imprudently exposing himself, went down, horse and all, under a volley. In the very midst of this contest there occurred an act of superb bravery, or rather madness, which quickens the blood in remembrance. One of those reckless, daring deeds most to dilate upon around the campfire, but which few if any would care to emulate. In a road, rebel lined, there dashed a Yankee officer, splendidly mounted and wearing the shoulder straps of a captain. He evidently had mistaken the enemy for his own men, and was as much startled on discovering his error as they, in whose presence he found himself. To them the apparition was so unexpected that for a second none thought of firing. In that time he had jerked his horse savagely around. A score of rifles were covering him at half pistol shot distance, and as many voices shouted out to him to surrender. Well, did he surrender? There was hardly one chance in a million that he could run that gauntlet and escape. The men who had drawn the bead were all crack marksmen, whose aim at 10 yards where he was riding was certain death. Not to surrender seemed madness. Did he? No, he risked the odds. He drove his spurs deep in the flanks of his steed, a violent spring of the animal, and he was clearing the ground in mighty bounds. The man bent low in his saddle. "Shoot him! Shoot him!" cried the troopers, and at every leap of the horse the rifle crack was heard. I happened to be standing in the road, and I was always counted a fair shot among the Black's horsemen, and as I saw his ruse de jour I sprang into the middle of the road, and with the muzzle of my carbine bearing upon the officer's head, fired. The rifle snapped. The horse, evidently struck by one of the many bullets, flinched and quivered for a second but kept well to his work. The wonderful promptitude and suddenness of the movement must have disconcerted the aim of the marksman, for only the soldier's arm was seen to hang supine by his side, and then, like a flash, horse and rider were out of sight. Is it strange that men are fatalists? Witnessing such immunity from death, is it any wonder that the veteran comes to believe that he cannot die before his time, and shares the faith of Madame Sévigné when she declared that the cannon ball which killed the great Turenne was charged from all eternity to do that particular work? Every bullet has its billet, solemnly avers the soldier. But, replies the unbeliever, what induces you to get behind a tree in a fight if you are a fatalist? "Oh, that's a matter of habit," answered the tattered gray back. "A matter of habit to preventing getting hit. Fate takes no account of wounds, that's small work, only of death. If we protect ourselves against the bullet, it's because we might be riddled through and fate wouldn't let us die before our time. Why, there's—" and off the long-winded Reb would start to give proof of his theory. Tell you how such a comrade died from a shot in the finger, how another recovered with a bullet hole clear through his chest, and so on ad infinitum, until he convinces himself that his creed is correct and the only one that a soldier should entertain. End of chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 20. The battle continued. The men had by this time warmed up to the work before them, and when Lieutenant James sprang out and ordered a charge, they answered with a will. The opposing force, evidently under the impression that we had received heavy reinforcements, gave ground and were pushed back across a swamp, fighting at every step and inflicting upon us quite a severe loss. Through the wood into a miry, boggy, swampy piece of land the line advanced in skirmish order. Just then Dick Martin and I crossed the road, and as we spied the dead horse of the officer who went down by our first volley, we both rushed to it. I to secure a handsome leather haversack suspended from the pommel, and Dick to get the saddle, which was an unusually fine one, and which Dick was green enough to think he could bear safe and undisturbed to the rear. The rider lay near; he was a captain of cavalry, and a ghastly hole in his throat showed where he got his death wound. I unstrapped the haversack, which was full of something, and slung it around my neck. I never did a better day's work than I did then, for without that haversack I would have fared badly. We two were about 75 yards in advance of the company, and noticing a Virginia snake fence near, which separated the forest from a field, both Martin and I crawled up to it and looked through the rails. One glance was enough. The field was literally full of Yankees, and a line of battle a half mile long was just in motion in our direction. Dick ceased to covet the saddle. He threw it off his shoulders and we fled back to the company, just as a rattling volley came from our left, killing 2 men and wounding 3. I rushed to Captain Payne and told him that there were thousands of Yankees in our front and that we had better make tracks, and make them long and fast. Captain Payne was so nervous with this new species of warfare that he could not see how to get his command out. Martin also told what he had seen to Lieutenant James, and that astute officer had a soldier's instinct. He gave command to the company to right about face and retreat. There was no panic. The men shouted and joked with one another as they sought the rear, stopping every few seconds to turn and fire in the direction of the wild hurrahs, which sounded so strangely in the woods. I remember watching Harold Alston, a young English lad of some 18 years, who had come, no one knew how or why, from his far off home and joined the Black Horse as a private in the ranks. He was standing beside a hickory sapling capping his carbine, when a bullet passed through his sleeve and split the sapling in 2 parts. It was a close call, but the young Englishman, who was in his first battle, never flinched for a moment, and Ker Sowers, who witnessed the incident, called to Alston to lie down, and remarked to me, "If all Englishmen fight like that boy, no wonder that they have never been conquered." Just then a line of battle appeared on the rim of the woods opposite and advanced across the field. They wore the yellow seamed jackets of the cavalry. Our rifles began to ring out, and many of them dropped, but our scattering volley only served to spur them up. With a loud hurrah they poured a volley in our direction. "Good by, Black Horse," yelled Joe Boteller as he struck for the rear. "Oh, that I had wings," said Dick Martin. Thrice happy were the long legged ones. Every Black Horseman discounted his record that day as a runner. Through the woods, across swamps, into briars we tore, with the Yankees close behind, yelling like mad and sending pattering bullets after us. At last we reached a large field fully half a mile across, with a large farmhouse in the center, and now it was neck or nothing with the blue coats not 100 yards behind. A squad of us aimed for the house, and nearly crazed with thirst struck for the spring. I filled my cap with water, and taking a few gulps, kept on at a 2:40 gait. Alston, the Englishman, was not so fortunate. He lay down at full length to lap up the water, and by the time he regained his feet the foe were upon him. I saw him, as I cast a backward glance over my shoulder, throw up his hands in token of submission. That was the last glimpse I had of Alston. Disregarding the cries of surrender, I zigzagged as I ran, and when about to sink upon the ground breathless, I heard the rattling of small arms on the farther end of the field, and saw the blue smoke curling from behind the fence. This showed where our line of battle was stationed, so making a final spurt I reached the fence and dropped on the ground like a log. I could not have run 10 yards more if all the Yankee army, with Ben Butler at the head, had been marching up the hill. The whole brigade lay in position behind the fence which bounded the field. The rails had been pulled down and piled one upon another, forming a kind of breastwork. Silence of a few minutes followed, and then on came the Yankees in two serried lines. A fierce struggle ensued, the bullets struck everywhere, and now and then, searching out some crevice in the rails, would bury themselves in living flesh. Men began to drift to the rear. The commands of officers were heard above the din, urging the line to stand firm. All at once a heavy volley was heard on the left, and that portion of the line surged backward. "We are flanked, the Yankees are in our rear," resounded through the ranks, and the whole brigade gave way and in great confusion retired over a mile. The cavalrymen dismounted their horses in that race. But again they were striking for reserves as before, not panic stricken. They did not understand rallying on foot and fighting back inch by inch for hours. They were used to more dashing encounters. With the charge and countercharge they were familiar, but the dogged, face to face fight they had yet to learn. An interval of half an hour followed, in which the brigade was reformed. The men had fired so often that their faces were grimed with powder, and they stood like a long line of coal heavers waiting to unload the next barge. About a fourth of their number were armed with the Sharp's rifle, manufactured in Richmond, and a more unreliable arm was never forced into the hands of unwilling soldiers. They spit fire at the breech in every discharge, and scorched and blackened the flesh with the half burnt powder, so that in firing the man so unfortunate as to possess it involuntarily turned aside his head when he pulled the trigger, having the while not the faintest idea whom or where the bullet might strike. And how they did recoil! Shades of an army mule! The reserves to which the Rebels had retreated were about a half mile back, supported by a section of Breathed's horse artillery, the guns being in position in a field just back of the troopers, who were forming in the strip of woods. Squads of men were every moment arriving and taking position in the line. It was nearly dark in the woods at this time, and no further attack was apprehended. No pickets were thrown out in front, and not a thought of danger possessed our long ranks, which stood discussing the events of the day and giving in experiences. Colonel Randolph sat on his horse, his aides also mounted, the right leg of each thrown comfortably over the pommel of the saddle, as the group laughed and talked with the abandon of comrades in arms for whom danger had passed, when presto! As by the wave of Merlin's wand, the whole scene changed. By Mars, the god of war, what a volley! About 5,000 rifles discharged through the falling twigs and leaves without premonition, bursting upon the unsuspecting troopers, scattering the mold on the ground, striking musket stocks and barrels, ripping through canteens, and piercing with fearful force the yielding flesh. The balls laid many a gallant form low. Glorious, gallant Cuthbert Sowers, the pet of the Black Horse, fell at this volley. The shock was so sudden that for a second it seemed to paralyze the whole brigade and cause the men to run helter-skelter back 100 yards or so. But the officers quickly rallied them into a steady, compact line, and they stood to their work like bulldogs. It was a stubborn contest and a deadly one. Men were struck every second, and a perfect torrent of lead seemed to pour from the muzzles of the repeating rifles. Inch by inch, step by step, was our line borne back by sheer force of weight. There was no running away, nothing but a dogged, stubborn determination to give ground as slowly as possible and exact a heavy penalty. For a half hour there was one of the hottest fights between the opposing brigades of dismounted cavalry that occurred during the war. Every tree, every sapling was marked by flying lead, and a steady stream of wounded were going back. At last the work became too warm even to hurrah or cheer. The men needed all the breath they had. It was hard, silent, deadly fighting. The combatants were in full view of each other whenever the purple smoke would drift away for a few moments. The advance was irresistible through the woods to where our small reserve was stationed, and breastworks thrown up for protection, and better than all, a section of Breathed's battery. As soon as we were ensconced behind this shelter, the two guns sent the solid shot plowing and crashing through the trees and right into their teeth. This stopped the advance, but did not cause their retreat at first. But in a few minutes the combined fire caused them to recede, and then our men advanced and ran against a fresh line, and were broken to pieces. Nothing saved the regiment from a rout but those two guns of Breathed's battery. We drifted back. On each side of the section there was a small field to the left, and I found myself alone in it. Casting my eyes around, I saw at a distance a long line of cavalry hastening toward the field. I could not tell the color of the uniforms on account of the dust, but I thought they were the enemy, so I ran to the battery and told the lieutenant that the Yankees were in our rear and he had better save his guns. His reply was laconic and to the point: "Not by a damn sight." Nothing more was to be said, so I turned back to the field, where the rifles were spitting fire at each other. Suddenly from out of the woods came two dismounted Yankees, not 40 yards distant. I took aim at one and pulled the trigger before they caught sight of me. Thanks to the miserable home made rifle, the bullet shattered the soldier's arm. He dropped his gun and holding his wounded limb went back to the woods. His comrade, instead of running away, fired hastily at me and sent a bullet through my slouch hat. I banged away at him and the confounded cap snapped. Then I saw the blue coat drop on his knee and take as cool aim at me as if he was firing at a mark. I was standing sideways to him, trying to force a shell into the breech. I saw the flash and felt a jar, then dropped to the ground. Again he fired. This bullet struck my boot sole and slit the upper and lower leather wide apart. I thought, "That bloodthirsty Yank will kill me yet, so I'll play possum," and I stretched myself out like one lifeless. Just then one of our scattered men, seeing me fall, ran across the field to help me. The Yankee fired at him just as the soldier stooped to pick me up. I saw the dust fly from his jacket just above the collarbone, and the Reb gave a howl and put back to the rear. Now, thought I, that Yank ought to be satisfied he has crippled two men, so I watched him out of the corner of my eye. He rose, looked around and blazed away at somebody, and then to my great relief disappeared into the woods. I remembered that the hero Wolfe at Quebec, when he was dying of his wound, thanked God that the enemy was retreating, and said that he could die happy. I am bound to confess that I lost every bit of my patriotism when that bullet struck me. I had nothing of the hero in me. It was a matter of indifference to me who won the fight. I did not care a Confederate dollar whether Cassio killed Roderigo or Roderigo killed Cassio. I was too much concerned about myself. Was I done for? Was I mortally wounded? Where did that ball hit, anyway? I unbuttoned my jacket, drew a long breath. Lungs all right, arm ditto, head level and unperforated. I rose on my legs, or rather attempted to do so, and then I found where I was hit. Two round holes in my breeches legs above the knee showed where the bullet had gone through, and a warm thrill down my left leg indicated that the blood was running freely. The surgeons had impressed one fact upon the men. They said, "As soon as you are struck, take your handkerchief and make a tourniquet by tying the ligature above the wound as tight as it can be made. This may save your life." It saved mine. I was not versed in surgery enough to know whether the bones were shattered or not. My leg was a dead weight. I could wriggle my toes, there was plenty of room for them after that Yankee had ruined my boot by that last shot, and even then I remembered with a pang that I had given $250 for those boots. It was now dark. and the chilling vapor of the nearby swamp stole over the fields. It was perfectly still. The evening star burned like a lamp in the sky. I raised myself and glanced around, hoping to see some friendly light of a relief party moving over the field, but nothing could be seen or heard. I essayed to shout, but what with yelling all the evening, there was not much voice left. I shivered from the cold, my leg, now swollen to double its natural size, pained me badly, and worse than all, a consuming thirst possessed me, and in the passing of the long hours it grew worse, until the longing became torture. I would doze off and dream of rivers and fountains, and waken with my teeth chattering, my mouth dry, and tongue like a piece of shingle. My wound had bled much and formed a sickening glue-like puddle that I could only wallow in, for I had not the strength to pull myself out. If I had only possessed an overcoat or a blanket it would have been less uncomfortable. Lying helpless on the bare ground, in a light marching costume, is an experience that any soldier who has ever tried it will never forget. I wondered in a dim way where the Black Horse were, whether or not I was lying inside the enemy's lines, if I had been missed and if I were supposed to have been killed. My thirst was such that had a Yankee come to me with a canteen I would have looked upon him as an angel. But the night passed away, and by the time the dawn came I was envying the rigid forms that I knew were lying around on the battlefield, for they could not suffer. I was insensible when a searching party of our men found me. One of my comrades, Sim Green, of the Black Horse, who was hunting for me, came up, and seeing my condition at first thought I was dead. I was reported killed in the battle. He went back for his horse, on which he managed to mount me, and walking by my side and supporting the useless limb, conveyed me to the road a half-mile away, where our ambulances were waiting for the freight. I was placed within, and with cheering words my comrade rode off. "This is the last load that I'm going to take today," remarked the driver as he started his team. I asked him how many he had run. He said he had not counted them, but that he had driven from the battlefield to the improvised hospital at Spotsylvania Courthouse several times and had full loads each time. That many badly wounded passengers had been in that vehicle could easily be seen, for the bottom of the ambulance, being watertight, was covered with the horrible crimson exudation to the depth of an inch or more, and the jolting over the stones had dashed the blood about like a miniature fountain, saturating me from head to foot, until I was actually bathed in the ensanguined fluid. Even under such circumstances one may derive consolation, and it might be worse, has made many a man content and formed philosophers. How many hundreds or even thousands were that night lying dead, or mutilated beyond hope? Any reasonable man ought to be thankful, although every jolt was agony. The court house, distant about 4 miles from Todd's Tavern, was reached at last, and the driver, taking me in his arms to the court house green, placed his burden on the grass. The rooms of the building were already filled to their utmost capacity, but he said he would bring the surgeon. All around in the spacious yard lay the maimed of 2 days' battle, stricken in every possible way. The day passed, but I lay in the court house yard with hundreds of others, unnoticed and unattended. The night was glorious, soft and warm, and never had the stars looked so bright and radiant. The hours came and went, and those nearest to death died in peace. If one must die, how grand and appropriate seemed the place, with the earth receiving the resting form back to her bosom, and the ethereal boundless space opening to freed spirits. In the dread, majestic presence of death, what are earthly ties, tearful voices, or loving words? The golden bowl breaks just the same, the severed cord is loosened none the less surely. There can be no more glorious, no happier death than the martyrs and the soldiers. Both suffer, both endure, and death squares all. About midnight I was wakened out of a dozing slumber by an exclamation, and opening my eyes, saw by the mystic light a figure bare to the waist, with clotted blood so thick that only here and there in little spots could the white skin be seen beneath. I thought it some hideous dream. "Hunter, is that you?" said the nightmare. "Yes," I answered, rubbing my eyes, "but who in the mischief are you?" "Shepherd, of the Black Horse." I knew him well. He hailed from Louisiana, was an educated scholar, jovial comrade, and one of the handsomest men in the army, about 37 years old, 6 feet high in his stockings, and erect as a pine. "Where were you hit?" "Right through my shoulder," he replied. "Bad wound, but not very painful now." "Is there no chance of seeing a surgeon?" I asked. "No, I was brought here before sundown. I saw thousands of wounded and they have been coming in ever since. There are but 2 surgeons here, and they can't begin to look over all these men, but I hope some of our friends will find me out soon. I am going to lie down, for I am faint." So, side by side we rested, and soon fell into a troubled doze. It was some time in the night when the pain of the wound caused me to wake and struggle into a sitting posture. I looked around. Shepherd lay close beside me, his white face turned skyward. Only his regular breathing showed that he was alive. The heavens blazed with millions of stars, but the beauty of the coming morn was lost upon those unfortunates who rested upon the sward of the court house green. I struggled to rise, but everything spun around and phantom shapes came and went. The torturing pains grew less and I felt myself sinking, as it were, out of sight, then unconsciousness followed. A shooting pain, a thrill of acute feeling, and a voice sounding in my ears: "Is he alive? Yes, the whiskey has brought him to." I then became conscious that a liquid was passing down my throat, and opening my eyes I saw the chaplain of the regiment, and the surgeon kneeling, with his finger on my pulse. "I'm all right, Doctor, but for God's sake give me water, and look after Shepherd there." The flask was put to his lips and he also sat up. "I'm going to put you 2 in a room by yourselves," said the chaplain, "in the top of the court house, and I think we can manage to carry you up." Taking Shepherd first, they returned, and placing their arms around me, carefully steered their way over the prostrate forms, which lay almost touching one another. Reaching the room above, they spread a blanket upon the floor and laid us upon it, and the doctor, assisted by the chaplain, made a hasty examination of our wounds. Shepherd's shoulder blade was shattered by the bullet, and the surgeon told him that it was not mortal, but that in all probability he would never have the full use of his arm again. My own was a flesh wound, the bullet only knocking off the end of the bone, and changing direction passed upward and out, making a wide orifice and tearing the flesh and tendons dreadfully. I drew a long breath of thankfulness. In the parlance of our camp I had a $1,000,000 wound, which meant a long furlough with no danger to life or limb. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 21, The Rear Guard of the Grand Army. Both my comrade and myself felt better the next morning, especially as the surgeon, who though he had been constantly at work all night, yet found time to dress our wounds and pronounced them improving as rapidly as could be expected, his only prescription being cold water to bathe the hurt. The homeopathic plan, after a battle, was the only one our doctors followed, whether they all believed in it or not. Cold water was plentiful, and no other restoring agent being at hand, they all became advocates of the cold water cure. In fact, the medical stores were very scant. We possessed none of those large roomy ambulances which the Yankees had, filled with all the adjuncts of the medical profession. No old sanitary for us. Our field surgeon's outfit consisted of a bag, in the depths of which were rolls of bandages, a case of amputating instruments, which some newly fledged doctors used on the slightest pretext, if they were in doubt, just to keep their hands in, as it were. All the wounded were treated alike, the slightly, the badly, and the severely. Their wounds were bandaged with a handful of lint, over which was a bandage of cotton. Then a canteen of water was placed in the patient's free hand, that he might keep the cloth always wet, and in the other hand was a branch with which to wave the flies away. After all, the simple treatment was possibly the safer and better. Mother Nature is a kind old dame, and will heal her children's wounds unless indeed they be mortal. The simpler the remedies the surer the cure, and the continual dripping of cool, clear water on the affected parts prevented erysipelas and fever. Many of our most eminent surgeons freely confessed, in conversation and in print, that in hot weather Clearwater possessed greater curative powers than all the lotions in the world. Others of the fraternity would deny this, of course, for when did doctors ever agree? Be that as it may, the stricken soldier had by far greater confidence in the efficacy of the pure element than in the drugs and nostrums of the laboratory. Then for suppurating wounds our surgeons used a porous bag filled with fresh earth. It was found to be an excellent absorbent. After the doctor had taken up the severed arteries and bandaged my hurt, I was soon out of pain, and as I sank restfully back the last thing that I recollected was the doctors of medicine and divinity carrying out the body of a soldier who had died in the corner of the room. Poor fellow! His personal effects were few, a rifle left on the field, a pair of shoes, and maybe a bag of tobacco and an old pipe, which were appropriated by the burial squad. A blood-stained blanket, which he probably got of some dead enemy, and which, falling to our share, would, if we shuffled off our mortal coil, be taken by the next chance soldier. No need for executors for the privates in the ranks. The first hand stretched out obtained the personal property, and retained it without fear of administrators or heirs. A cup of coffee was brought us, and hardly had we finished, ere the boom of a cannon broke the stillness of the soft spring air. It was the signal gun, and then the battle opened. We could not move from our pallets, only stay and listen, wishing with a listless kind of hope for rescue. For a half or 3/4 of an hour the firing continued, advancing nearer and nearer, showing that our forces were retreating. Then there was a lessening of reports, and while we wondered what it could mean, steps were heard outside ascending the stairway, and several of our comrades of the Black Horse entered the room, having been sent by the ever kind and thoughtful Colonel Randolph to bring our blankets and clothes, which had been strapped behind our saddles. They told us the news. In the morning our forces were struck by solid lines of infantry, who had driven them back until they had been ordered to retreat to their horses and retire beyond the village. They said, furthermore, in a short time the court house would be occupied by Yankees. This was anything but cheering news to two already downhearted patients, and our spirits sank to zero, especially as, after a most fashionable visit as regards time, our comrades left us. Soon after, the fight was renewed, this time only about 2 miles away. A stand must have been made by our people, for not only the artillery but the musketry as well could be heard. It was a short conflict, for it ended as abruptly as it commenced, and then came another interval of perfect silence. Through the window poured a mellow flood of sunlight. The green baby leaves but yesterday burst from the bud, taking a greener tint from the vivid hued rays. A blackbird sang on a bough just outside, and the sweet odor of springtime came through the open window. One could close his eyes and imagine himself in some peaceful country home. In a perfect agony of expectation we awaited the sounds we knew must soon follow, and in a few minutes several sudden reports blazed forth and then a shrapnel burst over the court house. The carol of the bird was hushed. Again the cannon voice and explosion of shell was heard further down the village. Shepherd got up. "Good God, I can't stand this," and he tottered from the room. Another and still another report, and maddened by uncertainty I dragged myself, despite the burning pain, to the window and looked out. I forgot wounds, hurts. I was thrilled to the heart by the bravest, most daring scene my eyes ever gazed upon before or since. This was what I saw. In front of the court house, in the direction in which I was looking, was a large common or pasture of about 100 acres, destitute of trees or shrubbery with the exception of an old dead apple tree standing in the middle. The common was bounded on the opposite side by a dense forest. In front of the woods, about a half a mile distant, was planted a Yankee battery of 4 guns, and it was their shells which were exploding over the village. In the middle of the field were 2 figures. One lay behind the tree, seemingly nerveless with fear, for he made neither sign nor motion. Standing out in bold relief was a soldier in gray, with neither break, bank, nor cover protecting him. He stood there alone, fighting that 4-gun battery. Evidently annoyed by his fire, a gun was turned on him. A solid shot went shrieking over his head, but it did not daunt him. Upright, he used his repeating rifle with wonderful rapidity, though with what effect I could not see. The gun of the battery was aimed better next time, for a long furrow was plowed in the ground near where he stood. Even that did not cause him to move or retreat. Instead his rifle went up to his eye, a little puff of smoke, a faint crack, and the bullet sped on its errand. Then the rifle was lowered, a shot from the magazine slipped into the barrel and fired in rapid succession. Another cannon shot passed through the branches of the old apple tree, yet he did not even turn his head. He seemed not to know or care whether there was an enemy in the rear, and fought like a Titan against a host. I was lost in amazement. Who was this man who alone was tackling with superb madness a whole battery of artillery? Shot and shell seemed no more to him than the clouds of Saracen arrows did to the lion-hearted Richard. Horatius at the bridge, D'Auvergne at the pass, holding back unnumbered foes, never surpassed in splendid recklessness such an act as this. No gladiators' exhibitions to excite the huzzas of the populace. For less than this has history made men famous. The Athenians would have carried him into the Senate chamber and recited an ode in his honor. How grim old Ney would have taken him by the hand and into his heart, and later on Lord Raglan would have given him the Victoria Cross, and England voted him a pension. Ah, bravery is a glorious virtue wherever it be found. The gods respect, men admire, and women adore it. Under all conditions at all times it is grand and noble, but grander and nobler is the courage which plans, which dares, which executes without hope and without reward. The sole witness of this exploit now enacting on the heath ended his observations, for a shell from the battery exploded near the window with fearful force. A limb of the sycamore which shaded the court house was cut in two, and one of the fragments of iron shattered the window glass above my head. This was a little too hot, so dropping to the floor I wiggled to the staircase and hallooed for assistance. A soldier heard the call and carried me down the long steps into the court room, and then, by the direction of the surgeon, laid me upon a bench of the raised dais where in peaceful times the learned man of law was wont to preside and dispense justice to all without regard to age, color, or previous condition of servitude. Listen, there is the rumble of wheels, and a faint cheer follows. The Yankees are closing in on the place. I wonder where the rear guard is now. Killed, captured, wounded, or beating a retreat. Hardly had these thoughts flashed through my mind when the crack of a rifle was heard outside. Through the open door I saw that man in gray retreating in a swinging gait. Then through the window I caught a last glimpse of him. He seemed to be of middle age, tall and thin. Behind him, not 100 yards away, came the battery in a gallop, and then vanished in a huge cloud of dust. Once more, only once more, the report of his piece sounded, so faintly, Shepard said, as to be barely audible, yet it was a deadly shot, for in a minute a squad of bluecoats came in, carefully bearing one of their number, shot through the groin, almost in front of the court house door. He was laid beside me on the platform, and then his comrades left without saying a word. They were evidently in a desperate hurry. Shepard interrogated the man, but he was too far gone to answer. His wound was mortal and his life was ebbing away with every breath. Who was the hero or fanatic who killed him? I never could learn. Whether rendered savage, desperate, dangerous by the death of some loved friend killed on the battlefield, or by the ill treatment of a member of his family by marauders, or a veritable madman at large, or having been a prisoner and made nearly insane by brutal treatment of his captors, or perchance born like Nelson without fear, and loving, as Charles of Sweden did, the music of whistling bullets above everything else, none may ever know. Whatever feeling inspired him, the action was as brilliant as ever jeweled the chronicles of the Crusades. Whether he was killed in the battle which followed, or escaped to tell the tale, his was the proud title of the rear guard of the A.N.V., a veritable stormy petrel of tempestuous war. End of chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 22, Off Duty. In a short time a young Yankee officer entered the room. He was as martial a looking fellow as ever eye rested upon. the true type of a dashing cavalryman. There was something of the holiday soldier about him, for though covered with dust, the perspiration running in streaks down his face, his bearing, his glittering equipments showed the care he took of them. 2 ivory-handled revolvers peeped from the holsters. His spurs were jingling, and his get-up foppish, yet he was the dandy of the battlefield and not the boudoir. Following him were several troopers. He stopped and looked around. There lay those who were shot, in every attitude and form of misery. The floor itself where he stood was red and even stained his boots. He appeared shocked by what he saw, and turning to Dr. Randolph, said he would send some stores from the hospital chest to alleviate in some measure the suffering of the wounded. "I wish to God," he added, "that the authors of this war could witness such scenes as this." Then, saluting the doctor, he left. True to his promise, his men soon returned, bringing many necessaries and luxuries from their ambulance, among other things several buckets of ice water. We drank this precious liquid, bathed our hurts and wet the bandages, and many sank into refreshing slumber. The last thing before the eyes closed we saw the blue coats on their errands of mercy, giving drink to the thirsty, food to the hungry, and playing the good Samaritan to their erstwhile deadly foes. In the time of our suffering there were no jibes nor taunts from them. Instead, had we been the nearest and dearest, their courtesy and kindness could not have been more marked. Yes, though Johnny Reb and Billy Yank could fight each other in deadly combat, yet in times such as these the best of their natures shone out, and their virtues gleamed more brightly when displayed in the dark background of war's horrid front. General Lee's right flank is turned and the game is up, I thought. A rough shake aroused me. It was Shepherd, in a great state of excitement. "Look, Hunter, look!" he exclaimed. I thought I was still dreaming, for my last gaze had rested upon armed men in blue, and by some trick of fancy the color was changed into gray. There were a dozen or so in the room, old Rebs to perfection, and if imagination did conjure up this apparition, she did it with a marvelous attention to detail. The ancient slouch hat, the ragged jacket, the battered canteen, the discolored breeches, the brogans and stockings outside of pants, even the bright muskets, all convinced me that I was either mad or dreaming. "What does all this mean, Shepherd? Who are these men?" "It means that Longstreet has just arrived and occupies the place without having fired a shot." To the wounded, who had made up their minds to a long confinement in a foreign hospital with no exchange, it meant a lingering out of long days in a strange place with no familiar face at the bedside. The transition was sudden, but filled us with intense joy and devout thankfulness. No felon who had become resigned to his doom received the reprieve with more full-hearted gratitude than did those despairing Rebs, for convalescence would be spent in the bosom of their families, amid all those sweet, tender surroundings which make home a veritable paradise to the soldier. Those old familiar forms, they gladdened our eyes, for to every patient not already dying they showed their sympathy in a way that spoke louder than words could ever do. They shared their 3 days' rations with the hungry. It was not much, 1 or 2 half-cooked ash cakes and a slice of fat meat, that was all, and though it meant starving one day, yet they never hesitated. Uncle Peter, as Longstreet was called, had made a forced march and broken down half of his corps to reach Spottsylvania. He had taken position about half a mile outside, where he was engaged in throwing up breastworks. My informant, one of Anderson's men, said, "There's going to be some tall fighting hereabouts soon." The hours seemed laden with death. From my high position on the platform I had a view of the whole courtroom, and the picture that met my gaze was infinitely sad. Beside me on the dais was one of my own regiment, shot in the side, and from the nature of the wound he was not able to lie down. His suffering was intense. On the floor, laying on a spread blanket, were 5 soldiers, all past hope, for the surgeon after a brief examination pronounced them mortally wounded. There is a horrible fascination in watching dying men. Turn your eyes which way you will, they invariably return to those whose sands of life are nearly run out. You can count the gasping breath, behold the spasmodic clutching at the air, the respiration getting fainter and taken at longer intervals, the glazing eye, the blackening lips, the ashy pallor of the face, find at last the rattling of the throat and convulsive shuddering of their limbs as the immortal spirit leaves its tenement of clay. There were more than 100 cavalrymen lying in the room, and the odor, the blood, and the gathering flies made the place seem like a charnel house. Nothing was done nor could be done. Utterly unprepared for the emergency, the dead and wounded lay side by side unattended. This was not our surgeon's fault. All that man could do was done. For 48 hours he had been upon his feet without an hour's continuous rest, but what could one doctor and his assistant accomplish among all those maimed and mangled men? Only witness their agony, in despair that they could not respond to a tenth part of the piteous appeals for aid. The lint, bandages and stimulants which our foes had supplied during their brief stay did incalculable good, and was one of those graceful acts which touch the heart. 1 cup of coffee was given to each of the badly wounded who could drink, and a stimulant to those who imperatively needed it. Real good Yankee liquor it was, pure and strong medicinal brandy, such as we had not tasted for years. But the demijohn was soon emptied. In the evening several surgeons arrived and set to work. Limbs were taken off, and in the adjoining room the frightful noise of the saw severing the bones was plainly audible. The dead were removed and the living had their hurts dressed with lint and bathed in water. Then the patients were made as comfortable as circumstances would permit. During the night 15 men died, and their bodies were carried out in the morning. A melancholy procession, as one after another disappeared through the door. Preparations were made to transport us to Gordonsville, where several post hospitals were stationed. My companions in misery were Kelly, a little gamecock Irishman of the 4th Virginia Cavalry, who was shot through the shoulder; Shepherd, and a soldier of Company H of the same regiment. Together we lay in the vehicle, not a roomy ambulance with easy springs, but one of those huge, unwieldy affairs used for cavalry supplies, and in the parlance of the camp denominated "arks." Just before starting, General Stuart rode up and cheered us by his kind words. He looked as if dressed for a holiday review. His last words were characteristic. "You have done splendidly, boys. You have well earned your furlough. The Virginia girls will nurse you well and soon have you ready to follow me through Maryland." He saluted and rode away, and we never again beheld our cavalry leader. The teamster cracked his whip, the mules started, and our journey commenced. We lay on blankets spread upon the bare boards. The jolting was terrible, the torment simply excruciating. The cavalryman lying next to me was shot in the hip, and the shaking of the ark started his wound bleeding afresh, flooding the blankets. By continued shouting we made the driver, who sat on a saddle on the left rear horse, understand that we wanted the wagon stopped. He pulled up and asked me what the matter was. "I'll drive to that house," he said, pointing to a place a mile away, "and leave him there." The motion of the wagon recommenced, and still the red stream continued to flow. We were helpless and could do nothing to aid him. His face grew pale and more wan, until at last, when the driver came to a halt and the bleeding man was taken out, he was gasping his last. "No sort of use to put him in the house," the driver remarked coolly. "He will be dead in a few minutes." "Oh, don't leave him in the road," said Kelly. "Carry him in anyhow." "Well, I reckon they can bury him." The inanimate Clay was left at the farmhouse and our passage recommenced. The jar and shock was almost unendurable, and we begged the man to leave us on the roadside and not to kill us in this manner, but he said, "No, I have orders to carry you to Beaver Dam Station, and I am going to do it." We tried prayers, threats and promises, for we had nothing with which to bribe him, but he was inexorable. So in sullen despair we lay, undergoing torture. The wagon rumbled along so slowly that yards seemed miles, and it appeared as if time itself stood still. But we were doomed to bear other pain than physical, for about noon a cavalryman dashed up at a rattling pace, shouting out that Sheridan had just occupied Beaver Dam, burnt the depot and destroyed the railroad track for a long distance, and it was probable that he would take the very road which we were traveling. Without waiting to find out the truth, the teamster, panic stricken, stopped the wagon, unhitched the horses, and mounting rode away to the woods in hot haste, followed by the other drivers of the train, leaving the wounded to take care of themselves. We listened for the hoof strokes of the approaching foe, but the sun declined and not a sound broke the stillness. At last, when darkness was near, the teamsters reappeared, looking very sheepish and making many excuses. Drawing the wagon to one side, they lighted a fire, cooked their rations, gave us some rye coffee, which, added to the hardtack and roast beef in my captured haversack, made a good supper. We continued our journey the next day, the wagons heading for Bumpus Station on the CCRR, where we arrived late in the evening, after a drive which left little life in any of us. The wounded were distributed around. Shepherd, Kelly, and I were placed on the floor of the station house, a canteen of water and a cracker given us, and we were then left for the night. The rumor that the track at Beaver Dam had been destroyed was only too true. Sheridan and his troopers had made thorough work in their raid and had left only a blackened, smoking waste of the station. The hope, fondly cherished, that we would be sent to Richmond was doomed to disappointment, so we were forwarded to Gordonsville to remain until the road was repaired and the cars could carry the wounded to the capital city. On reaching Gordonsville, we found the hospitals crowded with the wounded from the fierce battle of the Wilderness, but they were under excellent management. Everything was neat and clean and very comfortable. The various wards were cool and airy, while a full corps of nurses gave patient and watchful attendance. In addition to this, the ladies in the vicinity had organized a sanitary relief club, and every day they filled their allotted tasks, bringing sunshine with their sweet, bright faces and doing more good by their very presence than all the herbs that Galen ever dreamed of. All those little luxuries which to the veteran of the camps brought back the memory of antebellum days, as well as tempted his palate, were offered him by fair hands. The rations too were wholesome and plentiful, and under these influences most of the patients improved rapidly. The color returned to wan cheeks and contentment was marked in the face of every convalescent. It was pleasant to many of those war-worn Rebs to lie at length on a clean, soft bed, with the cool air sweeping through the open door and windows, with no care on their minds and a consciousness of duty well performed, and where their gaze could rest upon graceful, flitting forms, while the sweetest voices would charm away the weary hours, and willing hands anticipate every wish, and their pains and aches were lightened by the touch of tender hands. Then would come glorious news of our comrades in the field, and the distant guns bore on the tidings of great conflicts, where the gray legions, standing at bay, met face to face and front to front the surging lines of blue. At this time the privates of the rank and file had not much belief in Grant's generalship. His mad charges in which he lost thousands, his repeated attacks and repulses, until the vicinity of Spotsylvania resembled a grand abattoir, where, instead of cattle being slaughtered, precious humanity gave up their lives, was not their idea of a master of the art of war. In about 10 days the damage done by Sheridan's raiders at Beaver Dam was repaired, and those of the wounded who could be moved were put on flats and started for Richmond. Many trains were loaded with the wounded. It was an unpleasant ride for some, the track being rough and uneven, and the cars were those used for transporting timber, ties, pig iron, and other third-class rate. But it was easy enough to gain patience and philosophy now, for thoughts of furlough and a gradual convalescence in the home circle lingered in the minds of the majority. No thieving commissary to rob him of his daily meals, no guards, no work of any kind, but a glorious idleness, with care and trouble banished. So the antiquated cars racketed and rumbled along as best they could, and each revolution of the driving wheel brought us nearer home. About twilight the train stopped at the depot, and the wounded, of which there were several thousands, were taken off and sent to the different hospitals. For hours the ambulances carried their loads and then returned for more. Those in the front cars disembarked first, and were of course chosen in turn. When our flat was reached, the surgeon told us that the hospitals were jammed and we would have to be carried to a temporary one. We learned what that meant later on. It seemed that the government at Richmond had failed, as it always did, to be ready for an emergency, even such a necessary one as the taking care of its own wounded. It had made no provision for the army which came pouring in a steady stream, from the different battlefields, and with criminal carelessness had, in a time when wonders could have been accomplished, calmly folded its hands and waited for a miracle to occur. When north, east, south, and west the air was filled with the sound of the raging conflict and Richmond was girt with flame, it found the officials helplessly wringing their hands and gazing appalled at the host of maimed from the battlefields. Every bed in the hospital was occupied, and still the long procession came steadily onward. It was at this crisis that the women of Virginia arose in their grandeur and came out in colors that shone in spotless luster. They cast aside the natural timidity of their sex, conquering those finer feelings which make women shrink from all that is abhorrent to the sight, and met the emergency by flocking to the city from all sections, and each carried back as many patients as their household could accommodate. A half dozen creaky ambulances emptied our flat, and soon dumped us into the shades of Chimborazo Hospital. There is no descriptive power on earth which could convey the abomination of this dreadful place. It had been erected in the distraction of the bloody crisis, by the authorities, who lay all the winter inert, and only at the 11th hour provided long buildings like those seen in the marble yards to protect the workmen. I quote from my diary: "May 28th, 1864. Arrived in hell last night, and now am reclining on a bag half stuffed with sawdust, which is red and sticky. Haven't seen a doctor. This place of the spirits damned is a shed of rough planks about 150 feet long, I should judge, by about 50 feet wide. The coffins in which we lie are about 6 by 3 feet. Shrouds, called bedclothes, of coarse sacking. The mattresses are stuffed with shucks, straw, sawdust, anything that comes handy. There are only 2 brute attendants, both black, they call them nurses, God save the mark, to take care of us. The odor is fearful, the heat unbearable. It is sweet to die for one's country." All that day there was only one visit from a sorely harassed surgeon, accompanied by a brutal negro, who I saw take a dead soldier, preparatory to burial, and place the stiffened limbs in all kinds of fantastic attitudes, enjoying his diabolical exhibition with as keen zest as a child playing with a doll. The beds were so close together that a patient could touch his right and left neighbor by simply stretching his arms. A narrow window placed at intervals half lighted the room, but wholly failed in any purpose of ventilation. Not a mouthful was given us for supper or for breakfast next morning, and it was not until noon that some hardtack and rye coffee was handed around by the callous Caliban. The condition of affairs in that close-cribbed Guiana was shocking. On my right a young soldier had passed away peacefully during the night. I tried to attract the attention of the hospital nurse, but failed, so pulled the blanket over the dead face. On my left was a stalwart soldier who raved in delirium, with none to notice or care for him. The water given us was lukewarm and unpalatable, and the all-pervading gloom depressed the spirits. The jolting of the train had started many wounds bleeding afresh, and there should have been at least a staff of surgeons to those 100 and odd patients, every one of them wounded seriously. The second day was but a repetition of the first. Many begged to be taken outside to lie in the sun, anywhere to get out of that dark, foul-smelling place. I wrote an urgent letter to my sister, who occupied a government position in the city, and begged her for God's sake to get me away. On the third day several sisters of charity and a robed priest entered, bringing hope and comfort with them. Just here I desire to give a willing tribute to the devotees of that denomination. The heart of the Roman Catholic Church South was profoundly interested in the cause of secession. Their devotion was intense, their deeds the theme of all praise. In the very smoke of the battle the priest could be seen succoring the wounded or making content the last hours of the dying. Neither hardships nor danger could daunt those faithful men, who worked from motives holy and pure. In the hospitals the garb of the sisters was ever seen, and the woe that they alleviated the Omnipotent only knows. These divine women would go into the highways and byways, leaving others to attend the patients in the regular hospitals, and would sally out and hunt up the unfortunate in just such festering holes as we were stewing in. Blessings upon the sisterhood with its white caps, saintly presence, meek, soft eyes, and tender touch. Every veteran of the Army of Northern Virginia will always hold them in a most sweet remembrance. The 3 days I spent in that hospital were the most terrible of my life, with nothing to do but to fight away the bloated flies which clung to the wounded spots until they were mashed. I am convinced that a month in that Hades would either have killed or maddened any patient. Like many, I sank into a listless melancholy and cared for nothing on this mundane sphere. On the 3rd day my sister, accompanied by the surgeon of the post, found me, and within an hour I was transferred to a private hospital in Franklin Street. This home was the result of the efforts of a devoted woman who, without money, collected enough by persistent endeavor from the Richmond people to found a hospital, which was supported entirely by voluntary contributions. The most seriously wounded soldiers were treated there. Miss Sally Tompkins was the heroine, and she threw her whole soul into her work. Her hospital, the Robertson, was incomparably the best in Richmond, and lucky the soldier whose form rested upon the snowy sheets of this retreat. Miss Sally as a quartermaster would have been worth her weight in gold. She was a born forager, and no matter how scarce vegetables might be in the beleaguered city, she always managed to secure enough for her patients. Indeed, fed them so well that some of them actually grew fat and refused to go home on a wounded furlough because they had such a royal time at the Robertson, which, by the way, was situated in the most fashionable part of the city. If the sanitary side of the house was complete, the medical department was no less so under the management of one of the most eminent surgeons in the Confederate States, and his skill was only equaled by his kindness and great heart. Dr. A.Y.P. Garnett was probably the most popular man among the soldiers in the South. He effected wonderful cures at the Robertson, and would stay by the seriously wounded day and night, fighting death step by step. Surely, if all the wounded that Dr. Garnett pulled through and made whole would join ranks, there would be a very strong brigade of staunch, lusty fellows, who but for him would have made rich the soil. To have been born a gentleman and reared as such, to prove worthy of one's birth and training, is to have reached the summit of every man's high ambition. Coming from a race whose blood was pure for generations, Dr. Garnett inherited also the bright brain of his ancestors, and by his talents made a name which has ever been famous in Virginia. He was the family physician of Mr. Jefferson Davis and of General Robert E. Lee, and an intimate social friend of the leaders of the Confederacy. Indeed, his influence over Mr. Davis was second to none, and he was often chosen by officers high in rank to broach schemes to the President which conspired for the benefit of the country. Miss Sally made a set of rules and expected obedience from her soldier pets, who loved her, every man of them. At 8 A.M. breakfast was served. At 10 the lady visitors came, bringing food, wine, and flowers, and many remained all day, reading to or writing for the disabled, or assisting Miss Sally about the house. At 2 dinner was served in the patients' rooms and in the dining room. At 7 supper, and until 9 those patients who were able were allowed to leave the hospital for recreation or visiting, but they were to be back punctually at the stated hour or the door was locked. But repeated summons always brought Miss Sally in person. She would not say much, but before those rebuking eyes the bravest soldier in the Confederacy would quake. Miss Sally trusted to the honor of her patients, and it was laughable to see some half-tight 6-footer blush and stammer his excuses before the reproving 4 feet 10 inches of femininity. There were hundreds of the wounded sent home daily from the various hospitals, and nearly every farmhouse in Southside Virginia had one or more patients to attend to. A party of ladies from the country came to the Robertson to choose convalescents to take back with them. I was drawn by a Colonel Ashland, and was to leave the next morning, Miss Sally promising to have my ticket and passport ready. Now I wanted my comrade, Will Edelin, to go along. Dr. Garnett having good-naturedly said that a little rusticating would not hurt him, but he looked too rotund and rosy to pass off for a patient under treatment. I told Edelin that he should go, but he said that without his furlough and medical passport it was impossible. He helped me into the canal boat the next morning, and when the lines were being cast off, the mules touched up and the guard was driving everybody ashore whose papers were not en règle, I was taken with a succession of fainting spells, and hung on to Edelin so tightly, and implored the guard so piteously not to take him from me, that despite his orders he weakened, and my friend was soon sitting on deck under the awning as blithe as a cricket. After an all night journey we disembarked at Columbia, in Fluvanna County, where a carriage awaited our coming, and after a drive of about 10 miles reached our destination. Our host was a genial, whole souled man. His household consisted of 2 charming daughters. His estate lay on the Rivanna River, directly at the falls. 2 great mills, the property of Colonel Ashland, supplied the whole country with flour. This region of Virginia was rich, the famous valley never having been trod by a hostile foot. The Rivanna River turned the great wheels, the grist was ground as regularly and as well as if the dogs of war were chained, and the canal boat glided undisturbed on its way, and the driver's tin horn, instead of the bugle, echoed along the vales. It was a soft place for a wounded soldier. Such abundance of food I never dreamed existed in the Confederacy. 4 kinds of bread for breakfast, and great racks of ice cream, frozen solid, every day for dinner, and of course substantials ad lib. Every dwelling in the surrounding country had its inmates, who received as much devoted care as if they had been the best beloved of the household. Every girl in Virginia had her share of nursing to do, and it was too common to excite remark to see some wounded soldier, who had been carried into the farmer's house dirty, unkempt, and literally in rags, emerge therefrom spick, span, and clean, with underclothing made from the garments of the girls, who had sacrificed their own comfort for the man who could pull a trigger. The privates despised the driveling and infirm government at Richmond, and they had no affection for Mr. Jefferson Davis, who was never in rapport with the soldiery. The President loved to be surrounded by a brilliant staff, and pomp and parade was dear to his soul. A private soldier was to him a thing of shreds and tatters, a being to be avoided, and I question if a ragged, powder-grimed Reb would have been admitted to an audience with the Chief Magistrate. In searching the pages of my notebook, I find only one sentiment of the soldiery, freely expressed at their campfires, and that was a deep hostility to President Davis, his cabinet, and his whole administration. This unfriendliness began in the summer of 1861, when Mr. Davis insisted on retaining Commissary General Northrop in office, notwithstanding the protest of General Beauregard. Northrop's administration was simply idiotic, and in the very midst of plenty the army was put on short rations. The appointment and retention of General John J. Winder as provost marshal was a most unfortunate step, as was also the forced resignation of Mr. Randolph as Secretary of War and the appointment of Judah P. Benjamin in his place. Mr. Benjamin was a brilliant lawyer, but he knew as much about war as an Arab knows of the Sermon on the Mount. The pages of Vattel and of Grotius were more familiar to him than Upton tactics or Jomini's precepts. Then Mr. Davis's constant interference in military affairs made him most unpopular with the army. This dissatisfaction steadily increased, and had General Lee at any time desired to play the role of despot, a simple hint would have been sufficient. His trusty bayonets would have placed him, as the Ironsides of Monk and Fairfax exalted Cromwell, at the head of a republic. The truth of this is proven by a well-known fact. After the return of Lee from the unfortunate Gettysburg campaign, while at Orange Court House, he placed his resignation in Mr. Davis's hands to be accepted or rejected. This leaked out and created thrilling excitement among his veterans. Had Mr. Davis accepted General Lee's abdication, there would have been an uprising which would have swept away the Confederate government within 24 hours after the truth was known. I do not believe that General Lee in person could have held the soldiery in check. Some would have grasped his horse's reins and have cried out as they did in the Wilderness, "General Lee to the rear!" Then with steady tramp 60,000 Rebels, the survivors of scores of battles, would have marched into Richmond calmly, coolly, deliberately, and there would have been such an upheaval of government as was never seen since the crumble of the Bourbon race when Louis XVIII was king. I state but a simple fact. There would have been no meeting, but simply a movement that generals, colonels, officers, and privates would have indulged in. Nobody who did not live in those days can accurately estimate the white heat of passion that would have pervaded the Army of Northern Virginia had the news gone from lip to lip that President Davis had accepted the resignation of Robert E. Lee. Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 23, Private Lambert's Shot. Just at this time another wounded soldier received his billet at the Ashlands. He was a tall, athletic young fellow, and report said a dauntless soldier. His name was Hardy, a native of Norfolk, Virginia, and a member of the Richmond Howitzers. He was as fine a raconteur as I ever listened to, and one of his stories so interested us all that I jotted it down as it fell from his lips. "Talking of shots," said Hardy, meditatively stroking his mustache, "puts me in mind of the greatest artillery discharge made during the war." "Is it true?" queried Colonel Ashland, "or is it a story like Will Edelin is hatching in his head now?" "What is it, Will?" inquired one of Colonel Ashland's daughters. "What is what?" answered the little infantryman. "That story that father said you were hatching in your head." "Oh," he answered, "I was only thinking of Captain Flynn's shot. But go on, Hardy, and tell us your story." "No," said the artilleryman, "peace before war. After you have finished your yarn I'll begin mine." "Out with it, Will," said Colonel Ashland. "I know it's worth hearing." "Well, when Hardy there spoke of a great shot I was reminded of a pretty tall one that did considerable damage down on the eastern shore of Maryland. It happened long before I was born, but the story has been handed down from father to son. There was an old Irishman named Captain Flynn who owned a small schooner which plied along the Potomac River and its estuaries, buying fowls, fruits, and garden truck from the country people and selling them in the Baltimore markets. It happened that the captain, a week before Christmas, dropped anchor off Cutler's Creek, and there came an unexpected freeze, and for 4 days he was held hard and fast. All his meat gave out, so he traveled over the ice to the home of one of his best customers, a spinster named Miss Tilda Jenks, who made her living by raising poultry. Miss Tilly was cited among her neighbors as being the sharpest and the shrewdest bargainer in the whole country round. Indeed, some of the old hands said that she could even beat a preacher in a horse trade. When Captain Flynn went to purchase a dozen fowls the ancient spinster promptly doubled her price. This made the old captain so mad that he went back to his sloop, swearing he would starve before he would pay it. Then ensued a struggle between his stomach and his pride, which resulted in his going back the next day and paying the spinster her price. As he saw the great number of fowls in the enclosure he said, "Miss Tilly, how much will you charge me to let me shoot in the thick of them, and let me have all I kill?" The woman studied for a while and then answered, "Captain, if you let me load your gun you can have all you kill for $1." "Bedad, and it's a bargain, and here's your dollar," answered the Irishman, "and now I'll go for me gun." He hurried back to his boat, got out an ancient bell mouthed blunderbuss that had belonged to his grandfather, put in a handful of powder, rammed in a bunch of tow. Next a double handful of shot was dropped down the barrel and held tight with another bunch of tow. Then Captain Flynn sawed off about 4 fingers of the ramrod, picked the flint, called his crew, which consisted of an antiquated darky, and proceeded inland. Miss Tilly first carefully measured the gun with the ramrod, then, despite the protest of the captain, she loaded the gun with only a thimbleful of powder and one of shot. "A bargain is a bargain, Captain," she said tauntingly, "and here's your gun. Now you can have all you kill." Captain Flynn asked for an ear of corn. This he shelled along for about 100 yards from the woodpile, then laying behind a log, he signaled to Miss Tilly that he was ready. The gate was opened and the fowls of all sizes, sexes, and condition came running, flying and fluttering out, and there was a confused mass of heads, wings, and feathers mixed up as far as the eye could reach. The captain sighted along the line and uttered a prayer, The darky got behind a tree and clapped his hands over his ears. The spinster stood with her horn spectacles on her forehead, serene and confident. Then the captain, having finished his orisons, pulled the trigger. There was a thundering report that reverberated clean to the Virginia shore and back. Then the smoke covered everything. When it lifted, there was the captain, sitting up, rubbing his shoulder. Miss Tilly had her arms raised to heaven, crying, "I'm ruined and undone." The darky was dancing a jig. The spoils were counted: 16 chickens, 12 guinea keets, 5 hen turkeys, 1 gobbler, 2 geese, 2 pigeons, 4 ducks, and the old lady's pet pig. "Well, well," said Colonel Ashland, "you know I am strictly temperate, but Mary shall make you a julep for that story. Now go on, Mr. Hardy, with your narrative." "Well, my story is very much like Will Edelin's. It shows the power of a range shot, and it is the solemn truth, although it sounds incredible. I saw the shot with my own eyes, for I was number 4 of the gun, and know the incident has been the theme of almost every camp fire in the army. You all know when Grant made his sudden onset on Lee at Spottsylvania, so as to split his army in two. He used every artifice to conceal his movements, and then relied for success upon his heavy attacks and sudden charges. He was successful, for he broke through our lines like a tempest, shivering to pieces everything in his path, and capturing General Edward Johnson and his entire division. The line was reestablished with great loss. In consequence of this, extraordinary efforts were made to prevent any more surprises, and the troops were cautioned to be on the alert, and to be ready on the instant to repel any attack the wily, determined enemy might make. Of course you all know the Richmond Howitzers by reputation. There is not a soldier in the Army of Northern Virginia who has not heard them spoken of again and again in the bivouac. Probably no finer batteries ever served in the world. Every battle was but another record of their triumph. During the series of savage assaults of Grant at Spottsylvania, the position of the First Company of Howitzers was on the left of the center. The whole army had thrown up hasty breastworks protecting their front. The position which the Howitzers occupied was intended for a battery breastwork. There were embrasures for the guns, with the earth shoveled high on each side. Connecting, there were the rifle pits of the infantry on the right. Just here came in a peculiarity of construction which every one noticed. It could not have been through design, but on this singularity hangs the whole action. This line of works was built directly across a large field which was bounded in front, under a quarter of a mile away, by a thick covert. The Howitzers were but a section and had but 2 guns, which were on the left and adjoining the infantry, and the 2 guns of a North Carolina battery were immediately upon the left. Now bear in mind the breastworks for the artillery were in length about 20 yards, the guns being about 15 feet apart, a distance which gave us ample room to work them. Our breastworks were not immediately joined to the infantry entrenchments, but were fully 12 feet in front. Thus the rifle pits extended through the entire length of the field to an impassable swamp on the right, which was commanded by 2 batteries of artillery on a hill beyond. The field was nearly level along the line, except where it dipped gently in the center close to the rifle pits. It was a warm, sultry May morning, and absolute silence reigned along the whole front. The artillerymen, wearied by their hard work of the past week, lay among their guns, almost to a man sound asleep, leaving the task of keeping watch to the infantry. All were not asleep though, for another soldier besides myself sat on top of the breastworks. We were smoking our pipes and looking with a good deal of curiosity at the Texans and the 8th Georgia, for it was the famous Hood's brigade which held this part of the line. The command had joined in a score of conflicts, and its battle flags bearing the names of engagements almost hid the stars and bars. That glorious brigade, whose coming to the front in a double quick had often brought hope to many a sorely pressed regiment. Neither officers nor men expected any trouble that morning. The brigade was stretched on the ground in an aspect of contented rest. The soldiers, with that knowledge which the veterans have of making themselves comfortable, had by means of their guns and bayonets formed a rough shelter, on the top of which were stretched their blankets and oilcloths. Even the sentries had grown tired of their pacing beat, and with the sang-froid which prevails in our army were sitting down with their muskets across their laps, half asleep. All at once a singular sound was borne upon the air.
a curious, muffled noise like the tread of many feet. The lookout heard it, got up, yawned, stretched himself, and gave a careless look in the direction from which it came. One glance was sufficient. With a blood-curdling yell he fired his musket. Instantly every man jumped to his feet. The embryo tents disappeared, the line formed in a second, the artillerymen sprang to their guns, cool, collected, ready for the fray. There in front was a sight to cause a warrior's blood to thrill. A gallant, glorious sight with all the panoply of warfare. Issuing from the dark woods in splendid array were three lines of battle, with an interval of about 75 yards between them. They were coming in a double quick and were now fully halfway across the meadow, evidently intending to carry the works by a coup de main. The lines of blue advanced solidly, quietly and portentously in their silence, awful in their power. The loud tones of our officers came quick and decisive. Each soldier in the infantry grasped his rifle, the gunner in the battery sighted his piece. The foe, seeing that they were discovered, broke into a hurrah and increased their speed. In an instant the four guns bellowed, dense blue-black smoke hiding everything for a moment from view. The discharge made wide gaps in the mass but did not check them in the slightest. Those were veteran troops fighting under the eye of the splendid Hancock, and were doing well the work that was cut out for them. Their line was not extended nor did it overlap the artillery. The sole attack seemed to be squarely against the infantry, and they did not seem to care about the artillery at all. Again the guns, double-shotted, poured death and destruction into their ranks. They staggered, the long line vibrated, but stiffened and advanced, always advanced. But when that ominous deadly musketry volley was heard, then was seen the result. They wavered, turned and fled, leaving many of their number lying on the field. The second line came on a run, the officers well in front, waving their swords and leading straight on to the works. The guns opened their storm of iron. The Texans hurled the murderous lead and the foes fell in scores, but still these grim warriors of the Array of the Potomac breasted the tempest and kept up their resistless advance. They neared the works and then for the first time pulled triggers at a few paces. A line of fire ran down their line, followed by the purple smoke, then forward they dashed until they reached the rifle pits. Their right did not extend far enough to encircle or overlap the guns, they were within a few feet of them as they halted for a second. They were now safe from the artillery, which turned its attention to the third line of battle, now about 100 yards away and just pulling for the breastworks. It was a moment of furious excitement, and the day seemed lost to the Rebels. The Texans had just given ground and their line had been forced back some paces in the rear of the works when they seemed determined to make a stand, but it would have been in vain. The third line, once up, would rush like a tidal wave and overwhelm the already staggering brigade before reinforcements could come. The Yankees were strung out all along the ground at the foot of the works, calling upon their comrades to follow. The end seemed near. One rush and all would have been over. Their triumphant cheer rose, heralding victory. The battery was served as it could only be worked by men who knew that moments were precious. How those dogs of war barked in one successive roar, sending grape and canister into the mass of men. The second line reached the works and the guns were now rapidly served on the advancing third line of battle. The artillery had work to perform in its front. The artillerymen's bloodshot eyes gazed out of the clouds of dim smoke at the last line of blue, against whom they were hurling their iron bolts. All were looking, all save one, who in that time of awful peril and appalling commotion kept his head clear, his senses cool, his nerves steady. Amid all those scenes of dire disaster, screams of the wounded, yells of combatants, the hurly-burly of the death-dealing missiles hurling through space, there Private Lambert, of the Richmond Howitzers, turned and gazed around, taking in the whole situation. He was attached to the right-hand gun. I had just rammed the charge home, the other had primed the piece, and the gunner had hastily sighted at the line of blue, which was not 70 yards distant. The cannon was charged to the muzzle. "All right!" cried the sergeant. The detail scattered to right and left. The lanyard was just about to be pulled when up spoke Private Lambert. "Hold up, men!" His military intuition had caught a great idea. The arm nerve to pull the string relaxed. He sprang to the trail of the gun, and calling upon me to help him up, he seized the handspike and slung it around in a semicircle until the muzzle projected over the right angle so as to rake the breastwork. The mouth of the gun was only a few feet from the right of the enemy's line, which stood pouring its volley into the Texans. The man who held the lanyard, instantly divining Lambert's wishes, gave the line a jerk. The charge exploded with a thundering report, and the cannon, full from the belly to the throat, raked the whole line. In a few moments the smoke which poured forth hid the scene, but it soon lifted, and there were the ranks motionless, dazed, turned into statues. Even the Yankee soldiers, who held their muskets leveled, with fingers upon the triggers, seemed to have forgotten to fire, and turned their terror-stricken countenances and looked in the direction from whence came that stunning report, that fatal shot. It was as mortal as that dart hurled at Phaeton. Then the whole force, demoralized for the time, hesitated. The delay was fatal. The yells of the Rebel reserves were heard as they hurried to the front, and put new life into the defenders. The Texans, hearing this, sent forth a burst of fire, and charged over the breastwork into the foe. Broken and shattered by that terrible flanking discharge, and feeling that the assault was a failure, they ran into and stampeded the third line of supports, and all retreated to the friendly shelter of the woods. It was a glorious victory, plucked from out of the very jaws of defeat. The artillerymen were at first utterly dumbfounded at the magic power of one shot, and the inexplicable rout of the foe at the very moment when the cheer of triumph was lingering upon their lips. An examination of the ground along the breastworks revealed the mystery. Heavens, what a shot! Private Lambert, with that quickness of perception which makes the military genius of the highest kind, whether found in the general or the rank and file, perceived that it would be more fatal to enfilade the line than to fire across the field at the supports. He had the nerve, at that moment of supreme danger, to carry out the plan. When he whirled the gun sharply around, the muzzle covered a long line of some 400 yards, which, owing to the breastwork of the battery being some 12 feet in advance of the rifle pits, had the effect of raking the entire line, just as boys climb the telegraph poles by nailing foot pieces, so as to fire along the wire when the swallows sit close together. But that common shot, the effect was awful. Such a deadly discharge was never fired before in America. 11 lay killed. Those close to the gun were so mangled as to be past recognition of anything like humanity. 27 wounded, nearly all fatally, most of the poor fellows dying soon after being carried into the field hospital. The Texans crowded up, and in their hearty soldier fashion congratulated the howitzers in extravagant terms, sincere and honest, however, and the artillerymen felt that a compliment from them, as far as fighting was concerned, was the highest praise they could ever receive. General Pendleton, Chief of Artillery, visited the field that evening and said that it could not be equaled in the annals of war. Yet Private Lambert is Private Lambert still. He was honored by having his name read at dress parade, but that was all. Napoleon would have made him colonel of artillery on the spot. He had shown that he had the born intuition of a soldier, without which all military training is lost. Yet Private Lambert will remain Private Lambert. It must have been this incident that Major Robert Stiles, a member of the Howitzers, speaks of in his book, 4 Years under Marse Robert. The troops supporting the 2 Napoleon guns of the Howitzers were, as I remember, the 7th or 8th Georgia and the 1st Texas. Toward the close of the day everything seemed to have quieted down in a sort of implied truce. There was absolutely no firing, either of musketry or cannon. Our weary, hungry infantry stacked arms, and were cooking their mean and meager little rations. Someone rose up, and looking over the works — it was shading down a little toward the dark — cried out, "Hello! What's this? Why, here come our men on a run from — no, by heavens, it's the Yankees!" And before anyone could realize the situation or even start toward the stacked muskets, the Federal column broke over the little work, between our troops and their arms, bayoneted or shot 2 or 3 who were asleep, and dashed upon the men crouched over their low fires, with cooking utensils instead of weapons in their hands. Of course they ran. What else could they do? The Howitzers — only the left or Napoleon's section was there — sprang to their guns, swinging them around to bear inside our lines, double shotted them with canister and fairly spouted it into the Federals, whose formation had been broken in the rush and the plunge over the works, and who seemed to be somewhat massed and huddled and hesitating, but only a few rods away. Quicker almost than I can tell it, our infantry supports, than whom there were not two better regiments in the army, had rallied and gotten to their arms, and then they opened out into a V shape and fairly tore the head of the Federal column to pieces. In an incredibly short time those who were able to do so turned to fly, and our infantry were following them over the entrenchments, but it is doubtful whether this would have been the result had it not been for the prompt and gallant action of the artillery. Take another instance, this time from my own command. Let the following tell the tale. Headquarters Cavalry Corps, Army of Northern Virginia, April 14th, 1864. Colonel: I have the honor to report the following affair, which occurred near Catlett's Station on the nth instant. Privates Richard Lewis and A. Marstella, both of Black Horse Cavalry, met with a party of 4 officers of the regular army, U.S. Army, a captain and 3 lieutenants. These 2 gallant scouts attacked the party, Lewis confronting the leading 2, while Marstella presented his pistol at the 2 in the rear. One of these, Captain Samuel McKee of the 2nd U.S. Infantry, offered resistance but was eventually killed. Not, however, until he had fired twice at his assailant. The captain's comrade took advantage of this rencounter and escaped. Marstella, having dispatched McKee, reinforced Lewis, when the 2 remaining officers surrendered. They are First Lieutenants James Butler and Thomas Burns, of the 2nd U.S. Infantry, evidently veterans promoted for meritorious conduct from the ranks. They have been brought safely to my headquarters. This all took place within a short distance of the camp of a portion of the 5th Federal Corps. The commanding general's attention is respectfully invited to these instances of the exhibition of extraordinary bravery and individual prowess. The officers were all armed and mounted, were veterans of the regular army. One says 20 years in the service. Would it be improper to send this report to His Excellency the President? Most respectfully, your obedient servant, J. E. B. Stuart, Major General. To Colonel W. H. Taylor, A. General, Endorsement No. 1, Headquarters Army Northern Virginia, April 15th, 1864. Respectfully forwarded for the information of the Department in connection with this report on the same subject transmitted yesterday. R. E. Lee, General. Endorsement No. 2. April 28th, 1864, respectfully submitted to the President in compliance with the suggestion of General Stuart. As a bold deed it may instruct and please J. A. Seddon, Secretary of War. May instruct and please, as if the war was conducted for that purpose. Both of these scouts were educated gentlemen, well qualified to command a regiment, yet they remained privates in the ranks. What an army could have been made had valor and skill been the sole prerequisite to promotion. The efficiency of the Army of Northern Virginia would have been greatly increased. But Mr. Davis opposed such proceedings, and the privates made no protest. When we are an established nation, I have heard hundreds say, and have said the same myself, then I will join the regular army and claim that rank which rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 23. Part 2, Chapter 24, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 24, A Typical Virginia Plantation. I remained nearly 6 weeks in this charming retreat. Eden had left days before, so fat that he had hard work to cram himself into his uniform. By the aid of crutches I could amble my way readily, and so I determined to spend the rest of my furlough at the old family estate in Southside, Virginia. 2 days of travel, broken by many delays, brought me to ancient Tower Hill, a grand old estate of a couple of thousand acres, situated on the Nottoway River, some 25 miles south of Petersburg, and which for 200 years had been known by no other name. The mansion was the kind often seen on the Hudson River a century ago, wide and roomy, with steep Dutch roof and dormer windows. On the left, about 20 yards distant, was ranged the double kitchen, the workrooms, a meat house, chicken coops, and storerooms. In front of this, diagonally, were 2 large cottages used by members of the family and guests, one especially being given over to the bachelors, of whom there was always a relay on hand. Shadowing the ladies' cottage was an immense English oak, which was the pride of the place. Upon the left was the cotton house, peanut rooms, and granaries. A large barn stood near, flanked by a long row of corn houses. Down in a hollow about 100 yards from the mansion were the quarters of the slaves, scattered without order and generally built under the projecting arms of some big tree. A neat, whitewashed paling enclosed each house and garden, for these were the slaves' perquisites, their mistress buying up all their produce, which often ran up to a large sum. Everything about their cabins was neat and clean, and they were compelled to obey the sanitary orders of my aunt, who was the queen of that commune. Down the road, next the vast orchards, was the still house and the various buildings attached. Here was stilled every year hundreds of gallons of apple brandy, the neighbors sending their carts loaded with apples to the still as regularly as they sent their grain for grinding to the mill. Tower Hill worked over 200 slaves, and looked like a thriving, industrious village. It was self-supporting. The sheep furnished the wool, and there were regular carders and spinners as well as dressmakers and tailors. My cousins were all becomingly dressed from the looms, and my uncle had a tasty Confederate uniform made entirely upon the place. Everybody was proud of that costume, from the little darky who picked the wool to my aunt who furnished the Hungarian knot on the sleeve. Superabundance of everything was here: chickens by the thousands, hogs by the hundreds in the woods, while droves of cattle fattened on the island, a portion of the estate about 3 miles from the house. The cellar was stored with barrels of old apple and peach brandy, while the storeroom was a sight to behold, crammed with pickles and preserves. The house and cottages were filled with guests and members of the family, refugees who had abandoned their homes in the enemy's lines and had flocked to the old roof tree, there to await the issue of arms. Over 25 of the kinsmen sat at the table every day, and the usual peaceful routine was kept up. The elder sisters kept school for the younger, the matrons sewed for the soldiers, the mistress took her husband's place in the supervision of the estate, and the slaves worked along contentedly, though freedom could be had for the asking. A request to leave was granted by the master through necessity, for if refused, the slave had only to walk off into the Yankee camps, which almost surrounded this section. Suffolk, about 20 miles north, and Reams Station east were both occupied by the Union forces, who welcomed all contrabands. Yet during the whole 4 years of the war only 4 slaves left Tower Hill, showing that the mild, paternal government to which they were subject was not hateful to them, and that they were willing to wait for freedom, but would never have lifted their fingers to strike off their fetters. They worked easily and were not driven. They had their hogs and poultry, and some had milk cows, and all took pride in their gardens. Every one was comfortably clothed, and as it was a famous game country, their larders were well stocked, not only with hogs and hominy, but with a menu that few citizens sat down to. If they wanted to go to freedom and were kept back by fear, they had a good opportunity a few days before my arrival, for Cavalryman Wilson and his bluejackets made the first raid of the war in that section, and overran Tower Hill for a couple of hours. Every darky took to the woods, and did not emerge until after "dem Yankees done gone." I must tell of this Yankee foray, for it stirred up the people who, though free from a direct invasion, could yet hear the boom of the cannonading at Petersburg. General Wilson started out with several thousand troopers to cut the Petersburg and Weldon Railroad and play the mischief generally. He was headed off by Mahone, Fitz Lee, and W. H. F. Lee, and utterly routed. He burned all of his wagons, spiked his guns, and made his way as best he could to his own lines. His command was scattered all over the country, trying to put that Nottoway between them and the cavalry of the 2 Lees. It was a cloudless hot day at the old tower, on the 29th of June, 1864. A locust which made its home in the ancient oak followed the birds' mating song with his harsh treble throughout the heated hours. It was near the noon hour. Old Colonel Blow, the owner of the estate, sat dozing in his armchair in the shade of the oak. The children were in the schoolroom, and the pack of hounds lay scattered around, some asleep and some snapping at the droning bluebottle flies which cluster about a hound in preference to any other animal. Captain Blow, of the 13th Virginia Cavalry, and a finer soldier never followed the Southern cause, was home on a short furlough and had strolled down the road in the direction of Peter's Bridge. Feeling tired and dusty, he stopped at the foot of a branching cedar, and lighting his pipe, reclined in the angle of the snake fence. He was dreamily puffing away when he heard the beat of hoofs coming toward him. With the instinct of a true cavalryman, he loosened his Colts in the holster, and not dreaming of any danger, kept quiet until three blue coats reined up directly in front of him. Both parties were amazed, but the captain pulled himself together first and got the initial shot, which shattered the right arm of one of them. The other two shot several times, but were too excited and fired wild. Captain Blow's third shot struck the second blue coat in the stomach, and he put spurs to his horse and rode off, followed by the others. It was over a mile to the house, and the thermometer was in the neighborhood of 100 in the shade. Captain Blow weighed 210 pounds and had the lumbago badly, but he went across the fallow and field, through the thickets, over plowed ground, until at last, almost spent, he reached his dwelling. Seizing the huge tin horn on the kitchen shelf, he blew a sturdy blast, then another and yet another. It was a signal for the hands to come to the mansion, and they dropped the hoe in the cornfield, left the plow in the furrow, and all, big and little, young and old, ran for the house. "For God, Marse William, what's the matter?" was the cry. "Bring my horse, the Yankees are coming." The announcement set the entire plantation in a fine commotion. The old negro women threw their aprons over their heads and went into camp meeting lamentations. The women of the household fled to their rooms to hide their valuables. The dusky maidens hied themselves like so many Dianas to the dim forests. The dogs barked, the guineas cackled, and the dusky children broke into howls. In the meantime the captain was not losing a moment. The wagons were hitched by his orders, and came lumbering into the yard like a battery taking position. The liquor was loaded the very first thing. Next the trunks and personal effects, then the meat house was stripped bare. Another gang of hands was driving all the horses, cattle, swine and sheep back into the woods, and every one worked with snap that did wonders. In half an hour the place was swept bare. Then the captain upon his thoroughbred swept down the road on a scout, and came flying back with the startling intelligence that a battalion of Yankees was not a half mile distant. He cautioned the females of the family to be polite. He warned his father, whose 80 years did not dim his fiery patriotism nor blunt the edge of his tongue, to keep strict guard over himself and give no provocation for violence. Then the captain galloped off to the woods, leaving half a dozen Niobes behind him. With a clatter, a couple of hundred Yankee cavalrymen rode into the yard. They were not in rank and were evidently badly disorganized and almost faint with hunger and fatigue. Some were so tired that they went to sleep in their saddles the moment the horse stopped. 3 officers were at their head, their uniforms torn, faces covered with dust and streaked with perspiration. They dismounted in the yard from their panting, heaving horses, as did many of the men who scattered around the lawn on a voyage of discovery. "Hello there," they shouted. "Anybody at home?" The door of the house opened and a delegation met them. Old Colonel Blow, with his head in the air and his snow white hair falling beneath his Panama hat, reaching his shoulders; my aunt, with compressed lips and her diminutive form drawn up to its utmost height; Mammy Hettie, the ruler of the female department of the plantation, a tall, stately negress, who wore a white turban which made her dignified presence doubly imposing. Several little negroes of the female sex, from 3 to 5 years of age, acting as aides, clung to her gown. The officers saluted, my aunt bowed, the old colonel took off his hat, while Mammy Hettie's turban bobbed up and down. "We must search the house," said an officer. "2 of our men have been shot, and the bushwhacker was seen to ride in this direction. Here, Sergeant, take a file of men and see if there are any damn Rebels hid away." "Sir," roared the colonel, "this is my private house. I give you my word of honor there is no one here except my daughters and their children." "Oh, of course not," sarcastically said the first speaker. "Go ahead, Sergeant." "I hope," said my aunt, her cheeks crimson and her eyes sparkling with anger, "that you will not rob the house of anything." "If plunder is your object," hotly spoke up the colonel, "your thieves better be quick or you will be caught in the act." The captain grew angry and uttered a taunt, when the second officer stepped forward and urged him not to search the house, that he had no time and that it was a harsh proceeding anyway; that a house was the very last place in the world in which a bushwhacker would hide. So the sergeant was recalled. "Have you anything to drink?" asked No. 1. "No," said Colonel Blow, "the cellar is empty. But send one of your men down, he may be able to discover something." "How far is it to Petersburg?" asked No. 2, "and can the Nottaway be forded elsewhere?" "About 1 mile down that road," answered the Colonel. "The river has only a few private fords. But may I ask how came you in such condition?" "Some of Wilson's damn ignorance," responded the officer. "He ought to be shot by drumhead court martial. 3 days ago he started on a wild goose expedition against Lee's communications and ran into a whole Rebel cavalry brigade, supported by heavy infantry force, which surrounded us, and a perfect trap he walked into. Half of us killed, all our guns lost, and a few squadrons like ours escaped, and for 3 days we have been in the saddle and are utterly played out." The old Colonel listened eagerly, and his slow pulse beat with the fire of youth. He was a bitter secessionist, none more so in the land, but he was a gentleman, and the laws of hospitality were as sacred as his religion, so he said with his courtly bow, "Gentlemen, if you will walk up to my sideboard I can offer you some very fair brandy, and my daughter will provide you with a lunch." So the party proceeded to the dining room, and my aunt put up food for them to take away. The men were helping themselves, as they soon had proof. One of Mammy Hetty's aides rushed in, her eyes bulging out, and screamed, "Oh, Mammy Hetty, dem Yankees done ketched old Chanticleer and am wringin' his head off." Hetty sniffed. "I lub dat rooster, he done wake me in de mornin' for years. Dunno how I's gwine to do now." Another bare-legged aide, her black skin a shade paler from fright, came dashing in. "Oh, Marm Hetty and Miss Levy, de Yankees done busted in de cone house do' an' stealin' all de cone." Mammy Hetty groaned, threw up her eyes, and shook her turban dismally. Still a third aide, a little kinky haired African, fairly rolled into the room. "Oh, Marm Hetty, dem Yankees is in de kitchen and done took de dinner offen de fire." "I will go and stop that," said the second officer, who was evidently a gentleman. "You need not be afraid, madam, of any private property being disturbed." In a few moments the party was assembled upon the porch. Old Tower Hill never beheld another such scene during its whole existence. There sat a score or so of cavalrymen, their heads upon their horses' necks, sound asleep. Others were stretched out under the oak in the shade. Some were emptying the corn house and feeding their horses, others were searching the stables, but it was needless to add, found nothing but empty stalls. Some were chasing the turkeys and geese over the lawn, and such a clattering, clucking, and flapping of wings was never heard before. All at once there came a sound which struck upon every ear. Boom! "The Rebels are coming!" cried the first officer. "Here, bugler, sound boots and saddles. Fall in, men, fall in." A dozen cannon shots, not 5 miles away, heard in quick succession, quickened their motions, and soon every man was mounted. "Here, old woman, don't you want to go with us and be free?" cried a trooper to Hetty. "Here's a lead horse." Mammy Hetty absolutely swelled with indignation. "Go 'long, I belongs to the quality and don't 'sociate wid such as you." "I've got a great mind to blow your head off, you black imp you," shouted the trooper, whose temper was not improved by the laughter of his comrades. "I ain't no imp, you just better look out. Our sogers just gobble you all up, see if they don't." "Shut up, old kinkhead," shouted back the trooper. "You better be gwine off here. If our sogers done see you, dar will be some tall runnin'. Done run yourself near to death now. Ho, ho, ho!" And Mammy Hetty danced a war dance on the lawn. Another peal from the cannon hastened their departure, and the irregular body soon disappeared down the road. So ended the first and last raid on Old Tower Hill, whose secluded position was its best safeguard. By night all the wagons had returned with their stores, the cattle were driven back into the farmyard, and the eruption left nothing but a memory which is talked of to this day. The soldier who was shot by Captain Blow died in a short time and was buried not far from where he fell. One of the 1,000 Northerners who fell in single combat and whose name was marked missing on the roster, and whose fate could only be conjectured by his comrades and kinsmen. Many of those missing were ascribed to bushwhackers, but there was little of that in Virginia. Those Federal troopers owed their taking off to regularly enrolled partisan rangers, or soldiers on furlough, who rarely used severe measures unless cornered. Those rangers conducted war on the same plan exactly as Morgan and Marion the Swamp Fox did in the dark days of the Revolution, and history has ennobled the men of '76 in high honor, not degraded them. Speaking of Marion, the Swamp Fox, as the British called him, reminds me of a steel engraving that hung over the mantel in my home. It portrayed the dinner given by Marion to some captured officers of Tarleton's command, and was nothing more nor less than some roasted sweet potatoes. I would gaze upon the picture in boyish wonder, and think if it was really true that men could live on such diet. In war times, when nearly famished, I often recalled that picture and would think, oh, how happy I could be if I only had some of General Marion's potatoes. End of chapter 24.